The enemy wanted Ukraine to fall silent. He wanted to stop the heart of our nation, to erase cities, to destroy the economy, to deprive us of майбутнього. But Ukraine keeps fighting because its pulse is the pulse of millions of people who every day do their work. The pulse of workers who go to their shifts during air raids, of teachers giving lessons in shelters, of energy workers
що
restoring
повертають
light
світло
after
після
enemy
ворожих
attacks.
обстрілів. Пульс волонтерів, що допомагають армії і громадам. Це пульс підприємців, які не зупиняють виробництво. І, звичайно ж, це пульс наших воїнів, які тримають лінію фронту. Мільйони сердець, мільярди ударів і один ритм. У цьому ритмі Україна працює і розвивається попри все. Наша економіка демонструє зростання ВВП. Наше виробництво продовжує розвиватися. Наша оборонна промисловість створює інновації та тисячі нових робочих місць. Україна сьогодні – це не лише форпост захисту. Це надійний партнер і драйвер змін для всього світу. Сила України в нас, її людях. Ми – пульс нації. Ми б'ємося, щоб жити. І живемо, щоб творити Україну майбутнього. Київський міжнародний економічний форум 2025.
Dear guests, dear participants, we are indeed glad to see you and to bid you welcome to the KIEF International Economic Forum.
National Economic Forum. Друзі, я маю за
Friends, I have the honor to open this event today together with my colleague Oleg Panuta, news presenter of My Ukraine TV channel, and of course Rychka Padolko, TSN news presenter, is with me opening the forum. This year's forum is taking place for the 11th time, and over this period it has become an influential platform for business meetings, government representatives and civil society as well as international experts. And it forms the vision of economic future of Ukraine. The topic of today's forum, Ukraine 2.0, the power of people, and we realize, I'm confident that everyone here and beyond this hall understand that there's no going back for Ukraine. Ukraine has changed, it keeps changing every moment. And indeed, Ukraine is adapting to challenges, as does the world. We need to find our right place in this world community, and that is why today we are talking about what Ukraine in the future will look like, what will her economy look like, energy, people, education, and what place will Ukraine occupy in the transforming global world. At a time when Ukraine is undergoing the most difficult challenges, it is people, engineers, educators, energy specialists, military are becoming the key basis for Ukraine. They are the power, the key power that is buttressing Ukraine and moving its economy forward. And that is why today's forum is about trust. It's about human potential, cooperation, and the way how, in this global new reality, we can build Ukraine to modern, stable, and competitive. Esteemed guests, before we move on to discussing all the things that we have planned, I'd like you to remember every serviceman, every service person who at this very moment is defending Ukraine, giving up their health and their inspiration for Ukraine's independence. I would like you to rise to honor all those who have been killed for the independence of Ukraine. Thank you. Please take your seats. Thank you once again. Despite all the challenges, we realize that Ukraine is, Ukraine will be, and it will survive. For the performance of the national anthem of Ukraine, I invite to this stage Ukrainian composer and singer Diana and the national capella Dumka.
Ще не вмерла України ні слава, ні воля. Ще нам, браття українці, усміхнеться доля. Згинуть наші вороженьки, як роса на сонці, запануєм і ми, браття, у своїй сторонці. Душу й тіло ми положим за нашу свободу і покажем, що ми браття козацького роду. Душу й тіло ми положим за нашу свободу і покажем, що ми браття козацького роду.
Glory to Ukraine. Thank you, Tayana. We thank the Dumka Capella. So we give a round of applause to our singers, to our performers who helped create a solemn ambience. Because the national anthem is the melody that we always listen with a particular inspiration, with pride and belief in our future. And every time we hear music, it's like the first time that we sing it and we understand that this song will be with us to the end. it's also we also feared lest we should spoil it by singing along with it always. This year, the forum is supported by Soborna Ukraine Charitable Foundation, helping the families of the killed military, providing them with financial and psychological support, helping with educating their children. And this fund has helped more than 1,000 children for 743 families. And today, during our forum, we are going to remember this, and we will do everything in our power for these people to feel our help and our attention. Part of the price of the tickets will be directed to the operation of the fund, and together we'll be able to contribute to the dignified life and future of the children of the military. Today, we believe that the forum can be deemed opened. And as it happens, this week, the people who form the policy of the state, who are responsible for the key aspects of it, are either on their way to the other continent, like the president of Ukraine. He has an important meeting there, and the government team as well is also on the way to that continent since Monday in the United States, discussing key topics for the defense and security of our country, like air defense, energy security, and cooperation, economic support for our country. So we realize that they are there, forming Ukrainian future, shaping it, and here we are going to discuss how to endure, how not to give up, and how to plan all the key things that will help our country survive and become more powerful. We wish the Ukrainian delegation all the success in their work in the United States. We are waiting for good news from there, and now we have an address from the Ministry of Economy, Environment and Agriculture of Ukraine, Alexei Sobolev, who was not able to attend in person, but especially for the participants of the forum, he has recorded a video address answering the key question for the economic development of the country. What is the competitive advantage of Ukraine in relation to other economies when it comes to attracting investment, and how the government is planning to enforce it via its policies? Dear guests and participants of the KIEF International Economic Forum, I'm glad to bid you welcome to this important, momentous event, which every year becomes a powerful platform for discussing key economic issues and global trends. Unfortunately, I'm not able to be in person because of my working trip. We take part in yearly meetings of the International Monetary Fund of the World Bank Group. Today, and on the margins of this meeting, we realize that the investments into Ukraine's economy are the key things we are discussing, and at the same time they are being discussed at this forum. So let me answer briefly your question. Talking about the competitive advantage of Ukraine for investors, I'd like to mention the adaptivity and resilience to challenges. Ukraine has proved that it can withstand challenges. Many people, tens of thousands of people have left their homes, and we have huge economic losses amounting to hundreds of billions of dollars. But despite this, we see that the economy is growing, our businesses have adapted and keep developing. Businesses keep operating despite violated logistics and power outages, and that is our key competitive advantage. The second one is the European trajectory of Ukraine. For us, it means predictability, level playing field, understandable to all. EU membership is our unchangeable path enshrined to in our documents. Ukraine's facility performance of reforms are monitored by the European Commission, and also we are deepening our integration with energy and transport markets of the EU, developing innovative fields like defense technologies. Also, we have to talk about the complex renewal of residential areas and industrial areas and energy, and that provides a long-term horizon for investment for years to come. For those entering Ukraine now and building here will get a competitive advantage while huge-scale recovery begins. Ukraine has huge potential for creating value-added and processing industries. More than half of our industry now is raw materials. We are not even producing critical raw materials. It can be blocked, the exports of these materials can be blocked by other actors, so it's important to invest in their production here. We also have a unique experience in defense industry. Ukraine is now the largest testing ground in the world for technologies. After victory, and even now already, we have a status of an arsenal of the world. Our military machine is developing. We are going to form a new generation of engineers too, and that will give more impetus for other areas. Relying on these competitive advantages, I'd like to focus on the areas of policy that we are going to develop. For instance, we're going to support further integration and legal integration with the European markets. We are moving forward on this path of integration, so we are taking advantage of nearshoring trend. Also, we are going to stick to key principles of sectoral targeting, which allows the country use its resources masterfully, despite their being limited. We are developing IT, logistics, agriculture, around which our policies revolve. We are building transparent rules and moving on to a sound economic policy without dispersing our resources for growth. We understand what for economics for development we need affordable money. So in Ukraine investment framework, we are working to ensure that our businesses get the money for
developing new investment programs from international banks and development programs. By the end of the year, we anticipate to launch the equity funds, and by the end of the year to launch the Ukrainian flagship fund, which European Commission announced in the session 25. It's to invest 25 million to the direct investments in Ukraine. We continue to create environment for Ukraine to be beneficial, to develop and invest not the raw materials but processed materials. All the programs made in Ukraine to be funded in 2026. That's the localization and partial refund of production of Ukrainian equipment, affordable credits 579, industrial parks, export products and credit agency. Our objective to increase the portion of industry in economy from 10% from now to 20%, as is requested by OCE. We keen to invest funding to economies, to energy and raw material excavations. We are among the world leaders on titanium, uranium, manganese, and together with partners from US, we created the Restoration Fund to focus on the developing the strategic sectors, raw material, industrial, logistics. Its objective to attract the loan capital, modern technologies, and off-take contracts to create integrated chains of supply from Ukraine to the world. We actively attract investments to the privatization programs, updated households to contribute to update the infrastructure of schools, hospitals, seaports, and other areas to reduce the risks to investors and risks. We interact with partners from MIKA, EBRR, credit agency of Ukraine, to make sure that the private investments would be secured even during the war. Investors should understand the risk is there, but it is controlled and managed. We undergo deregulation. We review more than 1,000 tools of national regulations, more than 350 been cancelled, and others in process. In the Pulse platform, we collect proposals from business, coordinate its implementation by all government authorities. So we would like to build a reform based on the real signals of the market. To conclude, in cooperation with the World Bank and other partners, we develop investment strategy of Ukraine based on 3 basic principles: reforming, catalyzing, and risking, reducing the risks, improving the environment, and we assess the potential of every area, barriers and obstacles to join, and define the specific tools to support. That provides us to build up the investing proposal based on analysis, logistics advantage, access to EU market, comparing Ukrainian environment with other European nations with a similar economy, and we can see where we're strong enough and what things to be updated to increase our competitive proposal for every investment. Our main objective to make a geographical advantage of Ukraine into the structural one, building Ukraine which is integrated the global supply chains, and I do hope we will be able to make it happen. Thank you for your attention. Let us thank Alexei for such a roadmap. It's not an easy for him and the entire governmental team, especially now, because what we've heard, the objective and the purpose that Ukraine identifies for the nearest perspective, try to convince investor that he is expected here with a bright future when he at the same time can see what enemy is doing with the state, with energy, with economy. So it's overcomplicated task for Ukraine, but due to our decisiveness, due to our resilience and our confidence that Ukraine is able to do the miracle not only in Ukraine, we believe and we are confident that we can do it. And that's what we are going to speak at the first panel that is due to be arranged, slow but steady, and we will invite our first participants. It is called Make Ukraine Industrial Again. Strong, attractive, powerful. So Ukrainian industry does suffer a lot from every other enemy attack, but one way or another, state made its choice, set the priority that industrial sector has to be one of the key one to be developed, to be protected. With that, we have the support tools, cashbacks, insurance programs, and that led to some positive dynamics of renovation and core places to restore industry. These are industrial parks. You know that new factories, new plants are under construction, but it's far from being enough. And the next stage of discussion to be focused on that. Sure, make Ukrainian industrial again, and industrial companies, as you said, face the lack of capital, personnel deficit, expensive energy supplies, and limited access to international markets. But at the same time, they demonstrate that under such conditions, it is possible to demonstrate new projects, to launch that, and seek some critical points to grow. During this panel, the leaders of the area would share their insights and their views what to be done to make sure that Ukrainian industry would really become the driver of restoration of Ukraine, of economic potential of Ukraine. The panel discussion is conducted in partnership with UMGI Leisure, and looking for inviting our participants. Well, it's my pleasure to do so. I do hope we are all here because people from business are very strictly connected to time, and we start this panel a bit earlier, so I would like to invite each and everyone, those who have to join this panel, please welcome Vyacheslav Dobromskis, Minister of Economy and Energy of Latvia in 2014, Minister of Education and Science 2013-2014. Our greetings, Vyacheslav. Please take your seat. Any place that is comfortable to you while everything is vacant, you may take a central one. Please meet Adomas Auditskas, Deputy Executive Director MHP on Bioenergy. Please welcome Alexander Vodovis, Head of Director General Office, Metinvest Group. Dmytro Kiselevsky, Member of Parliament, Coordinator of Made in Ukraine Policy in Parliament. Please welcome. Sergei Wojciechowski, Board of Directors, Member, BGV Group Management, and the narrator of discussion, Andrei Gorokhov, Director General of Investing Company UMGI. Enjoy discussion. Have a fruitful panel, please. Good morning, friends. Well, first of all, it's a pleasure to see you all. As I've heard in the morning, it was a challenge to get through the traffic. Normally I drive 30 minutes through Kiev. It took me an hour and a half. Probably that's the reason of our forum today, but nevertheless, thank you to those who managed to do so, that we managed to do it in time. And people of business, they normally take opportunities, so we always tend to be in time or even before the time. Otherwise, we won't make our money and projects would not be implemented successfully. So let's start our panel. We have tremendous speakers today, outstanding. We have 3 representatives from a big industrial business in different areas and with different project views. We have the representative of the parliament, reformer, Dmitro, and also we have representatives of enormous experience of creating industrial policies, reforming economies, our friend Vyacheslav from Latvia. So please, your round of applause.
І почнемо, мабуть.
And probably we'll start with the key, with the definition. That's such a significant panel title, Make Ukraine Industrial Again. And you may question a lot in regard of that, but as far as such an enormous experience and quite variety of experience among our panel members, I would ask very briefly, a minute or two, what's your reflection on that? What calls in your head this Make Ukraine Industrial Again? Any reflection in your mind, please, if we can start with you.
Speaking in English, sure. I'm learning Ukrainian. I do understand, but still not very good at speaking. Well, for me, make Ukraine industrial again. We need to export a lot. Export is the key, and given what happened after 2014, most of our export industries went through very different time. We don't have much of export except of agriculture right now. So we need to start exporting. And for me, we need to have very close relationship, government and business, because when we talk about industry, about exports, this is not only company versus company, this is country between country, competition between countries. Therefore, to me, as I say, it's a very strong partnership, government and business. And once we have understanding what needs to be done, like Chinese, for example, they always have 5-year plans. They do plan ahead. They understand what needs to be done in 5 years. And their policies are very efficient. So on one hand, people think that central planning and government planning is something from very past. In my opinion, this is something in the future. We have to be way closer with the government. We need to plan. We need to understand how our industry needs to be so that it's for mutual benefit. So this is what it is to me.
Thanks, Dmitro.
Дякую, друзі.
Thank you, friends. It's a pleasure to see and welcome you all. At least half of the room, that's familiar faces, so at least there is a communication between authorities and business. It does exist. Well, Make Ukraine Industrial Again, I would like to suggest and to discuss such a very short concept as economical self-sustainability. I think that was something acceptable to our international partners who support us with funding and with other ways. They definitely would like not to have that aid endless, but we would like to return the commitments that we assumed. So it's a quick introduction why our international partners would benefit from strong industrially developed Ukraine. Speaking in language of figures, so CSC sets the normal economy that has 20% of processing industry as a GDP. Ukraine, before large-scale invasion, had 10.3. In the first year of a big war, we reduced to 7.8. Now we gradually restored. It's about 10% the portion of processing industry, but it's still twice less than OCE sets as requirement. So in terms of figures, where we to aspire, that's where we try to move from 10% very primitive, raw-based economy to more highly technological one. If we would unfold that, I would probably call three directions to move to. We have to think to be self-sustainable in supplying ourselves with the goods and products needed for defense and a peace life. When everyone understood that we need a ballistic missile, no one was in rush to provide it to us, or when we needed enormous number of drones, or if we would not have the transformers being produced in Ukraine, we won't be able to replace the pieces destroyed by Russians, or when the COVID time, the face masks, no one was willing to sell it to us. So life demonstrates that we should be able to produce basic things that we will require, or to stay in economic cooperation, not to be dependable on someone else, but that should be a beneficial mutual cooperation, to be resilient in that. Then we have to make the state attractive in terms of investments. So we have to be the state where it is beneficial to build factories and plants, and then we have to provide the external world not with raw materials but with the added value products, highly technological products and goods, if you wish, increasing the level of complexity of our economies. So that would be the components that I would include to the industrial Ukraine.
Well, I'm learning Ukrainian, but not there yet. Well, two reflections come to mind. First one is, of course, as an economist, my automatic reaction, industrial country is a country that has about 20% of GDP is manufacturing, right? So Ukraine is, I understand, is about 10%. So not there yet. The second reflection, a much more broader one, is that, look, over the last, probably maybe 50 years or so, the Western world thought that industry manufacturing was not important, that this was something that could be pulled to China, and this was kind of looked upon with a frown that, look, this is something like cheap, not kind of noble enough, let the Chinese do it. So now everyone understands that in the West that we made a mistake. We made a big mistake. And the consensus now is that becoming great again is becoming industrial again, right? So the West is trying to get its industry, its manufacturing back, right? So the US is trying to go about this very fast, maybe sometimes chaotic. Europe much more slowly, but both have the same aim, is to get the manufacturing sectors back to Europe, back to US, right? And in this, I think the Ukraine has a great opportunity in that when trying to bring the manufacturing, the industry back to the Western world, basically from the East, clearly labor costs matter, right? And in this, the Central and Eastern Europe are pretty saturated, so maybe the Balkans and Ukraine are the two remaining kind of hotspots, right, with more or less kind of spare labor. So in this, I think Ukraine has a very good opportunity, right, to be in the center place when the West is trying to bring the manufacturing back to the Western Hemisphere. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, Alexander.
Well, what I would like to say, our space under the sun has to be fighted for. No one is looking to us, no one is wanting us to be there. There is a political will that Ukraine has to join EU, that's great, we have talks, but getting down where money sits, where business is, we see what Poland is doing, we see what Hungary is doing. We are the participants of many European associations of industry, of entrepreneurs. We have assets in Bulgaria, Poland, Romania, factories in UK, plants in the US, and we are not expected there. If we bring our grain in it, we saw what happened. If we bring our metal, we kill them because of the cost of our metal. Sorry for this terminology. Same with logistics. We remember our trucks being blocked. So this is the world where not having a very distinct plan, what we want, what we aspire, how do we want to talk with Europeans, we are going to be eaten. We continue to be a raw material state, selling not even a semi-products, but just pure raw material to them, and that's it. So we have number of areas for negotiations, but the key that I would like to say that the business world is not when you're welcomed with the slogans and join our club. You have to fight for your place. You have to struggle, and business needs the support from the state, and in return business would be open to the state. Greetings all. When we started this panel discussion called Make Ukraine Industrial Again, it means that we have to do something again. I don't really like in person to do something that already been done before, but we can have a very useful lessons learned based on our past. We're all aware that Ukraine was, and I'm sure will, be a super industrial, very potential state where all the modern cities and towns, they were shaped around the extracting areas. Kryvyi Rih, Dnipropetrovsk region, Poltava region, Donetsk region. And we personally in UBGV are confident that Ukraine can do a new industrialization based on the critical materials sector. We'll speak about that in details, but a few critical remarks or figures to be clear about that potential. We do have the fifth seat in the world on graphite storages, the biggest storage of graphites in the central Ukraine. We are top 10 states on uranium storages. We are top nation in terms of titanium. We have a unique storage of beryllium and raw materials, and that's the way to a new industrialization, the new, proper and correct industrialization of Ukraine. Thank you, Sergei. Thank you, friends. In terms of your views and definitions, it's more or less clear. Each and everyone has your own different look and view, but we are not just in the realm of correct ideas. We are in the business of its implementation. We are up to practical outcomes. So my second question, what exactly each of you and your respective organizations or teams had done to make sure that the vision that you have to implement that vision in Ukraine, let it be partially, what do you plan to do? And while we speak about industry or the area of competences which you are part of, where are they stand at the moment, and what has to be changed? By the way, I do agree with that interpretation of the again world. We have to replace it somehow, so we have to learn the lessons from the past and do many things in a different way now. So you cannot catch up with others if you behave as you had behaved. So let's speak about practical implementation, what you have done, where you go, and what should be changed in the respective areas of your specialization in your industries.
Chief MHP managed to become the leader in terms of chicken production in Europe, and not because many Europeans and from other countries, they think because of cheap labor cost. This is the reason why MHP is competitive, but labor cost and chicken cost is maybe 1%, maybe 1.5, maybe even less. So it's not really the answer. The answer that MHP builds very big facilities, economies of scale. For example, one of our slaughterhouse facility produces 400,000 tons of meat, and this is like fifth biggest producer in Europe, and we have only one facility this capacity. So this is what MHP managed to achieve. But in addition, we understood, and what we learned and what we found lots of potential for Ukraine is that when the war started, we started working with energy independence. So we invested into power generation, We invested also in biomethane production for two reasons. First of all, to safeguard ourselves with biomethane if there is no gas in infrastructure, but also to export and create additional value add from biogas that is produced widely in Ukraine. And what we realized is that there are massive changes going on right now in European biofuels market. And because of different policy changes we can have here in Ukraine, we'll have very different outcomes for the whole biofuel economy, which might be very big in Ukraine. So I need to explain this very quickly, but when biofuel, first of all, it's around 15% of fuel market in Europe in terms of monetary value, and in terms of volume it's around 10%. It's around 25 billion euros market, which grows. But there are big changes. When biofuel blending mandates were introduced in Europe, they were introduced very simple. Government said you need to have 5% of biodiesel in diesel, 5% of bioethanol, and even definition of biofuel wasn't very good, because sometimes the biofuel actually emitted more emissions than fossil fuel. But then European Commission set a standard to save at least 50% of emissions compared with fuels. And then all European countries introduced this biofuel mandates. But right now there is a massive shift, because even this old mandate is not efficient, because what it says that you need to achieve minimum emission savings, and then your biofuel is biofuel, and you can use it in blending mandates. But Germany right now, Sweden, Austria already in this, from next year, France is moving towards new mandate. I will explain this mandate, Netherlands, and they say our objective is to reduce CO2 emissions and not to have liters of biofuel in final fuels. So let's count it differently. Let's see how much maximum this biofuel can reduce emissions, and then allow all biofuels to compete. And what this creates is that biofuel industry is shifting towards biofuels that can save more and more emissions. And this creates two markets. One is legacy market, biofuels with little emission savings and with many emission savings. And Ukraine, for example, is choosing right now the old one, which will create industry in Ukraine which will work according to old rules and won't be able to export. So this is, I think, would be a very big missed opportunity to introduce a right mandate where most of the European countries move in, create, because we have so much competitive advantages. We produce feedstock for biofuels, but we need to produce them in a special way. And agriculture, our agriculture will need to change the practices, because right now biofuels need to have very little emissions, means that feedstocks need to be grown with very little emissions, low cultivation. You need to change the whole philosophy. And if we don't have this philosophy here in Ukraine, it will be very difficult to catch up in Europe with this new trend. So this is what we realized, and I think that Ukraine can build very big biofuel industry, because again, we have feedstock. It is way easier to build factories in Ukraine than Europe. In Europe, to build a biofuel factory takes 4 years, 5 years. Here we can do it in 2 years. That's massive advantage. And here we can build big facilities. So this is what we realized, and I think that's very big potential. And we're asking government also to listen to this and to have a right biofuel blending mandate, so that we grow our local industry, which will be able to compete and export biofuels to Europe.
A couple of comments in this respect, Adomas. Number one, you haven't mentioned that MHP recently entered new market successfully, Spain, acquiring an asset there. And since we are part of Spanish ecosystem, investment ecosystem, that was huge. For Spanish Ukrainians with a large Ukrainian capital, expertise, and a brand name appearing in Spain was a huge shock and surprise. They never imagined that one of the biggest companies in this particular segment in Spain would be acquired by you guys. And when they did a check and they saw your track record, I would say 50% of investment ecosystem gave a call to me, asking whether some introductions could be done, because they have a number of ideas of collaboration between MHP and Spanish business and investment ecosystem in particular. And in the space of methane, was, let's say, part of the calls, because they are building intensive ecosystem in Spain, in Italy, in that part of the world, believing that there is good value in developing it. That's number one. And number two, possibly it was worth mentioning that when you are talking about biofuels and methane, you are not just saying theoretical things. It's not an academic research. You have 2 operational facilities already, and you're considering to install several new. And since you are very efficient in your main production, you get waste, which becomes a feedstock and becomes competitive edge for other, like biofuels, methane, as a result. So it's like you're creating an ecosystem, and thus MHP is one of Ukrainian champions doing efficient work here and really becoming an ambassador of successful Ukrainian business entrepreneurs abroad. And that actually is highly valued by, let's say, other participants of Ukrainian capital and market, because you help us to deliver a message that Ukrainians could be competitive. And I completely agree with Alexander, who has mentioned that nobody is waiting for us in terms of private capital abroad. We have to compete, and pretty fiercely. The markets are protected. Thank you.
Well, we already have an experience of buying assets in Europe and making them efficient. Our core advantage is we are efficient at industrial processes. I would say we're more efficient than Europeans. We learned that with our asset in Slovenia. When we bought that asset, it was 20 million euros EBITDA. Last year, it was close to 90 euros. So we managed to increase significantly. And based on that practice, we believe that in Spain we can do the same. We can bring lots of efficiencies. What's nice, I just came back actually from Spain, that I don't feel that they are afraid of us that we're entering the market, and actually they are very, very happy to listen and to learn. Also what's good about MHP that we're not changing all the management once we come and manage these companies. We keep local management, so that's also very, very supportive, because we need to integrate into our society, into the economy, so we do understand that we need to have that local component. Spain is, by the way, very interesting. Spain is the 3rd pork producer in the world. That was news to me. Chicken, they're not big in chicken, but in pork they produce 50 million pigs per year. That's more than Spaniards in Spain, so it's a massive country in terms of meat exports. In terms of biomethane, yes, we built 2 big facilities. In total, we produce almost 400 gigawatts of biomethane. We export
in Ukraine.
In Ukraine, yes. So we learned how it works. Biomethane is biofuel. This is the reason I talked about biofuel, because building that project, one is to build something, but the other is to open markets and to sell it. And biomethane and biofuels in general, very, very complicated, because it's very, very regulated. And you have European level regulations, but then you have EU member states regulations with additional barriers, and they can be fought. We can open those markets, but we need very, very competent force, government helping us, because most of those barriers actually they are illegal under the EU law. So once you bring that, once you show them, moves start to shift, but you need to invest a lot of time, and you need, as I say, government backing, helping Ukrainian industries to open it. So biomethane is a success case. We want to do more. I think that Ukraine can invest in the next 3 years, if the war will slow down, and if markets will open more, in 3 years, or let's say maybe in 5 years, 5 billion investments really a no problem in this industry, and we can generate around 5 billion export revenue out of this business, because this is only exports. It's a currency badly needed for the government. As I say, there is massive shifts in biofuels. Biomethane is very competitive biofuel, because many countries go towards the mandate that I explained. They're not looking to liters, but they're looking to the quality, how much emissions saved, and biomethane is the most efficient in this category. And then you have maritime industry, which introducing CO2 emission reduction targets. In EU, we already have it. It started from this year. And every year, CO2 emission reductions, they grow very, very quickly. Till 2035, CO2 emission reductions need to fall by 20% in maritime industry. That's massive demand. Plus, actually today, yes, it's such a coincidence that International Maritime Association needs to introduce global maritime mandate, and this will create even more demand for biofuels. So again, the government don't need to overlook this big trend, so that Ukraine is there, because again, we have very big competitive advantage because of our agriculture sector and because we can build big.
So there is an opportunity to add 5 billion a year to our GDP if we do everything accurately in that particular space. Thank you, Thomas. Dmitro.
Я хотів би зробити таку ремарку.
I'd like to make a caveat here that this forum is a very important platform to feel the agenda. If, for instance, 5 or 7 years ago, we had discussions here around the necessity of industry at all for Ukraine. Now, on the contrary, we are discussing what has to be done to develop this industry. That's an important point. And when the public approaches this discussion, it is revealed that it is not our invention to discuss it. Many countries have been practicing it for decades. And taking this opportunity, I'd like to announce that at 14:30 we are going to present our study called Practices of Inducement. Our analytical company prepared infographics showing how different countries develop their producers using different kinds of made-in policies. So made in Italy, for instance, the whole ministry is called this way in Italy, so there's a lot to learn from our partners. So at 13:30 I invite you to look at it. Ukraine is already starting to prepare this comprehensive made-in policy led by Prime Minister Sviridenko. By the way, she gives her regards and feels sorry not to be able to attend because of the IMF meeting, and I hope that they will attain the necessary results there. Still, made in Ukraine is the image of industrial policy that we will have to develop for a long time to come, but we have it already. I mentioned the low share processing industry in Ukraine, and this is the aim of Made in Ukraine policy, to increase the share. We gradually increase the share during wartime, and this is one of the factors, this policy is one of the factors that helps us to continue on, to move on despite the struggle. To have tangible progress, processing industry has to be in focus, and if I'm not mistaken, for 3 or 4 or even 5 quarters in a row, this policy has allowed us to contribute 17% of budget revenues. And the processing industry is now demonstrating the highest positive dynamics in terms of tax revenues. So companies are paying taxes. So this legal aspect is also advantageous here. Talking about Made in Ukraine policy as of now, we have 15 programs within this framework. They are structured according to GDP directions and exports. So here's a short list of them. Local contact requirements in procurement, one of the most efficient policies, which does not require money from the state. And here I can refer to our international partners who are represented here. This policy is complementary to our international partners. In this way, our public procurement is opened for European and Ukrainian, American and Japanese producers, and we limit the access for countries that are not considered friendly to us. There are also programs for partial compensation of equipment cost, and here we have a good example in agriculture. The country has been able to stimulate technological growth here, and this area has grown 2 times in Ukraine's agriculture. We have grants for the renovation of destroyed or damaged industrial facilities. I hope it's not needed, but we have this program, so you can use it to whomever it is relevant. 579 program is also available for investment purposes. 150 million hryvnias for businessmen present here. It's not a large sum of money, but still it may be useful. Industrial parks were launched last year. As we talked before, industrial parks used to exist only on paper before the war, but now we are starting to build plants. This is the peculiarity of our mentality, certainly, but now industrial parks are being opened every month. I'm not naming them specifically because of the news of rocket attacks that we have constantly, but the managers of those parks are here, and I thank them for their effort. We also have support for investment projects. We are supporting $200 to $300 million worth of projects. Next year we are going to launch the insurance of war risks, which is an interesting topic, and we are developing the Export Credit Agency, which is a small one still. It is small in comparison to its counterparts in other countries, but it did not work before the war and started operating after 2022. So this is a very short overview of policies which are part of Made in Ukraine policy. Let me also mention some of other important innovations, but briefly speaking, I reprimand myself for it. The policy that we have formed now is 60% is about SMEs. And I think that this is a problem in terms of what we hear from our international partners. They say that there is nothing better than SMEs. They may be right in part, but for the country as Ukraine, we cannot exist without large businesses. So apart from growing micro and middle businesses, and we have also to think how to enable large companies like present in this hall to develop and be efficient. This is not a discussion of allocating public money. We do not have that much money like these businesses require, but the state can still do something else. And this is an important discussion of what the state can and has to do to grow national champions. We are a large country. Everyone knows that in Ukraine's industrial strategy, we have a separate section about Siemens company. We are not discussing individual entrepreneurs in the strategy, so this is our peculiarity. Last year when I presented my address here, I talked about a good law that simplifies land issues. I'd like to present some results of it. We talked about changing the purpose of land. So, for instance, an industrialist can buy land, but the choice of agricultural land is much larger, and there was a problem to change the purpose of use of industrial land. If you are lucky, it takes 1 year or 2 to 3 years. So red tape, humiliation and corruption affect it. So after you overcome it, you can start working. I initiated the law which is already operating. It simplifies this procedure and reduces it to 2 months. So as a result of it, we have 171 affirmative solutions on changing the purpose of usage of land. So in effect, that means that 2 to 3 years earlier, now industrialists can build industries and firms and companies like energy companies. If I mention some figures, 75 objects for storage industry, 42 objects, 42 decisions are being processed, 30 for industrial parks, this is all related to industry and energy. 28 land plots are also devoted for some other industries. So Madam Natala, responsible for this work in Kiev Oblast, is here. In Zakarpattia, Rivne, Kirovograd Oblasts. These authorities are very supportive of this initiative. Sumy, Donetsk, Zaporizhia, Ivano-Frankivsk, Luhansk, Kherson, Cherkasy regions are already celebrating, are lagging behind, of course, for understandable reasons of the war. It's also important to say that I have found people who have taken advantage of this procedure, simplified procedure, and I talked to people who are building power plants. They say that I can tell you exactly how much money we have economized by building a power station, by building a power plant 1 month earlier. This is a huge sum of money. So we can connect industry and households to power earlier, and I think that, I hope, that by enacting this law we have made things simpler for many people. From a practical standpoint, in essence, we have increased the range of land plots that you can choose for industry. You can be sure that practically any land plot that you choose in the suburban area outside the cities, you will be allotted it to use it for your purposes. About new things now, one of the most important investment initiatives that we have had during this convocation of Parliament is the compensation of capital investment via taxes. Having talked with entrepreneurs who have relocated from Kharkiv, Sumy, Zaporizhia to more protected areas, some of them have stopped in Ukraine, some have crossed the border, and they are met there. They say that they have invested 3 million euros into your beautiful Romanian area, and with taxes you will get a 50% refund. So we have started looking into it, how they were able to do this in Romania, and it turns out that there is an EU directive regulating how it's done. And we thought that once we are entering the European Union and are forced to adopt every European law, many of them are not suitable for us at this moment, but still. So why not we use these rules in Ukraine too? So we are implementing this EU directive in Ukraine by offering the compensation of capital investment via taxes. What is it? So this is the about investment into processing industry. I am responsible for this area, and this is the main priority. What we consider as capital investment to be compensated, so these are land plots, industrial equipment, energy and transport infrastructure. What are the percentage of compensation? For small investments up to 1 million euros is 70%, from 1 million to 20 million is 50%, and everything that is larger, 30% of compensation. It does not reflect our mindset, but it reflects the essence of EU directive, so we simply copied and pasted it. The taxes that are used are also included in other programs like industrial parks or support for projects with large investments, so the same tax incentives will be used here. What is the current stage? This bill has been voted in the committee and is awaiting first reading in Parliament. As it always happens with industrial initiatives, IMF has expressed its concern that it can lead to losses of income, so we are having a strange discussion now. We are explaining it to the IMF that if we do not have a plant, or if it's destroyed, the plant is not paying taxes. But once we have built the plant, it starts paying taxes, a part of the taxes immediately, part of it it's not paying because of compensation, and then proceeds to pay all the taxes. So we proceed from not having anything to having something. I hope that this logic can be conveyed to our partners and that they will heed what we say and that they will support us in our intention to build a strong industrial economy. Thank you, Dmytro. Thank you. You have said it before me. I thank you in person because the more competent parliamentarians we have that know what has to be done for the country, the simpler it's going to be for private capital to abide by the motto of our forum and change the country. So thank you very much indeed for what you're doing for many years and very intentfully. A brief remark, thank you. I also have to mention that this initiative is going to also work for currently existing companies because you can expand and use this initiative too. And for all of us, I'd like to invite you to read the law, the draft bill 13414 and 415. I'm ready to take into account all of your comments, reservations, concerns. Thank you, Dmytro, for this too. And two brief remarks here. You talked about achievements in allocating land plots, changing the status of land from agriculture to industry. Parliamentarians a couple of years ago made the first step by allowing this transition from agriculture to industry for land. There's license to operate, which provides a permit to do something, and Sergei, I'm sure, will talk about critical minerals and their mining. We know that in mining industry, if you do not have land, you do not have business. And when in 2011 parliamentarians enacted this law, it allowed a huge number of projects to exist, because before that people did not know how to do it legally. The second story that you did, by shortening this period of changing land purpose from 2 years to 2 months, is a huge achievement for many industries, because when you invest, it's calculated into the financial model. So every year matters for this model. IRR, payback, and competition with other countries in terms of attractiveness matters here a lot. And in some European countries, they do not have even something close that we have done. For instance, in Romania, talking about mining, you cannot get a license if you do not have land, if it's private property. And in Ukraine, we have an opportunity to develop it. So I thank you for this. And in terms of the study, the research that you mentioned, in April this year, Gradis company conducted an opinion poll among regular Ukrainians, how they understand industry in Ukraine. Does it matter for Ukraine? Is it important for national identity, for statehood? And the result revealed that a huge number of Ukrainians directly link the stability of Ukraine to the degree to which big industry and industry as a whole has a long-term vision and has competent, skilled labor to be able to develop. So there is a direct link here. Thank you for this statement.
Look, I think one of the main questions on this panel is about the industrial policy and should Ukraine have it? And the answer to this question is not that simple. I mean, I think many in this audience think that it should, and that's what I think too. But, for example, the Ukraine now is quite dependent on foreign aid, right? And those who give the foreign aid, the so-called international financial institutions, the World Bank, the IMF, and so on, if you would ask them, is industrial policy a good thing? They would say no. The mainstream economics generally believes that industrial policy is not a good thing, right? So the answer to this question is not that clear, but let me put this in this perspective. So say we hopefully that at some point, maybe next month, now that Mr. Trump is free from Palestine, and maybe in a year, maybe in two, there's going to be a ceasefire or some sort of peace, right? How long will it last? I think it's very clear to everyone here that Russia will stop at nothing to try to make Ukraine a failed state even after ceasefire, right? So it will do its best, it will invest any amount of resources to make sure that Ukraine becomes some sort of Syria here, right? So any kind of ceasefire is probably going to be just 20 or 30 years until the next conflict, right? So to prevail in that conflict, Ukraine must become more of an economic equal to Russia, right? And I mean, you all know that today Russia's GDP is about 10 times more than Ukraine. So the question is, how can Ukraine do this in 20 years, right? So if we take one possible pathway, let's say something that the mainstream economics tells you to do, something that's more reliant on the free markets and that the state should not interfere and so on and so on, right? That's, for example, that was something that the European Commission will tell you to do. This is something that the World Bank, the IMF will tell you to do. Now, if you look at the results of this, and I think the best result will be a country like Poland, right? Over the last 15 to 20 years, the average rate of Polish growth of real GDP was 4%. So we can say that if the Ukraine takes this pathway, this is probably more or less the best it can achieve. 4% average growth rate, but for, let's say, 20 years. But the problem is that it will not be enough. It will not be enough to get anywhere close in terms of economic and military parity to Russia. It will not be enough to survive. So the question is, how can Ukraine achieve growth rates that are closer to 10% of GDP on average for the 20 years after the ceasefire? That is the question. And the only answer to this is industrial policy, right? So the only countries that managed to achieve those kinds of growth rates, and of course the most recent example is China, are the ones that very actively used the so-called industrial policies. So in this, in my opinion, Ukraine simply has no choice but to try industrial policies. Now, it is tempting at that to say, oh great, we should do industrial policies, and let's go and try to do that. Let's go on the state, try to help the industries and Ukrainian businesses to grow, to export, and so on and so on. But this is not the end of the story. I think we need to have actually a great amount of fear and respect for this thing they call the industrial policy. Why? Because the success rate is actually very low, right? So I will look forward to that presentation of that paper, right? But what it will probably say is that out of, let's say, 100 countries that tried industrial policies, only maybe 3 or 4% actually succeeded, right? So we have heard about the Israel and Singapore and South Korea and Japan, but did we hear a lot about all of those who tried but failed? And there are hundreds of them. So it is very easy actually to get screwed, excuse my language, when you do the industrial policy, and you should be very careful doing this. There's also going to be quite a lot of resistance to the Ukraine doing the industrial policy because, as I said, the international financial institutions, so those who would actually have a lot of say about the Ukraine's economic direction over the next 20 years, right, as long as Ukraine is dependent on foreign aid, I mean, they would not, how should I say, take it at face value, right? They would not allow any kind of industrial policy to proceed. And that is actually a good thing. It's a good thing because it means that to create the industrial policy, I mean, Ukraine must invest in that it is actually very well developed and very well thought through, and that it be able to convince the extremely reluctant IMF and the World Bank and the European Commission and the others that, look, we believe that this is what we should do. Right? The thing with industrial, I mean, maybe in a few words, I mean, the danger of industrial policy is in creating, how should I say, some businesses which are kind of pampered and spoiled by the state aid, right? That have spent most of their life living on some kind of support and not ready for the real world, right? So the challenge of the industrial policy is maybe is akin like, I mean, I'm sure that all of you have kind of thrown the paper plates at some point, right? And you know that there are two important moments in this, right? Of course, the one is that you need to have like quite a strong arm, like to give this kind of initial boost to your plane. But the second thing, and maybe the most important, is that there is a moment when you have to let go, right? And that is how it should be implemented, in that whatever kind of help and assistance is given is got to be this extremely kind of temporary, right? Preparing for the real world, right? So in the end, you will have to let go, right? Now, maybe the final thing, there's been kind of quite a lot of talk here is that, oh, can we do that? Or maybe not, can we do that? Can we really achieve that? So about in January this month, I spent 2 months preparing the economic development strategy for a country called Bhutan, for the Bhutan's government and the United Nations Development Program. Now, you probably don't know much about Bhutan, but let me tell you that from the economic development point of view, it's kind of a development nightmare, right? I mean, think about a country that is 98% of its territory, it's mountains. Think about like you live in this country. 98% of the territory is mountains. Your only pathway to the world is through India, and then through India, it's like whatever, 400 or 500 kilometers to the nearest port if you want to export anything. You cannot really ship anything 50 kilometers, right? Because the roads are extremely expensive to maintain, and then every year, because of monsoon, they have to be repaired, and that's kind of a huge investment. The whole market is so small, you can't possibly like scale or do anything, right? Just to give you an idea, in the 70s, there was another country next to Bhutan called Sikkim, right? Exactly the same kind of a kingdom. And in the 70s, it decided, well, independence, no, it's not worth it. Let's just join India because going our own way is so hopeless, right? So what I want to say is that instead of all of these challenges, I mean, which are 100 times greater to development than anything I would say that Ukraine faces today. So today, Bhutan, in terms of a GDP per capita, exceeds India by about at least 50%, right? Having found their way, right? Having, for example, found that these mountains give them an advantage of that because of these monsoons, there is a lot of water going down like half a year. And that's a lot of hydropower. So they've built in hydropower an equivalent of about 3 nuclear stations already and selling this energy, electricity to India, right? So what I'm trying to say is that no matter how hard the conditions are and no matter how much is against, all the odds are against you, there's always a way, but what you have to do is maybe not that much look at what the others did, but think of the here and now, right? What will work today for this specific country, for this specific industry, right? So I believe that the industrial policy must be tried, and that's the only way to make the Ukraine really strong, not only industrial, but great again in those 20 years. But there are great risks in running and implementing industrial strategy, right? But I do believe that Ukraine can do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Vyacheslav. Well, I see our friend is shaking his head. Dmytro, please give us comments, several minutes, just to give space for others also to share. Would you like to comment on Vyacheslav's?
Yes, sure. I will be very briefly. Знаєте,
You know, I will start that once again I will thank all our international partners for the support that they provide, but it would be inappropriate to tell Ukrainians that at the beginning of the war we had no drones, no missiles, nothing that we could produce because we were told for a long time because it's very risky to introduce the industrial policy. So that would be incorrect to tell that it is risky. Sorry for that direct and plain language. Not to dive deep in discussions, I'll just quote Professor Reinhardt, who spoke once here. He said very critical thing: never listen to those advices that they give you. Look what they did and repeat what they did in reality to become successful. So that's the critical conclusion that we have to make to ourselves. I think that Vyacheslav in that part would agree, making the example of Bhutan. No, we should not look at any other state, but to be very critical to the competitive advantages that we can identify within Ukraine and implement those. And of course we have much larger resource and potential in comparison to a smaller country like Bhutan. But if they succeeded for 100%, we should be able to make it happen. Thank you, Alexander. What I would like to say, a lot has already been said about industry, the way it should be developed. I'm listening to the minister, everything is climbing up, GDP is growing, we are developing, and Bhutan is just takes the break. Well, we are aware about the Ukrainian projects in recent 5 years that costs $1 billion. None. IT projects that move Ukraine economy, the only big projects that Dmitro said may have impact. Big corporations move economy forward. Same in US, same in Germany. For instance, taking the industry of the one that I'm part of, our coefficient of engagement of personnel is 1 to 8, one of the highest interdepartmental. So one individual is engaged in the metal industry, is also engaged in 8 more adjusted areas. So I would take a perimeter of that sort for the development of industrial policy. We have number of examples that we could make what could be done better, but let's not forget that the war is going on. Every day we have missiles running on us and the power cuts and electricity cut off for the industry. Even in these circumstances, we keep working. Speaking about our industries, we do not look at the development at investments. We just strive and struggle to survive. So we can say a lot about rocket science and how life is going to be great in 10 years, but you have to survive these 10 years. We had 120,000 people employed. Now we have 50,000. We lost half of the business. Half of the business keep being attacked. But even still, we are the biggest exporter. We are number 1 in export. It does not mean that we are that great. It means that the entire economy been condensed in twice. I don't believe in any figures that things are great here. We have to be realist and get out of this warm bath. There are few reasons or few factors that we would like to draw attention to and improve. Maybe government could be able to be adjusted somehow. When we say that we have developed industry, make Ukraine industrial again, we are not saying, well, there are projects for 100, 200, 300 million dollars. We can't operate these amounts. Our credit portfolio, $2.5 million. You won't be able to build industrial policy at 300 billion. We speak about raw materials a lot. We do help. We interact with the US Embassy and the fund, and we advise them, we consult them, we're ready to be engaged. But let's be clear, in order to take away the soil That's $1.5 billion only. That's a single mining facility, maybe smaller mines. I'm not speaking about the factory constructions. Enriching factories, we can't, if we want to move forward, we can't operate the figures that we invested 100 million. It's not the gear for economy. We would not get this 4% GDP growth advantage. That should be some global industrial policy that would demonstrate that we run the huge, enormous projects. Those move other subsequent areas. So let's see where our competitive advantage sits. Speaking about industry problems today, what prevents us from being developed, that's access to capital. There is a Ukrainian facility, 8 billion, maybe 100 million has been given to someone. It's been said that maybe someone in the room had got access to this money. We have not. We submit our projects. I know that there are about 160 companies submitted their bids, but nothing happens. So access to this capital is blocked, and I really would like government to pay attention to that. Same external loans. A lot has been done by the National Bank. A lot has been liberalized, allowing business to pay incomes on the stocks, but we can't pay the course, and in 2026 we'll get to default state. So it's needed that the big companies with international loans in the same banks which been credited by the state, they should be in default. Maybe some solution is needed in here and now during the war, that we could be developed and get access to this loan fundings. Another huge issue, people. That was before the war and is still critical now. We have a German factory on hold, 7,000 people. We can't get people to relaunch it again because of mobilization, because people left Ukraine, the law permitting youngest to travel 18 to 22. We lose 160 workers per day. These are the future engineers, future managers who has to run this business. They gone to Poland, and they develop the industries in Poland. That's the huge strike at industry. Speaking about human capital further, we should keep these people somehow, despite the war here in Ukraine. But there is a bit of differentiation. Some companies got permission to secure 100% of exemption from service and someone not. So it's disbalanced approach, and if I were government and a state, let's decide who is really critical and who is not. Maybe get connected to tax paid. We cannot increase our industry development. Number one is people. I don't want to get dive into history what's going to happen after the war. Let's be clear, 8 million of refugees, the best left, those who were unable to utilize them here, but those who had on top maybe language proficiency, education, these people were lost, and we have to think how to bring them back. Maybe again a STEM program. I know Mikhailo Fedorov was part of this program on bringing people back, because when the war would be over, we were seeking people, we were bringing people from Turkey, Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, but after the war that would be the bottleneck that we would be able to cross, even if we would have enormous money, if we would be told do it. We won't get people for big projects. And I'm speaking about attracting people that requires 3,000 workers, 4,000, because to build one dome, a metal processing dome, maybe it's not the best example now, but we were measuring economy by the number of domes. So to build one dome, we need 5,000 people. I don't know where we got 1,000 workers now. So the challenge of human capital is getting more and more critical. Not even the issue of money, but after the war, that is going to be the bottleneck. Maybe during the war it's incorrect to speak about some predictability because the horizon of planning is few months. And then let's see what we're going to have bombed, electricity cut, and the way to live. But maybe we do need to plan something for future, where we will get a human force, where do we attract people from, maybe from some neighboring states. And another issue, unpredictability of tariff policy of the government. So investors come to these raw materials, they start building a mining facility, and Ukrzaliznytsia tells them next day, we'll charge you not $10 but $20. Well, we've calculated our business plan considering the expenses for logistics as a $10, and now you tell me 20, and we don't have an arbiter to charge us between Ukrainian monopolist Ukrenergo and tariffs to transfer energy and railroads of Ukraine. Government is passive, so you mess, not the way that investors would come. They would like to have predictability and consistency for several years. So I would like to mention a few more words on something good. Let me first, and then something good to complete the panel discussion. You won't have time then. When I look at the time flying, I just recall the old anecdote I was going to tell, and then I'll keep it later on at informal discussion stage. So I'll just remind the issue that answer is expected, what we as business are doing for the new industrialization, what was done, what are our plans, what our vision. I probably would like to demonstrate something at the end because absolutely a lot of things been mentioned, absolutely fair things. I would like to bring just one little slide. And BGV, it's a big investment group. In our industrial plan for this year, we have launched several factories. But now, I would like to focus at a very critical area, that's extraction of critical raw materials. And we have one of the projects, that's Balachiv storage of graphites. And we would like to do such an infographic to demonstrate how that area affects at the state development. We were talking a lot about European Union, we wish or we advance or we want an advance, but for average people, European Union, it's about access to some benefits. And me as a person who spends a lot of time in Kiev, I believe Kiev is already European. And then when I travel elsewhere and I feel in some European cities or towns, a bit lower level of services that we have in Kiev, but if you leave Kiev 100 kilometers away, the situation is radically different. So Balachiv Minery in Kirovograd, and we saw that the budget of local community, 20,000 people, is about $20 million. So almost 1,800 hryvnia per person. Our project that we develop actively now, and we would like to launch the construction next year, its operational expenditures envisage some $230 million for salary fund. So that's the money to be paid in a given region, in a given town, in a given community. 60% of those, as practice says, to be spent locally. When it's been received, that's to be spent the way we live. What we succeeded to do, we developed the project from scratch, from zero up to meeting the international standards, get a critical status from European Commission. We succeeded to secure positive feedback from IFI, very strong one, and we keep attracting investment funding to develop this project. And just a few words to be mentioned at some myths that are very often taking place with us, especially in the area or in the nation. We would like to be a processing industry, to develop a processing capacity. So speaking about graphites, what is graphites? That's the key material for batteries, energy storages that are actively developed worldwide. The main supplier of these graphites, that there is a certain technological peculiarities not to be dwelt on. There is a China that supplies the worldwide some 97-95% of this entire product production that concerns each and everyone. And we would like to make it happen that Ukraine would become a key supplier of graphites for European Union, for the United States. And there is a real capability available. And it is not about the raw material, because to extract that material, several stages of processing, knowing all the details of the project, knowing some basic engineering that we developed in cooperation with a leading European company, it's about high technological business. Because that myth that by developing the sector of raw materials we become a raw-based economy, that's not true. And it's always the case that the child, before going to university, has to attend a nursery, maybe graduate from school and get grown a little. Another critical myth, it's about state national policy in the area of raw material processing and development. There are different views. Quite often I hear the view that state should stay isolate, just create the rules of the game, and business shall do the rest. Maybe in some areas it works, but in fact in the sector of raw materials absolutely inapplicable, because when we speak about competition at the world markets, very rarely you may recall the companies, mainly mainly the states being referred to, China, US, Peru, but not the companies. And here it is critical that we do see that Europeans are looking in that direction. When they recognized our project as a critical one, they are quite positive in terms of interacting and cooperating. And that inspires, in fact, we see how much the state would like to do with its limited resources. But we do believe that this sector is going to provide additional industrial push to our state. Just to complete, to disperse a bit of pessimism, we are quite realistic. We are represented in different business segments, and we are quite realistic in terms of what's going on. Lots of challenges, but we stay optimistic, and optimist is not the one who screams hooray, but is the last who say that's it. Total failure. Thank you. Thank you, friends. Just keep in mind the time. I would like to speak about those poverty who invest the last $100 million. You know, I'd like to say, you made a great speech. Please understand me correctly. With due respect, I respect Scan Corporation and what Metinvest done, and what Detect done, and Interpipe what done, and Poltavsky Gok. I think I named all the companies that able to invest billions of dollars. But look, these corporations were built not by the private owners and not at the sake of independent Ukrainians. It's all been built by the Soviet Union, and so far what they've mentioned, it's keep melting the metal from 100% to 60%. We export, it's probably export at C class, not the instrumental metals, not the car production steel. So let's, with due respect to you, what do we need? We'll find investments for billions. Yes, Ukrainian young business that started from scratch is enabled to invest billions so far. But I can assure you, Biofarm will invest $500 million in 7 years, and already this year, we complete building the factory in Uzhhorod with investment of 80 million euros. Dmitro, the second factory to be built in Romania, because we would like to get Balkan and European Union market share. And Nova Poshta will invest $200 million, and Rozhetka will invest 100, and my friends from Monobank in Marketplace will invest $150 million. Ajax Corporation will invest $150 million. You see, we need thousands companies like Biofarm, and Biopharma, I've invested $250 million, and turnover is $215, and we earn $100 million. We need thousands of Biofarm. We will not get Soviet Union back, and new DTEC is not going to emerge, and new SKM is not going to emerge. You see, no one is going to rebuild it. Soviet Union made it. Forget. We need thousand Biofarms. And give us some time, and we will invest $1 billion per year. Apologies. No apologies needed. I just would like to thank to you for your passion and for a very structural comment. Just an adjustment here. If really we would like to build a strong economy, we don't have to compare ourselves. Everyone has its niche, and if we cooperate in terms of reform, in terms of outcomes, not to degrade the outcomes of everyone, but happy if anyone else succeeds, then we would be successful as the nation. Let's not to compare, let's cooperate and work together. And probably the last thing to do. We said a lot. If each and every one of the panelists, briefly, just one thing, the priority. I do see there are many of those, but something that you believe the critical one, so the nation would change for better. Just one thing.
Of our panel, using his word, he said, you don't have cards. And I think in some of the places of our industrial policy, we don't have cars. For example, supporting business with subsidies, with tax cuts, is very, very expensive. And we don't have this kind of instruments. But then there is other thing to de-bureaucratize, make business environment very easy. We'll already have big progress in this, but still many things can be done. And thank you, Dmitro, for helping this, because this is one of the things that cost very cheaply, but has massive impact. But the next the most important, I believe, aspect, and I believe Biopharma has the same problem because we have this problem, is just helping to open us new markets. Because if you don't have markets, doesn't matter how many subsidies you will receive. You don't have project that generates revenue and EBITDA. You need to have markets where to sell. And right now, this is where I think our efforts lack. And this is, by the way, where business itself cannot do this task. We need government to be way stronger to help us opening new markets. Thank you.
I'll name 3 components that are critical to my view. Firstly, we need a state policy that would place Ukrainian manufacturer as a priority, that would set an environment when production will be beneficial and investment in production would be beneficial for processing, not for extraction of raw materials. I'll repeat, Alexander, our friends and enemies block our raw material logistics, so it would going to be even more exciting in future. We have to get rid of economical low value. We have to value ourselves. So you got to the shop, see the sign made in Ukraine, and in industrial dimension there are Ukrainian technologies, Ukrainian products. Give them a chance. And in the national consumability, that's the same. And third, the critical thing, and there is a reference to what Konstantin just said, we are not going to build a successful, highly technological state not having businessmen who would like to build here in Ukraine the best factory to produce the best product in its class. So we need businessmen who bring not who dream about the biggest yard or biggest skyscraper, but dream about having the best production here in Ukraine that would make them happy. So having these three components together would make our successful puzzle for being highly technological state.
Is understanding how Ukraine can make its defense industry into the driver of exports that will be comparable to the agriculture, right? Because you all know that the world is arming at speed, right? Europe is spending a lot more money on defense. And everybody is looking at what's happening in Ukraine because today, clearly, the drone is what machine gun was in the World War I, what tank was in the World War II, right? It's a game changer, and whoever has either the best drone technology or the best anti-drone technology, he is the winner in the next conflict. So I think that's a great opportunity for Ukraine, and I think that's the priority, how to make money off defense. Yes.
Thank you.
I would probably specify two factors. First, human people been mentioned already for big companies, and people's access to these industries and availability of qualified personnel. That's critical. I'm not going to repeat myself. We have to think how bring people back home, how to educate people, how to make sure that industry would become a matter of fashion. You spoke about the polling degree. We have our own polling, and our polling says that the young individual before age of 25 has no idea what industry is. They most likely would join IT rather than industry. Of course, that's the market, that's competition. It's easier. You stay home, work online, being paid just $3,000, and in opposite, you have to go to the factory. That's something unfashionable, unpleasant, and that's the problem. The other thing, or the factor that I would specify, that's the industrial policy. Maybe it's overspoken thing, but at the government level, I would probably do some decree or some laws to support industry to be developed the way that been done in the States or in Germany, for instance. If I may, from the practical application, we do need access to the project's funding, access to a cheap and long money. That's critical for Ukraine to develop its active, powerful projects, both for biopharma, BGV. From philosophical standpoint, I think we need persistence. And I would like to complete and to finish with an anecdote. Interview for the candidate. What's your strongest personal feature? You know, my personal feature, persistence. Okay, we'll get back to you in 3 weeks. No, I'll wait for you here. Thank you. Dear friends, let's thank our incredible panelists. That's it. Thank you.
Але ми пам'ятаємо 3 попередні.
За час повномасштабної війни ворог пошкодив понад 63 тисячі енергооб'єктів. Лише цього року завдав більше, ніж 3 тисячі ударів.
Темрява приходила знову і знову. Та якою б важкою не була зима, енергетики щоразу втримували систему. Після кожної зими приходила весна. Після кожної темряви світло повертали енергетики. Стійкість України – це безпека Європи і спокій світу. Навіть зараз ми не тільки відновлюємо пошкоджене, але й будуємо нове. Світло тримається. Енергосистема між ударами та майбутнім.
Всіх вітаю.
Greetings to you all. A very atmospheric video for the start. I'm Kirill Krivolab, managing partner Civita in Ukraine and co-founder of Economic Recovery Center. And this is my 4th time as moderator of this forum since the beginning of the full-blown invasion on energy. I invite our panelists onto the stage. Please move closer. Let us give them a round of applause. I think that many of those on the stage, engineers, energy specialists, did not hope for all the attention that they have today. They are rock stars in Ukraine. The panel is called Keeping the Light Energy System Between Strikes and Future. That is how we are going to organize this panel, this discussion. We are forced to discuss the attacks about the new season. It's going to be different, new, and we are going to discuss it. Then we will discuss the future, strategic prospects, changes in the market, and business opportunities. I'm glad to introduce to you our panelists. We have a stardom on the stage, ambassador of EU to Ukraine, Katerina Maternova. We have director of Ukrenergo energy company, Vitaly Zaichenko. We love Ukrenergo, we know Ukrenergo, and probably every child in Ukraine knows this company. We have joining us today Marina Bondarenko from DTAC. You read about the network on the news. And of course we have Deputy Head of Naftogaz, Ms. Boyko. And now Ukraine is undergoing severe strikes. We see the severe times the energy system is experiencing closer to the front line. We see the difference between the right and left bank of Dnipro. And probably I'll start by asking whose company is being attacked most. There's a competition, I think, in this place. So, Mr. Vitaly, we are all energy specialists here, basically. We know about power batteries, backup stations, transformations even. And we can already compare seasons, how it used to be, the beginning of the invasion and now. So the question to you, can you calibrate the expectations of businesses? What to expect this season? Have the Russians changed their tactics? And how are you preparing for it? Thank you. Good morning. Very good thing that all of us are energy specialists here. We know the realities. And if you consider the situation in the energy system today and the tactics employed by the aggressor towards the energy, it's transforming, it's evolving, they're learning. They're trying to bring our energy system to a total collapse, where we will not be able to provide energy to consumers. Talking about the beginning of the invasion, there were attempts to make the energy system go offline. using 100 missiles, different directions and distances. Of course, they dealt severe strikes, but energy system endured. We only had one case of total power outage, and of course, thanks to our European partners, we were able to withstand it. Otherwise, it would have been too difficult. Now the situation is different. The strike started from September, from redistributive substations, railway substations, and they went to Ukrenergo substations, to frontline regions. Those attacks were so severe and so difficult that even now, in some oblasts like Sumy and Chernihiv, there are constant schedules of electricity, and people have power only according to those timetables. But we do our utmost to ensure that the equipment is reinstalled as soon as possible to provide energy to consumers. I think that this change of tactics is the same as the change of tactics on the front line. Before, they had the plan to reach Kyiv in 3 days and conquer the whole of Ukraine, and then they moved on to scorched earth tactics. Now they're doing the same to the energy system. Every substation of Ukrenergo and other companies in the gas field are experiencing severe strikes. Every day, a huge number of drones are swarming through, trying to eradicate our energy system. We are destroying them. We thank our European partners for helping us to store equipment, to amass more equipment. And the speed with which we renew our system is unreachable for anyone else in the world. We are the ones who can do it the fastest. Well, as I say, our energy specialists are rock stars. Thank you. You can see the reaction on the hall, and thank you very much for your work. Madam Ambassador.
Do you adjust work with Ukraine because of those recent Russian massive strikes? I know that EU has fundraised more than actually 3 billion euros, I think, to energy only, and you help with equipment. We're not counting not even equipment, and you import energy when it's needed. So your support is unmatched. The question is like, what's new for this season, and how do you perceive the situation?
Дуже дякую за запрошення. Доброго.
Thank you for the invitation. Good afternoon. It's true that all of us are energy specialists in a way. We have learned a lot during this time.
Overall number of over 3 billion that we have put into energy support since the beginning of the full-scale invasion, and that allowed us to, in fact, support both power generation, power distribution, etc., across a broad range of programs to help us a little bit anticipate and prepare, including for this season. So I'll just mention the 3-4 areas which are key. We started with Ukrenergo, that we have massively supported financially via our partners EBRD, via with the help of KfW and other partners financially, but also in terms of interconnected. It actually happened. I remember we worked on interconnection. I'm not new to Ukraine. I worked on Ukraine many years from the Brussels point of view, and we worked on the interconnection for a long time. And then when the full-scale invasion happened, it took a few days, essentially, and the continent and Ukraine and Moldova joined the continental grid, and increasingly we've been increasing the amounts, plus it provides the balancing power to the grid. So I think that's one of the big support measures, which is both political and technical and financial. We also have invested very recently in the purchase of gas. We guaranteed the EBRD and EIB combined 800 million into gas. We are now looking with the recent destruction of the gas production to quite a large extent. We are looking into topping it up. You mentioned equipment. That's the unsung hero of EU support, which is the civil protection mechanism, which is the transport and logistics channel that brings all the equipment to Ukraine. It has warehouses. It has a warehouse in Poland where things are collected and then brought here. Even a full thermal power plant from Vilnius was taken apart piece by piece and brought over to Ukraine, and then the pieces are still here and are used very, very skillfully to help with the repairs, for example, of Tripilia that was hit again just ahead of this season. So there is a broad range of support we do in terms of equipment, gas purchases, support to the electricity system, and we will continue. We are preparing, we are putting together some additional resources, but we are also reprioritizing others, because ultimately, money don't grow on trees. So we look at some of the priorities and see how they can be redeployed. We do that with our international financial institutions partners as well. But apart from that, what we have been doing, and I think it's extremely important now, and I think the more the destruction happens, the more there is consensus in this country, which wasn't there 2 years ago, that one really needs to invest in distributed, decentralized power generation. We lost a year of 23 when we could have been building. I think now we have a consensus on that. I know DTEC has made a lot of inroads, and this is an area where, again, via this Pillar 2, called Pillar 2 of the Ukraine facility, which is our financing instrument, we work with the financial institutions partners on investments in renewables, investments in decentralized power generation, biomass cycles, and whatever they are, big wind parks, big solar installations, etc. So I know that in Volyn we are under our program with the BRD. There is going to be a massive wind park set up. There are others that we support. So in addition to repair and emergency imports of gas, etc., and repair of equipment, we also support renewables and distributed power generation, which I think is very important in this country.
Sounds like a light of hope, actually, that you're scaling up your support even when the escalation is happening from the Russian side, right? Добре. Повертаємось на...
Thank you. We are switching back to Ukrainian. Madam Elena, you are working in different regions across Ukraine. You are not living the mainstream, but you know the situation very well, where it's easier, where it's more difficult. So what solutions are you using to ensure the stability of the system in your regions? Good morning to you all. You know, Mr. Kirillo, you say that we could compete with others, compete among themselves in terms of the strikes that we have experienced. This is the competition we would not like to have, obviously. Going back to your question, as of today, our companies have prepared themselves for the winter season, and as Mr. Vitali has said, we put in a lot of work. Simply put, this preparation took place in 3 stages, preparing the repairs program, investment program, and backup emergency storage for the winter period program. We understand that strikes are going to resume We knew from previous seasons that it would take place, and judging from the situation across the regions, we see that Donetsk Oblast is undergoing the most severe condition. The scale of destruction there is unimaginable, and the most important value that we have is human lives. It's very difficult to work when very few hours are there without air raid sirens. Our security situation is very precarious for our people, so we are looking for opportunities to work. We are cooperating with Ukrenergo company because they have a very difficult situation. But today they have the light, and we are making sure that it is produced collectively. Judging from the situation in other regions, I can give you an example of the 10th of October, when the KIEF residents experienced firsthand the results of the attack. I can say that DTAC, Kyiv Electricity Company, was able to put the city back online. We reconnected millions of consumers in Kyiv, Dnipropetrovsk and Kirovograd regions. So the situation is difficult because the results of the attacks are very large, but energy specialists know what to do. And they are ready to sacrifice everything for their cause, and the results of their determination are plain to see for everyone present in this hall. I'm interested whether you protect your objects like Ukrenergo. Adding to our preparations for the winter season, I have to note that our European and American partners were very helpful. They help us repair equipment damaged as a result of previous attacks. I think it's worthy of note that our equipment takes certain time to produce. And it's a very difficult situation for us, so this help is very meaningful to us. Also, our colleagues and partners helped us to create an emergency storage. Madam Natalia, I'm glad to see you in this hall. You have 5 years of experience, or even 6 years of experience of being an advisor to the Prime Minister for Naftogaz. So I'm sure that you can be an acting Minister of Energy if the situation arises. So could you be frank in describing the situation that we have in gas? Thank you very much, Kirilo. I have seen that you say that we'll all love Ukrenergo, but for some reason nobody says that about Naftogaz. Well, we love Naftogaz. And after today we're going to like it even more. Well, I think that light is partly about gas. And more than 12.5 million Ukrainians are using gas for power purposes. We also provide resources for 1,200 industrial objects. So that's a huge load for energy security, for energy supply, this is meaningful for every Ukrainian family. We had the 6th energy attack over the last 2 months, a very large-scale attack, dozens of missiles, hundreds of drones. Many important objects were damaged in Poltava and Kharkiv region, for example. 4 colleagues, energy specialists, have been wounded, and help is being provided to them, medical assistance. So this is a very difficult year overall. This year in February, our country woke up to a vast attack against the gas infrastructure for the first time. These numbers are now publicly available. I woke up at 4 a.m. in the morning to a colleague saying that we lost half of our gas output, and this is just horrendous news. I would never have imagined waking up to it. The whole country, Prime Minister, President, realized that day that the reality has changed, because before that, gas infrastructure was attacked not that frequently. Unfortunately, our colleagues from the electricity market suffered the most from the generation and distribution sub-areas.
This year we started in a very complicated environment. We restored a lot. Obviously there were issues of physical parameters of this gas, and probably not always the technological procedures were adhered to the best standards, if I may say so. But from the standpoint of crisis management and returning every cubic meter back to system, our specialists made a tremendous job done. On the 3rd of October we got a first major, probably the biggest attack against the gas infrastructure. I'm not going to name any figures, but in media it's already been reflected. I'm not going to dispute those. What Naftogaz is doing, when I was going to join this discussion, several of our objects were still under fire and not all objects were accessible. As soon as we will get access to objects, we will start restoring these objects. We have to see what could be done, how to change the logic of functioning, which equipment could be removed, combined, what else could be done. Same as colleagues, we have deposited our stored amount of equipment due to our partners' support. Thank you for keeping our stocks filled. So priority number one is to get every cubic meter back into the system. Currently a private extractor suffered largely, so we see it's a very difficult situation which we have at the eve of heating season. In February, that was the end of heating season. It's easier in February because then comes March and then people can see the first sun and they bring themselves at some positive notes. Speaking about nowadays, comparing the consumption of the gas on Monday, which I have received in the morning session, and comparing to today, consumption grew for some 20%. So Ukrainians heat up themselves with the gas and do it quite actively. Although I understand lots of local authorities and colleagues understand what is the current situation, and we can wear additional jumper, and I encourage each and everyone to do so and save resources. Nevertheless, people are egoistic human beings, so consumption is growing every day with quite a proportional terms. Worstly, we consume more than the last year in the same day. And I think we all have to think and review a bit our domestic habits and the way we sort of live psychological as consumers, what is going to happen in this heating season, and accept that this is going to be very challenging season. If we consume something today, we take this something out of us in February. So I do encourage you, stay pragmatic, save resources, save electricity, heat, and do not put additional heat when you don't need that critically. Next, what Naftogaz is doing, we actively work on attracting additional funding, and priority number two after restoration, that's to ensure the heating season. Before October, we generated overall some $2.5 billion to acquire, to purchase natural gas. 1 billion that was our own resource, 1.5 that has been generated due to partner support, loans, granting, funding, and Her Excellency Ambassador was very cautious, saying that Europeans issued us the guarantee. In fact, that's a very historical case. For the first time this year we managed to get a loan without a sovereign guarantee. That's something unique, and the team from Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Economy was working hard, and I was an advisor to Prime Minister. We were working on this mechanism for more than 2 years, and we managed to do that with European Investment Bank as the pilot for Ukrhydroenergo, then 2 more loans from European credit being received from Naftogaz. It's not just a step forward, it's a significant support, because ability to provide a sovereign guarantee is very limited, and in the current very disbalanced budget of Ukraine, that's a big step forward to us, and thank you for the trust of our partners. We generate new credits and loans now. We negotiate the possibilities to engage the grant funding. We negotiate on getting and receiving additional equipment, but as colleagues said, quite often the lost equipment, this could be a big compressing machines, it's not something that's sitting on the stores, even among manufacturers. Many pieces of equipment to be produced on a specific request, and it takes months, not weeks, to be produced. So, of course, colleagues are working 24 hours, 7 days a week. We do feel support from our partners, enormous support. We feel the leadership of the Prime Minister, President of Ukraine, Minister of Energy. Everyone is aimed to survive through this heating season. But each and everyone, same as a consumer, has to play its role and contribute to Ukraine living through that heating season. So I do hope we are going to pay maximum attention and we cope with this heating season upcoming. Thank you. We crossed the crossing line of our panel, and let's refer to the future mentioning in the title of our panel. I'll start with Ukrenergo because you see the picture, you see the environment, and our energy environment is different from the one that was 4 years ago. So the question is, what had changed, whether we implemented the potential of maneuver generation of alternative power supply, and where business can be adjusted to that. Thank you for your question, Kirill. Very interesting subject, the energy development. We, Ukrenergo, always is part of that. That's our direct responsibility to explain to business, to explain consumers what the future may look like and what the future should look like. Unfortunately, the war interfered and led our energy system, which was outdated, which was created for a different purpose, for a big industrial core facilities who consumed a lot, inefficiently and in an unequal schedule. That was the power stations built for that. Now we have a different consumption principle. Our consumer is different. Our consumer consumes according to a predictable schedule, and power generation is changing. Originally our driver was a sun produced power. Technologies became cheaper, and the growth had happened in this year on the rooftop electric power stations, and that is going to continue disregard of what the state is doing, is thinking about that, and we have to be adjusted. But it's not that solar energy sector is developing. Another element, the power energy storage, that's probably the next driver that affects the system. We probably felt that these batteries, yes, it balances the solar energy and is actively used when the solar energy decreases. So we introduced the competition on building a new generating system that's to balance, to regulate the energy system, and this new power generation been introduced into operation. Do we need more? Definitely we need more of that. We have to build up the distributed generation, highly maneuverable generation. It is not that easy target for enemy as the powerful concentrated generation, and it is very helpful to the business because that can run autonomously and secure business needs and it secures the needs of the energy system, and it goes online with all the requirements that European energy systems has. So the system is changing constantly, and we saw up till the recent attack the quality of regulation of our frequency and power supplies following the first batteries introduction and following the first gas and piston power plant stations. We are radically much better than many of our European colleagues because they don't have this boom of technology growing. That's the first. I encourage each and everyone to move in that direction. Secondly, what else should be introduced as the source of maneuverability in the system, and Europeans do say about that? That's the consumption. Demand response. That's the change of consuming principles. That's the cheapest thing that we can do. Anything we can do in terms of consumption, and not only the gas but electricity as well. So changing the behavior of the end user. End user has to be clear that electricity has the same price 24 hours per day. Every minute, every second, that price varies. And behavior may cost money, and they can earn on that. So you have to move in a direction where the consumers are moving and where the entire energy system is moving. And it is moving towards not to carbon-based energy system. Interesting. Thank you. Dear Catherine.
Two major questions, probably. First, of course, we have these massive airstrikes, and we have the war, and objects are burning. But still, do you perceive Ukraine as a part of European energy landscape for the future? Do you see it as a potential for collaboration and for investments? And the second probably would be, from your experience, even as a person, even as a citizen, how European integration will change our energy market and what business should be ready for?
Well, the answer to your first question is a resolute yes. I mean, let's not forget that the main reason why we still have lights on after these attacks is the incredible work of colleagues in whether it's Ukrenergo or any of the Oblast Energos or Naftogaz, etc. I mean, it's the work, the incredible work of air defense and their support of partners. But we are in a country that in the Soviet times had a gigantic overcapacity built. For historic reasons, the same applies to Ukrzhelznitsa. You're able to benefit from the fact that there were redundancies built because this was the westernmost part of the Soviet Union. So, therefore, even production destruction doesn't lead to complete blackouts, and one is able to then with the speed of reconstruction here, which is amazing, get things back online. So from that perspective, energy will be one of the most important sectors of investments and of collaboration between Ukraine and the countries of the European Union. I, in fact, think that we will, with Ukraine we will finally be able to finalize all the different interconnections, etc., that we've been struggling with so far. Even in the first round, I referred to the connection of the Ukrainian grid, right, severing it from the Russian one and connecting it to the continental grid. So that's very much an opportunity for collaboration, for investment, both in the legacy assets, but also in the area of renewables and new energy asset construction, trading, etc. So absolutely yes is the answer to your first question. Now, There have already been a number of reforms made over the last several years to even allow the interconnection with the NSOE, with the continental grid. There was a lot of technical and standards work that had to be done before that. It wasn't as simple as, just switching it on. And this work needs to continue. There is now a process of adjusting the Ukrainian rules to the third energy package. Electricity, it's harder than it was in the case of gas, and there are things that during a war are very difficult to do. For example, there is a lot of all the state-owned enterprises would complain about the public service obligations that they have in terms of delivery to citizens, but in a state of war, it's not easy to address this. So there are things that will need to change, but I think that we are well underway. And as a citizen, what you want is reliable energy supply and competitive pricing, and this is what. It was not an easy process in Europe either. The legacy monopolies, of course, were fighting back, but by now you have a situation in Europe that you can choose your energy provider, and it's fairly recent. It's not that it happened 50 years ago, and you have companies that compete both on price and ancillary services, etc. And this is something that you eventually want to have in Ukraine. For that, you need solid regulatory regime and independent regulator. But again, with the current attacks, I think that everybody has sympathy for just trying to make sure that this upcoming winter that everybody says is going to be difficult, we will survive. And as Natalia was saying, let's put on the extra jumper and not switch on the extra heater, because the attacks will continue and is likely to be very complicated.
Дякую. Пані Аліна, ви, власне, представник.
Dear Alina, so you actually a representative of that private company that you represents, the business that builds decentralized power generation, solar batteries. How things look like from the investor's standpoint? What else can you do to make this market even more attractive, and how to build trust and confidence in such an environment? Thank you for your question. It's absolutely fair discussion that we speak not only about destructions and how to survive, but the tomorrow should come, and we think about that tomorrow, not today, but back yesterday, because it is very important to see that future. Energy sector is growing, is developing, despite the fact that war is going on, and I agree with Vitaly that there are trends that definitely should take place in our energy sector, same like in Europe or among other nations. What I would like to state, probably I'm proud that our colleagues from the DE had implemented that energy and built it up, the energy deposit storages, on the eve of the difficult heating season, winter season. And that project was implemented in partnership with American company Fluence. And that is the example that you, Kirill, mentioned. That's the example of possible investment, of possible construction here in Ukraine. And our company demonstrates that despite the war goes on, we build, we invest, and we look for partners. And this is not among the storage projects. That's Telegulska energy power plant that is going to produce 500 megawatts by 2026. That's the partnership with Vestas. And these are very specific projects that demonstrate that private capital in Ukraine is able to provide investments and support possibilities. Speaking about networks, since 2022 we have not standing still. We continue projects on smart networks, and this particular project aimed that these trends that are developing on VDE, on transforming the consumption, would be ready to these trends. And this demonstrates how many clients are joining our networks in regions, both consumers and big generating resumable energy source-based companies. Not referring to figures that the tech company owned by Rinat Akhmetov invested more than 1.2 billion of euros in Ukrainian energy. I think that's quite a significant indicator, an example that during the war you can and you should invest, create and think about future. Thank you. Natalia, I will probably ask you about the perspective of private gas extraction and overuse the access to information, and how do you think how your integration may impact this market and also the Ukrainian-American raw material agreement. I was listening to Vitaly on how Ukrenergo modulates or models the consumption and the development of energy systems for 10-year perspective. I'm a consumer of this product for more than 10 years. That's sort of my Bible, and I'm sure no one knows better than they. And looking at this map, every private business of a different capacity, depending on the readiness to the investment and the period of investment, can find its place for the nearest 10 years. Speaking about the gas extraction, I'm sure that the potential of Ukraine is enormous. And speaking about the access to the Black Sea, which is also another interesting resource in terms of gas extraction, every big or middle-sized company, every servicing company definitely can find a space for it in Ukraine for the nearest 10-15 years until gas would stay that fuel that we're going to use. I really would like to see more intensification of investments in gas extraction. I enormously respect all colleagues from a private business who all of these war years, despite all the difficulties and challenges available on the internal market as a result of Russian attacks, continue their investments and continue drilling and doing 3D seismic reuse and opening up new contracts. In fact, we do have international partners in servicing who are still with us here in Ukraine. It's our great luck, and that's a cool parameter that there are companies willing and ready to work in such environment. They are not out of the market. Different things happen, but there are international companies that are still on our market, stays with us, works with us, and invest with us, opening new mining facilities. Naftogaz, Ukrnafta continue invest as well, but we have to be pragmatic. And we have to be clear when we speak about us, every million hryvnia this year has to be analyzed whether this is to be invested in the development, in the drilling, in extraction, or should be spent for procuring imported gas to be burned in the heating system, or it's been directed to restore the lost equipment. And competition for every hryvnia is very painful, and every day every company has to decide where that particular hryvnia should go. Unfortunately, we have to cut our investing programs, and we take away the piece from our future, investing it in our nowadays and in our heating season. But nevertheless, I believe we have a tremendous potential. Our resilience is tremendous. Speaking about how difficult that is going to live another war winter, that is still achievement, and it's also enormous investments, including the private sector of many companies and businesses. And I'm really grateful for their efforts. So Ukrainian energy definitely has a future, definitely has tomorrow. It's not an easy one, because in the first year, we, the colleagues from financial sector, from international market, an interesting discussion which projects in Ukraine are still bankable, where you still can invest and be competitive with international projects. On the other hand, I do believe that our resource and our regional location in terms of European location from gas extraction, it is a unique one. So Ukraine can offer the whole circle of investments. You can extract gas and oil, you can transport those, you can process those. There is potentially access to the Black Sea, the seaports. We have a good connection with all European neighboring nations from European Union in this region. Strategically, for every partner, we can be an advantage in terms of placing themselves in the energy European region. We are integrating, we're playing the same rules as the European market. So technically, European market talks the same language to us, although we have to overcome those barriers on complete integration. So those who will join Ukraine today will be fully integrated to European Union tomorrow. So I do believe that we have perspectives in Ukraine, enormous ones. Obviously, Russians are very seriously impacting our nowadays and put the question mark on some strategic things. But nevertheless, the strategic partnership can be a game changer in many things, including the geopolitical discussion. So I suspect these projects are to be created now, not waiting for some favorable environment. Most of the projects had to be prepared the day before yesterday. Some of them are actually ready. Speaking about the Black Sea Seismica, and some Norwegian companies had developed. So we see where the places of interest are for us. Speaking about easier things, so Dolphin, for instance, that is closer to Odessa in Romania. Speaking about Dream Big, we have the Scythian space next to Crimea, and Axon was looking at that area some time ago before the Revolution of Dignity and was keen of doing some production sharing agreement there on Scythian area. So Ukraine is interesting, and many projects are sort of partially or completely ready. Speaking about the generating sector, that's what Vitaly said. Solar power, wind and batteries are getting cheaper. It's easier to enter. The period of return of investment is clear, and financial model operating in some markets is clear. So we see new projects emerging, and it's the great opportunity. Nevertheless, we have more complicated projects, and adhering to this model of growing private investments in this area, we have to create enormous maneuver capacities, the power generation, and these are complicating projects that require strategic partnerships. Those who would be brave enough to join the projects that would last 5-7 years, and in return of investment is longer. But those definitely change the role of partner in the region, and those are sort of bright demonstrational issues. Well, many answers were given. Well, definitely the winter is not going to be an easy one, and we still have no clarity how difficult that is going to be still. On the other hand, we do have potential, we have possibilities ahead of us, and it's easier to live if you have something to hope for in future, some positive things. So to conclude, a quick blitz. Is future going to be bright? And if we're going to stand, because of that, we would cope with that. What helps you to stand? So we can start in any order. Thank you, Vitaly. Well, definitely the future is going to be bright. We will have the light. I would like to thank our specialists who daily do their jobs. After the 20s attack, they still come and restore and do things happen. I would like to thank our European partners for constant support and for the trust that you have to us. First of all, to the trust, because not having that trust, we won't be able to cooperate and meet our objectives and provide lights in the houses. And thank you to all our people who understand that definitely there is no one to cut off their power supplies. We do our best to provide lights in the houses. Catherine?
The combination of Ukrainian resourcefulness and European Union support, I'm 100% sure that майбутнє is going to be bright.
Пані Аліна.
I would say that the future energy system I see as a decentralized, resilient, integrated into a global market, and I believe that it is possible due to American and European and Ukrainian partnerships, because we still have quite many projects in restoration and development areas. We need American capital, European capitals, and companies' engagements. That's critical for Ukrainian restoration and development. And the biggest value of Ukrainian energy company, that's definitely our people, energy technicians and specialists who demonstrate daily that our system is running not only because of technologies, but because of commitments and dedication and professionalism of our people who daily, despite of attacks, dark period of day, absence of communication, being deployed and do everything to provide power in the households. So I would like to thank all the energy specialists. No one but for us understands how much is done to make sure that the bulbs are running and industries working today. Thank you. I fully echo in the colleagues, and after every attack, the first question is how are the people? And we know the state and situation with every victim. We are constantly in touch with the families if those casualties had happened. So my most appreciation and thanks goes to people with whom we work, with whom we live every day in every heating system. One thing to add to what has been said by colleagues already, I would like to thank our militaries, because not having them, there is no point to discuss anything. And the best protection of our facility, that's air defense, and especially in frontline adjusted cities and towns, that's an enormous burden. Thank you for our militaries for holding the front. Because of them, Ukraine is and Ukraine will be. Armed forces is incredible. Thank you, dear panelists. Thank you, dear partners. We have another video. I do hope it's going to be a bit more optimistic with the one which we start like the entire panel of ours.
Знаєте, скільки б темрява не намагалась, світло тримається. Щоразу воно пробивається крізь вибиті вікна, гармидер із згарища, з-під землі і знову світить. Справжнє світло не загасити, бо воно тримається на справжніх людях, які щодня дарують радість, роблять дім домом, допомагають долати шлях, будувати, діяти. На сотнях компаній і мільйонах людей, які щодня поруч, рятують, доставляють, пригощають, лікують, турбуються і посміхаються. Світло тримається на усіх нас. Тому і майбутнє буде світлим.
Подякуємо нашим панелістам. Обговорення завершено.
Всім доброго дня.
Good afternoon to everybody. Glad to meet you on a panel discussion on leadership. If you don't know me, my name is Vasil Khmelnytsky. I'm the initiator of this forum. I used to represent a large business, but now I'm in the middle one. I'm helping small enterprises because, frankly speaking, we do not have enough entrepreneurs. We do not have enough business there. And small businesses today, if they are helped, they will become middle businesses and large businesses, and they are going to pay taxes and create jobs, thus helping the economy move forward. But this panel is devoted to leadership. Leaders are the people attaining their goals. And the main thing is that they create and make others follow them. I think in today's hall there are many leaders, and we need them. We need them here for them to understand deeply an economic development of Ukraine to ensure that the country prospers. Irrespective of what businesses you're engaged in, business as a principle is the same in every area. And today I invite an undisputed heavyweight champion of the world in boxing, Mr. Alexander Usyk.
I want to say thank you, Jesus Christ. I want to say thank you, Virgin Maria. I want to say thank you, my team and your family. Thank you so much.
Greetings. Good afternoon. There was a small mistake, not two-time heavyweight champion, but three-time heavyweight champion. Alexander, in today's world, I see that many people want to be successful very quickly. For instance, in businesses, crypto projects are opened of all sorts, and tomorrow morning you wake up to a fortune. But my experience as a businessman tells me that you need 5 or 10 years of intensive work and risks. You need to make mistakes and correct them to be successful. If I remember correctly, when I invited you to the forum last time, you told me a phrase which I remembered since. I'm preparing for my fights, and I'm in Kiev just 2 times a week for my family and for the church. If I have time, I will pay a visit, but if not, I'm sorry. So, in this respect, the question is, what path did you have to come to become an undisputed heavyweight champion? That's a very good question. Just yesterday I was in London, and today I'm here in the forum, and thanks God I had enough time to travel. Let me share with you a small detail. If you want to eat a tasty steak, you need to buy it. To cook it, you need coal, you need the heating, but if you're playing for the long haul, you need to feed cattle in order to prepare the steak. But if you're playing for the short term, you can buy a ready steak, have a good time, but not always you're going to have a good time tomorrow after eating it. When I was planning activities with my team, some people would not even believe that we would be able to conquer these sporting heights, like 2 or 3 time undisputed heavyweight championship. But we as a team have always worked for the long haul. We kept preparing ourselves and the team as a whole, and only that way we were able to get the result. Because if you're counting on something very quick, you're going to have an unsuccessful result. Well, if you want to have something quickly and comfortably, it's going to lead to collapse. So you need to build something carefully and thoughtfully. Of course, you're having many opportunities today to earn quick money, but, well, could you be more specific about it? Well, let's forget about boxing, let's talk about money. Today, a person who is well versed in crypto, you can bet money and earn from $10,000 to $100,000 in a week. The person can take those money, spend them, buy something, and keep doing it for some time. But this is playing for the short term. You can earn much more than you have. But if you are playing for the long term, you keep investing to have an armor to keep investing. And I keep repeating it to people, keep playing for the long term. Because without it, you can get injured. You keep winning, but what feeling do you have when you lose? Well, thanks God, I've not lost since 2009, but I treat failure respectfully. This is something that walks close by me. You do not have to forget it. Many people are afraid of making the first step because someone may say something to them. People are just afraid of it. That's all. Victory and defeat are like sisters. If you have difficulties, it does not mean that this is the end. You may grow in those difficulties if you analyze them. I had a sparring battle, I recorded them. My team prepared a video for me not to watch it for an hour and a half. They just make a recording, highlights of my mistakes. We keep watching those mistakes over and over again and decide how we can deal with a certain mistake tomorrow. For me to be able to outsmart my opponent, the same works in business. In order to make a certain job, there's always someone who keeps making obstacles. Yes, that's true. The next question, unequal fight. During your last fight, I was not content with the fight. Let me tell you why. Because I called 3 months before the fight. Alexander picked up the phone. He told me that he was preparing for the fight and told me to come to London. And it so happened that I was having an official trip with my son. We went to London, we bought expensive tickets, but there are 5 fights before Alexander, so I spent 4 hours there. I thought that I was gonna buy some Coca-Cola and continue watching my favorite boxer. There was a long queue, then I came back from a queue and he had already won. felt like a burglary. Well, couldn't you have won in 10th round or 11th round for me to enjoy my time? Well, of course it's a joke, and I saw his victory, and it was incredible, unbelievable. Half the stadium was Ukrainian. They were hoisting the flag and singing. That was incredible. It was impossible, but he did it. But talking about an unequal fight, I was watching on the internet that boxer was taller, he was heavier, his hands are longer, his reach is longer, and that he is going to win because he's younger. That resembles the situation our country finds itself in with Russia. You remember that embassies moved away because that's the second army in the world. No one helped us for 3 months. And then when they realized that the businesses, the armed forces and society have united in repelling the attack, they started helping us. You did the same. You go to the ring, your opponent is bigger, he is younger. What helps you? Your training or your will? But it's just pure luck out there. Just sheer luck. I was asking that question for so long. It's just sheer luck, I'm telling you. I'm such a lucky person. Well, perhaps that's because I left the hall when you fought. I can tell you that this is the result of years of work of analyzing your opponent. Selecting the right sparring partners who resemble your opponent. So, for instance, he boxed with 3 people, one of them is southpaw. I do not need to look at the orthodox boxers he trained with, right? So this is constant. We have 3 kicks, a jab, an uppercut, and a cross, and you can just combine these 3 punches, right? The team is very important. I have a superb team, I thank you. They select the sparring partners for me, they conduct analytics of my opponents, and of course this is my determination, my regime, my routine. When I wake up at 4 a.m., at 4:45 a.m., I do not want to wake up, but I keep telling myself that I have to do it because of discipline. Oh. Well, I do not have motivation. A motivated person is going around training for weeks, everything is fine. On Wednesday, he does not have motivation. What does he do? He keeps lamenting to himself in the mirror that he does not have motivation. He keeps asking himself why he does not have motivation. And that thing does not work for me. I have a routine. I know that I have to get up because my whole team gets up. When the training training camp starts, we know we are starting as one team. Of course, we always have some injuries, some troubles, or sparring partner cannot fight. All of those behind-the-scenes things are happening. But still, there is an awful lot of work that you do not see. And this is sheer determination. When I feel this is hard for me, I do not reveal it because my opponent is going to see it. So you have to prepare consistently, you have to have a strategy. If you don't have it, well, make it an impromptu thing, but if you improvise, make it a good improvisation to have a good result. Many years of work and the united team, that's a key to success. Do I get it right that motivation does not work? You have to have sheer will, and other things are just not working. Well, motivation works when you watch a cool film about a guy who is flexing his muscle and you say to yourself, I can do this too. Going back to reality, you have to get up at 6 a.m. running for 3 kilometers, jog, then you go home, load yourself with some vitamins, some food supplements, then you rest, then at 12 a.m. you get up for training, 2 hours of training, you have a massage, 2 hours of sleep, 6 hours in the evening, you keep training for 3 months like this. And this is the only way to have a result. But if I have a motivation on a Wednesday, this does not work, this is ridiculous. Well, can I get up not at 5 a.m. but at 6 a.m.? Well, it depends on you. I have been working on my team for many years. I have a physical trainer, I have a doctor who is examining my body, my blood, my bones, my psychological conditioning. So all of these people are getting me ready for training. And now I'm getting up at not at 4:45, but at 5:45. And that's an additional hour of sleep that gives me so much power. And it does not give you motivation, but you understand that you can sleep for 1 hour more. So biologically speaking, we have revealed that my body treats training better when I get up at 5:45. So my team told me that it's better to start at 6 a.m., not at 5. I have a proposal. Can we support Usyk's team here? Give them a round of applause. The next question is very interesting to myself. Well, comparison to me, you're a young person, but in sports you have a certain age beyond which you can hardly proceed. What is your opinion? Who would you like to be? Or, for instance, I can build a school or a university with people like you, helping children to start businesses, to become leaders. Maybe you'd like to go to politics or become a mayor, because this position is reserved for boxers in Ukraine, right? So what are your plans? Mr. Klitschko, it's all right, I'm not going to become a mayor, I swear. Today, I have some business initiatives ready to fight company. We have an entire ecosystem there. Let me start with sports, right? What we are doing. But this is not related to sports only, to businesses too, because professional sports is 50% is about businesses and 50% about sports. But if you are not doing your work good in sports, your business is going to lose. So you have to maintain that balance. In this company, what we're doing, if we are promoting an athlete, we can be promoters, we can have advocacy activities, managerial activities, we can find him a coach, a doctor. Besides, we can produce sports equipment, garments. We have some construction activities too in this respect. In some spaces where the weather conditions are fine, we are also having a glass factory. So some bonds, equities to exclusive cars, executive style. So I've been interested in business more than I was 5 years ago lately, because if I earn money, they have to work. I'm not just spending those money on luxurious things like diamonds, gold, and things like this. I'm not that kind of a person. I do not like to be exuberant. I know that this platform is helping businesses to develop, looking for opportunities. Could you please tell me in terms of how sports skills can help you in business? Well, it's persistence and love for what you're doing. You definitely need this. One of the things in my life which I realized a long time ago is that if you're just a cunning man, you're always life will always throw stones at you. If you're a businessman, you have to be just fair to yourself and to the people working with you. But if you are that cunning, smart person, you are going to experience difficulties at the most unfortunate moment. But when someone is outsmarting you in a cunning way, you have to look back and realize, why is that happening? Is it for the bad things that you did before or not? As I used to say, there's God, there's power. But people treat this differently. Some people believe in it or not, but you have to understand that life is created in a certain way. A universe works in a certain way by God. Someone feels power from nature or from God. Thank God for this power, but you have to realize this. There's certain order of things, and if you violate this order of things, this lining, the silver lining in the world, and if you do evil things, it will come back at you, definitely. At the moment where you least expect it, and then you will have anyone to blame. What you don't have is your result, and what you do have is your result too.
Well, that's great. You are joining business. Do you feel that you are the brand? Alexander Usyk, the brand. Do you know how much your brand costs? Well, I think my team has exact figures, but to my understanding, we develop the brand, Usyk brand, as a professional sportsman, as athlete, and we sell ourselves, and we try to get the best contracts, best fights, something that is going to be beneficial and good for us. It works. But you have to work on that for many years. I devoted more than 20 years to sport, and just now I can get some revenge, so we have to keep it going, work on that. The team is critical. I was working on creating my team for many years. Some of my crew stayed with me since the very early young years, been trained. Now they educate others, and 3-4 years they become sort of lions, the professionals, and that's critical. The other critical thing, I work and you work. It is not going to be that I did not do anything because it was difficult, or I failed because of whatever reasons. Whatever reasons is your problem. The task being given, make it happen. If you can't make it happen, find the people, do it together, but it may take the efforts of 3 or 4 or 5 to be done. It's like about talents that God allocated to people. The Bible says that God gave 3 talents to people. That's an opportunity. Someone got 3, others 5, and the third one got 1. The one with 5 talents comes back and said, God, you gave me 5 talents and there is 5 more. I would like to give it back to you. No, keep it. Someone with 3 talents got 6 and keep it. And the one who got 1 said, you gave me 1, I dig it in the ground and I return it to you, and I will take that away from you, because Matthew says, everyone been given, but the one who works will multiply it, and then the one who is not working will lose it. By the way, we have a small video about the company founded by Alexander. Might be of interest. Let's have a look if we can put it on the screen.
Боксерська екосистема створена абсолютним чемпіоном світу Олександром Усиком. Ми об'єднуємо фанів, професіоналів, федерації, спонсорів та бізнес. Надаємо інструменти для розвитку кар'єри, професійну боксерську аналітику, пропонуємо фінансові рішення. Тут є все, що потрібно справжньому фанату боксу. RT-Buy Marketplace, який стане майбутнім спортивного онлайн-шопінгу. Бренд одягу Ready to Fight. Стильний одяг, виготовлений в Україні, який ми прагнемо розвити до світових масштабів. Високоякісні БАДи та вітамінні комплекси Ready to Boost, які незабаром будуть доступні кожному українцю. А також наша команда працює над креативними продуктами з напрямку FMCG, які будуть широко представлені в українських та світових рітейл-мережах. Ми пишаємось створювати український продукт, що звучить у світі. artifight.com.
До речі, мені дуже
I do like that it is made in Ukraine. That is very important, I would say. There is no mic. Can't hear the comment. We will sell it at the very end. Look, recently I've attended a very incredible forum, so some positive news. The owner of the company that produces sportswear and said United States advised us gradually leave China. We do leave China, but we move into different states. We can't get back to the US because it's too expensive, big salaries required, so we will seek opportunities to make it cheaper. So here we are Ukraine, we are capable, we have a super location, we can produce any type of dress and sell it to Europe or worldwide. So I do believe that Ukraine, following China, may have a future in the wear industry. My other question, do you have a question? Yes, 4 kids. How do you breed them up? Well, I tend to breed myself first. You are not at home, you are constantly on competitions. Well, I just love them. I think that educating kids and breeding kids, there are many ways how to make kids sort of adult in so many years. I keep an eye on that. I recall my father told me, my mom told me, and now I have kids, and I tell them something similarly, or do I do in the same way? No, I do in my way, or I tell something in my way. Something that my father taught me, I keep doing that with my sons, not with daughters. And I observe them, I listen to them, I want to hear what they want and help them in it. Until 14-15 years, probably you have to force them slightly to do such and such, because when child says give him a choice, they will choose do nothing, because the brain, the gray mass, is something that will in just pleasure and do nothing. So it was forcing them slightly. Tell it to my wife, please, that we have to force. Moms see the world in a different way. Definitely, especially if this is the boys, that goes without saying. Now, in 2025, we do know a lot, but whether that's correct or incorrect, we don't know, but we do know a lot. So in terms of my kids, that's very simple. I help them. I have to upbring my kids in a way when they reach their 18, 21 years old, so they could live without me, without my support. I can be present, I can help but at least they would have something and be able to do something. They have to be occupied. They have to be busy with languages, training, school education, traveling. Someone would say, we can't travel abroad. That's a bullshit. You can't travel abroad, but you can travel all over Ukraine. We have a number of cool places and sites, mountains, plains, villages. Just attend location with a river. I just unfold kids so they can see that you are interested in something. I take them to my sports exercises, drink, talk. I observe them, I listen what they talk between themselves, what makes them interesting. So my youngest daughter, she just wants to be present. Someone would stay next to her. She doesn't really care whether she's 1.8, 1 year and 8 months. How do you manage to do so with your competitions? You know, when I am not in, my kids arrived very close. 2 in January and 2 in February. How come? Because that's in between competitions, between the seasons. Many sportsmen who do the professional sports, football, basketball, that's the in-between seasons, that's a break period. What would you do? We do kids. So that's what we were doing with my wife. Very critical to educate yourself. Kids will not listen to you. They would watch you. It's not a good example, but still an example. We walk along the street with boys and a man like that. But he does the same that what his father done. So why not spit on the road? We come home, we take a book and read. Are they going to read? No, but they would watch you. So I pray in the morning, I bow, my youngest come, thank you, bow, run away. They just will watch you. They will watch you communicating with his mom. How do you interact with other people? How do you interact with people who support you? You may have an assistant at home. Same to be done. Hi, Nicholas, have a good day. Very politely. That would be the same way they would treat others. So that's a vicious circle. Like you, they would be. Like father, like a son. You have to listen to them, you have to love them, you have to treat them nicely. That's the emotion. They would remember that. I do remember up till now when we were walking with my father in the park and were shooting together. And my father is not with us anymore, but they will remember that. And you have to force them to a certain extent, and then they will do the same. And I'm telling them, 10 more years with me and you're out. So take your time, educate yourself. I'm buying them a book. If I can't tell that situation, I bought them 2 books, My First Million and My Investments. That is something worth to be read to kids if they would be financially aware. We're not trained to be financially aware, but there is a labor class. You can do a chair, but you can't calculate money. Why won't we teach this financial awareness to kids? Well, that's not my area of responsibility. So my youngest won competition, got a 3rd place. He collects money for electric bicycle. He got some amount of money. When they came to Kiev, we were doing some charity evening to support kids, orphans. He brought his money that he collected, something about 2,000 euros. So he collected this money from dad, from grandpa, from someone else. And he earned a prize. He got a prize with 100 or 200 euros as the prize in a competition. He gave that money to the charity. That for me, wow, an eye-opening. My kind child, I understand that he made a very good contribution to the universe, to the kindness. I will get him his bicycle, but we need to take a pause. Some other good thing is needed. But if you're going to pay to your child for doing good things, that would be accepted. I'm not paying to my kids for good schooling. I'm not paying for the sake of him being my son. He needs some pocket money, fine. Well, bicycle, great thing, good for legs. And he said, well, I have money. And I said, what happened to your old bicycle? How about we sell that out, add some money? Yeah, I've read that in a book. So that system, something I would like to exercise, but I need to sell it first, and I will help you. So 12-year-old child is aware, but he knows that I do have money, but that's my money. I'm your son. You get everything you need to enjoy your childhood, but you don't need an extra bicycle. Sell this one, get a better one. It works in such a way. But maybe he can sell a bat to his brother. A brother. Here we need to tick a box. The box that the child has that talent to work. You just need to exploit that in the right way. Because what we, adults, you'll find out later. You'll grow up, he will ask someone else who is not going to explain them. Answer their questions, talk to them, help them, listen to them what they tell you. When they say, Dad, I want to ask you, later he will not ask again. Or you may say, let's keep your question to our car. I'm in a rush to office, but that's your son, and in 10 years you may not see him anymore. And he would leave through the door. So talk to your children and love your children. So I'm educating myself. Am I correct in understanding that you lead by example? 100%. You can't have the horse burned by camel. Agree, don't push the horse. Ukrainians would understand. For our English-speaking audience, it's not about the horses. It's don't be rush. Don't rush the horses. Well, my next question. I am in business for 35 years. Obviously, my father was a coal miner and my mom worked in a factory, and probably I am a businessman in a first generation. It was not an easy to start from scratch. I've done many mistakes like each and everyone, those who started 20, 30, 40 years ago. And obviously some mistakes were corrected, some mistakes impossible to correct, but the world changes. The era of internet, whatever you do today, definitely there are people who are dissatisfied with your actions. You've been hated, criticized. Obviously these people live in the past, but it does exist. So, on your opinion, is there anything to be done? Don't pay attention, or to counter that with this novelty trend? Well, probably you have to beat a couple haters in Khreshchatyk. Switch off the cameras, please. No, you probably have to convince. Well, it's a great question. It was even before the internet. It's probably Granny Natasha was the biggest hater. All great, Natasha, all fine. However, now with internet it's been seen even more. If you do work hard, you are a polite, educated individual, you have school, university, you have a job, would you hate or would you comment your neighbor who is a lazy bones? You won't even pay attention to him. You have other things to do. Well, Petya is minding his own business, I'm off. So treat the critique as some medication, but if you are criticized by someone who waits a bit more or who achieved more, maybe that critique is sort of well deserved. It's obviously subjective, but if
you are criticized by an empty avatar that you are not that as expected, don't pay attention. The universe works in such a way. The more hate you face, the more sort of recognition you deserve in the universe. But if in return you will start hating, it means you are the same. You are two bugs who can't share a piece of round shit, pulling and pushing it all over. Does it really matter? Not that I've paid attention to that, but it was unclear to me. How come? Why you say that if you don't even know me? You're not doing boxing or something other. You don't know that. Why would you criticize me? And then I understood they don't care. They put their negativism on everyone. It's just style of life. They have to chat, they have to name someone. They don't really care. So critique is great because that critique may demonstrate to you something that you could recognize and do something incredible. You put things in internet, 1 + 9 = 12. How many teachers will correct you, right? Right. Well, there is something that you don't know. You put that and you return the correct answer. 3, 4, 5 options. Good for you. So try and use it for your benefits in terms of psychology when someone tells something bad. It's not addressed to you, that goes to yourself because you talk that through and that negative stays with you. Said such and such word and then you thought something. Two options are there. Whether to judge or whether to understand and try to see why that had happened. I've read a story. A daughter comes to mom and says, I want to ask you a question. You lived more than 50 years with my dad. What's the secret? Daughter, just one situation to reveal. Some 30 years we've spent together. He comes home a bit excited. I asked him to do something he did not do. I also got agitated. So the first option, we start arguing who did what, who did not do what, and we end up in conflict. We call each other in the bad words. We get even more from each other. The other option, he comes excited. Wife checks that he is agitated. Something tasty to cook, to treat him nicely, a glass of red wine, let's have a dinner, honey, gave him a cook, gave him a kiss, and then asks what happened. And he said, you know, remember Mykola, 30 years together from a childhood, I was told that I have to fire him, and he is a lead manager and Mykola is his sort of junior manager. And what did you do? I fired myself and got a different job because I have that opportunity, but I was not willing to do so. So the essence is he came with such wound, itching pain that he had to fire his friend, and he absorbed that punch, and she treated him nicely and demonstrated her love. And that's great, that's family support, that's the wings behind your back. So the essence is always there are several options: to judge, to condemn, or to understand. Like that. Don't pay attention. Don't pay attention to haters, to critique. They cannot do that, but probably they would like to, but you can and you wish. And they try to restrain you from doing. Really? You never will get to my level. You never would become a champion of the world. And you know, that's it. So what? What was he trying to persuade you at? So am I correct that a constructive critique is positive? Sure. A negative critique from someone who does nothing, just disregard, don't pay attention to that. So if Kostya Yefimenko criticizes, I saw the first panel, I did enjoy that very constructively, very brightly, worth listening to. Well, in my team, I have a number of people working hard, and we help each other. And if the mission been allocated, so it's like a beehive, why we call it Ready to 5 RTF, like a bee cell, because we work together to met the result. They have to produce honey, they have to preserve it, so it's all about the result. There is nothing that someone goes to the corner and, you do the job and I'll just stay and chill here. No, all together to the same goal. They are not criticized, and if they are criticized by a fly, but this fly sits on the shit, but bee knows where the rose is, where the good flowers are, and bees do not pay attention to flies, but we definitely know, and bee know, and the fly know what they know. Don't pay attention. It was there, it's still here, and it will be. Keep working. We have not much time left, so we are speaking about leadership. There are definitely many leaders in the room. What are the principles that you would highlight? I may comment from the business standpoint, and you may comment from the sport standpoint, whether they coincide, so I will start first if you don't object. I think that one of the key things is the confidence. I saw many people, smart people, responsible, but they are not confident. If you are not confident, you can't be a leader. I agree with you. Definitely confidence is a thing to go. Some people are afraid to ask questions, and I saw cases when people come and ask for a photo with me and their hands are shaking. The others are wanting, but they are really hesitant. So lack of confidence prevent them from getting the result. Well, I'm sorry, my hand is shaking. Who knows, maybe after a boxing match I'm very decisiveness is critical. To wake up before 10. What does it mean? If you're in knockdown, you will get a count till 10. And you have to stand up on 8, 9, 10. You're asked, you're okay? Yes.
Right and from left, okay, box.
If you do not stand up, you lose. I thought it's 10 a.m. Wow, what a long sleep. So I'm almost a leader because I awake before 10. My next is action. Many smart people reading books, preparing plans, but waiting for a better times and do nothing. I know many people of this sort. Action today. Yes, we do mistakes, we correct mistakes, but no leaders without actions. I agree again. God expects us to do the first step, then He will help, give you the right people, but you have to make a decision. I will do it, I will build it, I will box, I will wear it, just like that. Not we'll see, we'll come and we'll see. We will not get there. We will have not opportunity to see. So I will do it here and now. Would it be difficult? Yes. And your principle next? I was going to say motivation. No. Discipline. Discipline. Discipline beats the professionalism. You can be very talented, you can be successful in things, but you jumped twice, oh wow, you're in a good shape. There are people who are biologically fit, and after a week of exercise, the heart goes on. Discipline is critical. My third, persistence. You know, I produce business plans, strategies, but people do not believe, or people overconfident. Then we start working, do mistakes, commit mistakes. People make laugh of me, make fun of me, but step by step, I do mistakes, I correct mistakes, and earlier or later, I meet my goal, and then people come and say, "Oh, Vasil, we believed in you, we thought that you will fail." So without persistence, no leadership may happen. You agree? You see, we are just a single team here. Decision making, you said persistence. I love to what you do, and to the world in general. You awake in the morning, great. You can walk, fabulous. You can eat, tremendous. That's the gratitude. Gratitude and love to what you have and what you do. Good. My next. Learn through your life. You know, I love learning. Before my team, we saw unit cities, industrial parks. That's the new trends worldwide. We just look at them and implement here in Ukraine. That's my favorite. So learning, it's not the relaxation. I'll take a book and read. That's the hard work. You can be in the past or you can be in the future. Because I don't like that a bit of relaxation. We don't know the future. We make our future today, right now and here. And the more the work, the smarter we are, the better our future is going to be. Character, the fighter's character, not only in the sport, but in life, that's critical. When you have a character that works hard, that searches, don't give up, being punched, being taken away, but it keeps working. Sometimes you fail once and that's it, you give up. Till the very end, you have to fight. That does matter. Character rules. And my final, maybe it's a bit of pragmatic, but care about yourself. Be successful, be rich, take a break, stay strong. If you're strong, you can help others, nation and other people. Yes, your emotional state, your inner state, your physical and moral state is critical. If you don't have a physical capacity to work, you already start thinking that I'm weak, I can't. If you are burnt out or exhausted, this fatigue, maybe I would reveal a truth to anyone, but that's a psychological bollocks being invented to make money. Look, all these childish traumas, bollocks. Mom been blamed or dad been blamed. You blame yourself. Our kids came to this world not to please us, but through us and because of us. And the same would happen with their kids, and it will keep going, this continuity. But if you dig in here that your mom did something to you, I was wearing what my mom told me because I was living in a village with no heating in the outskirts, minus 30 degrees, absolutely fine. I'm telling you, this underwear that my mom gave me, and it's good for you, warm for you, and what is critical, to keep it, to maintain it. Eat. If you are him, to keep him safe or keep her safe, or you dislike your childish underwears, all this psychological bollocks being made just to give their money to this informational gypsy. So that's the way it happens. Mom's fault, anyone else's fault. Viktor Franklin, you know who is that? If you don't know, on my view, that's someone who bred his character even before he got to the death camp. So he survived 2 death camps, and he said the first gave up, who thought that it's going to be over soon. The second who gave up, who thought that that is never going to happen. Survived only those who focused on their jobs, daily routine. He had 2 or 3 mates who stayed alive, following the same route, and he asked him, "What do you want?" And he said, "I want to see my grandchildren. So they hold me in this world. Keep tight, dream about your grandchildren, imagine they learn languages or play music." And the second one said, "I have poems. I'm a poet. I would like them to be published. So dream about your publications and the world will know about you. So stick to something that holds your hand above. Your job, your training, your family. Just your silence." Burning out when you allow yourself to do so, when you're exhausted and you don't have other ways to refill your batteries. But family is your battery. Your close environment, that's your reserve. People who believe in you, that's your reserve. But the biggest reserve, that the light given by the God, you allow yourself to stay weak. That's it. Don't go to psychologists. Great, thank you. We have almost no time left, but Alexander gave us a gift and supporting the Saborna Ukraine charity, supporting the kids of our defeated heroes. That's very important to us, and Alexander will sign one of the gloves with his name, and we're going to put that in auction, and the winner will get such a special glove from the absolute champion. There is also the hat and the t-shirt. That goes to me. Deal. So glove only. I'm joking, so we have a t-shirt and the cup. Those who would like to participate, so the first lot, 200,000 hryvnia. All the money to go to the charity fund to support the kids of defeated heroes. Volunteers, 200 hryvnias, one. I'm not going to put the name, so the winner's name to be written in it. 201. Not to waste time, I will add 100,000 step. 200,000. 300. Anyone else? 400. 500. Any more volunteers to get a champion's glove? 600. I see the 600. 700. 800. Anyone else? I'd like to get, because the next panel is the tax panel, and I would like to come with this glove to that panel. So 800 once, twice, 900, 900, million. Million is a great price. Sergey, I know you have money. Go, go. Million and one. 1 and 1 once. 1 and 1 twice. 1 and 1, 3 million. Sergey, thank you for the support of the charity fund. Sergey, just a second. We'll finish and you'll get here. I would ask Alexander to say some words of wisdom to the leaders sitting here in this room. Those who did not escape Ukraine, they are with us, they produce products, they pay taxes, they make jobs and keep the jobs running. That's critical for economy. So, words of wisdom, your wish. Well, I wish you the love and light, lots of money, and the internal beauty. In my understanding, the leader is someone who leads, but not the someone who forces. So you have to be ahead, and people will follow your example, but not when you sit and tell and force things to happen. Not a leadership for me. So lead by example. Thank you. Thank you. Sergey, signature for you. So I can do a piece of art for that money. A picture will cost a separate money, a different money. 1,000,001, that's one thing.
It'll be the most exciting panel of this afternoon. Why? Because we're talking about the future, and we're talking about Ukraine's battle for the future in this new world order. And here we are this afternoon at the KIEF International Economic Forum. A big thank you for the organizers for bringing us all together. I think it is quite phenomenal, and we see that so many of our colleagues, the business community across the world, are looking how a country continues to operate and how business continues to operate during a full-scale war. So it's so good to see so many companies here that are continuing to do business. And are supporting the country, supporting the economy. And I think today really it's about also sharing best practice, because we have so many of our American chambers of commerce from across Europe that are trying to understand how businesses continue to work during a war. Our colleagues in Taiwan, in Taipei, I was in Taipei in March, are also learning. So I think who better to tell us about the future, Ukraine's battle for a future in this the future in this new world, this order. So we have joining us from across the Atlantic. Good morning, George Friedman, founder and chairman of Geopolitical Futures. George is one of the world's leading geopolitical strategists and analysts on international affairs. And he has founded Geopolitical Futures as an online publication that forecasts global trends through geopolitical and economic analysis. So George, welcome. We have here arrived from across the Atlantic, Mason Clark, National Security Fellow at the ISW, the Institute of the Study of War. Mason is a leading analyst on Russian military capabilities and strategy. He joined ISW in 2018 and has led the organization's Russia team from 20 to 23, designing and overseeing ISW's coverage of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. I think the ISW coverage is something we follow very, very closely, so we're delighted to have Mason here in Kyiv. We have Yehor Chorniev, a Member of Parliament of Ukraine, Deputy Chairman of the Committee on National Security, Defense and Intelligence, and Chairman of the Permanent Delegation of Ukraine to the NATO Parliamentary Assembly. And Yehor is a Ukrainian legislator focused on defense reform, NATO integration, and cybersecurity, and he plays a key role in aligning Ukraine's defense policy with NATO standards and advancing cooperation with allied parliaments. And we have Ambassador Vadim Pristayko. Vadim has served as Ukraine ambassador to the United Kingdom from 2023 and previously served as Ukraine's Minister for Foreign Affairs, a career diplomat who's played a key role in advancing Ukraine's Euro-Atlantic aspirations, coordinating NATO and strengthening UK strategic cooperation, including security and defense partnerships. So I think maybe to kick us off, I don't know, George, I hope you can hear us, I hope you can see us. George, I mean, kick us off in terms of this helicopter view, or maybe, as we say nowadays, a drone view on the where you see Ukraine, where you see Ukraine's in this battle for the future. I know we've had discussions with you already. I think some of your remarks will be very interesting to hear here on the ground in Kyiv. But I mean, do kick us off how you, in your experience, see Ukraine and where you see the future of Ukraine in this new world disorder. So George, take it from here.
Thank you. First, I would like to thank Ukrainian citizens for their heroic defense and the superb performance they have put on. It is a defense of the world and the West as well, and therefore of me and my family. Thank you very much. and I mourn for your dead. In doing an analysis of this sort, it is absolutely essential to understand your enemy. You cannot understand him if you hate him, if you demonize him. The hardest thing in analysis is to take the position of some nation you fear, some leader you loathe. When we take a look at the Russian position, they are at a terrible geopolitical position. For years, they had a buffer zone to the west that protected them to some extent, but not from Hitler, not from Napoleon. And after the Cold War, they were in a superb position for really the first time. A very secure Western buffer that protected them against NATO. You would say, why did he need protection in NATO? Because for the Russians, they had been betrayed several times, the last time by Hitler, whom he made a treaty with, and he has a rational view. Intentions can change, power is real. So it was possible to predict the Ukraine war, and I apologize for having done that. Long before, it was necessary for the Russians, an imperative for their national security to retain their Western buffer. And the first nation they had to deal with, and would deal with, I thought, was Ukraine. Because Ukraine's border is about 300 miles as the crow flies from Moscow. And the historical terror of Russia is that sort of attack. And while we know that NATO would never do that, could never do that, the Russians always play the worst possible scenario. So we have to understand the deep Russian fear that created Putin. During the transition between Brezhnev and Putin, there were a series of reasonable, decent men who did not understand the geopolitical necessities of Russia. Putin came to power based on that. He took his power in the face of the Yugoslav war, and he regarded the West as inherently offensive. In the end, they would use the loss of the buffer to threaten Russia. And so he had to create that buffer zone again. The problem with him was that he did not understand either how weak the Russian army is, nor how strong the Ukrainian defense would be. From the first day of the war, it was clear that he had a World War II sense of warfare. 3 different thrusts, not supporting each other, designing to create havoc inside of Ukraine, did not anticipate the ability to defend, failed in the attack on Kiev, and so on. The problem now is that from a political standpoint inside of Russia, Putin cannot end the war on these terms. The price of the reality of the war, the price he paid for this was enormous, both in his place in the world, in his internal economics, as a relationship with countries with which he had to have had a better one in order to develop it. For him now to capitulate at any end of the war which ends without regaining the West is a very difficult thing to do. From a geopolitical point of view, this war should go on. From a political point of view, the question is how long does the Russian public tolerate this? The Ukrainians have no choice but to continue the war. And the West has no choice but to support Ukraine because they also need a buffer between Russia and Europe. And the United States needs that as well. So when we look at the situation that exists at this moment, we have a massive Russian military failure. They've hardly penetrated. We also have a Russia that is now learning the nature of war in this era. It's not World War II. A Russia that has now recruiting people from all over the world as mercenaries because their military is not capable of metabolizing all the youth of Russia. So when I look at the situation, at great cost and great heroism, Ukraine has created a fundamental crisis inside of Russia that is hidden by the idea that Putin himself is like the Tsars, like the chairmen of the Communist Party, invincible. And to a great extent he is. He is manipulated. But we've seen in Moldova a very interesting thing. We have always been talking about hybrid warfare by the Russians. And hybrid warfare means subterfuge, undermining, warfare, psychological warfare, and all these things. And there was, for a few weeks before the Moldovan elections, a terror that the Russians were using this effectively in Moldova. Well, we saw what happened in Moldova. The fear was not valid. The most important thing is not to overestimate the Russians. The Russians have failed consistently in this war, causing massive heartbreak inside of Ukraine. But their ability to end this war, which I think at the beginning would appear to be a matter of months at most, demonstrates a fundamental weakness of the Russians. The weakness is in their military force, which is not evolved, is now evolving into a contemporary force, not following World War II models. But more important than that, it has a political crisis within it, which we do not see, because the world around Putin is mysterious and unknowable. But what is most important is that they are desperately trying to do something that's quite rational, rebuild their buffer. Historically, it should have been an easy task. It became an undoable task. And they're trying all sorts of things to try to remove support for Ukraine without doing the one thing that the West must have, accepting the borders they had before and retreating. So there's a paradox. They cannot give the West what they need for a war. They cannot win this war. They can only prolong it eternally. What happens inside of Russia, I think, is the most important question now. Because certainly the Russians are not fools. The Russian people are not idiots. And at the same time, the people who are around Putin are not fools. Putin is fighting for his political life and perhaps his own life, having made a massive mistake in what he did, based not on the irrationality of the action, but not understanding the weakness of the Russian military and the strength of the Ukrainians, and the willingness of the Europeans and the Americans to get at distance involved. So, to me, the war's question right now is not military, although the fighting goes on and it's tragic. It is a question of what happens inside of Russia, which is a very difficult thing to understand, because there is no Politburo, and it's very hard to see what the politics are like. You in Ukraine may have a better sense of it, but the point is that I was amazed at how badly the Russians fought, how poorly they thought out this war, and how they never really restructured. It was a very strange thing. On the other hand, the inability to take Ukraine tells us more about Russian weakness than about Russian power. So we must now build our strategies, as the Ukrainians at great price have taught us, not to overestimate what Russia can do, to take Russia as a serious power with a weaker army than we thought, and also very little imagination. So the most important thing at this point is to put ourselves in Russia's place, see how the failure looks from that point of view, and manipulate that, use that as our weapon inside of Russia. The attack Ukraine made, the superb attack with the intelligence forces, had to have shaken the Russian public by the core. So How this war ends really depends in part on what Putin thinks, how long it takes for the Russians to understand their failure, and so on. I think we are at that point now. When you're recruiting people from the Congo to come to serve in the Russian army, you've reached a pretty serious point. So I congratulate the Ukrainians. I'm sorry I'm not there. In a way, I'm happy I'm not there. I'm not a brave man. But you are. So you have demonstrated for history something very important, something that was thought of many times in the United States. What if the Russians aren't as powerful as we think they are? Well, you had to pay the price for learning that, and I thank you for that.
Thank you, Dr. Friedman, for those quite inspiring remarks, I think, highlighting the bravery of the people here and the fact that the analysts in February 2022, when they said Kiev would fall within 3 days, here we are, the 4th year of this full-scale war, and Kiev stands and Ukraine stands and business stands united with Ukraine. So, but I want to bring in Mason. Mason, your job is to study war. That's what. I mean, how much longer do you plan to study the war in Ukraine? And how do you think? How much longer are you going to study it, and when and how do you think it will end?
Well, thank you. Well, we don't intend to stop producing our daily updates anytime soon. We've done them since February 19th, 2022, and we've covered every day in between except for, I believe, Christmas and New Year's Eve. And we have no plans to stop producing the updates 7 days a week as long as the war is important, and it is going to continue to be important until Ukraine is able to defeat the Russian military. And even beyond, we're going, of course, to continue to study the Russian threat. In terms of the general prospects of the war, I think we are not necessarily at a stalemate, which is a word that gets thrown around a lot in American discussions. Both sides have fully optimized themselves to fight the current position of war that we are seeing in Ukraine. The Russian military, after a period of frankly losing its status as a adaptive organization in 2022 and 2023, has regained a lot of those attributes. They have done, unfortunately, a very good job of reworking a lot of their command structures and tactics in order to fight this slow grinding advance, which is premised on the idea that one, Ukraine will not be able to launch counteroffensives to retake occupied territory, and two, European and American support for Ukraine will eventually die away. If one or both of those can be challenged by either Ukrainian forces planning and conducting well-designed limited counteroffensives, or, as we are seeing some elements of, if Europe is able to continue to ramp up its support for Ukraine and invest more in targeted bilateral agreements, then we might be able to see a challenge to Putin's theory of victory. And the Russian military is not going to be able to replace its losses indefinitely, which again is an idea that seems very foreign to a lot of NATO planners and American military planners. So I think what we're going to see is certainly a continuation of the war and active Russian offensive operations into at least mid-2026. Past that point, I think we're going to have to reassess the capability of the Russian military to sustain its current method of war fighting. And I do think that a possible scenario that is not being discussed enough in the US at least is not any sort of actual ceasefire, no Minsk III or anything like that, but rather just a gradual slowdown in Russian military offensive operations, but still an active front line, unfortunately for the indefinite future, pending further Ukrainian efforts to be able to launch counteroffensives or any other major changes in the situation on the front line.
Super. So I think if we go now to Yehor, I mean, Yehor, you have quite a historic role. I mean, being a member of parliament and more importantly on the Committee of National Security, Defense and Intelligence and the chairman of the permanent delegation of Ukraine to NATO during a full-scale war. And today, I mean, tomorrow is quite a historic day also. President Zelensky is in Washington, meeting with President Trump, asking for support, asking for tomahawks. What is it that Ukraine really needs now from the West, from President Trump, and what are the likelihood of getting that? and what do you think will happen next?
Well, thanks God that President Trump transfer his attention from just diplomacy to the support of Ukraine on the military level, because you remember that President Trump said that he will stop this war in 24 hours because he knows how to talk with Putin, and it will be enough. Now he finally understands that Putin understands only the language of power. Language of power, it's more weapon for Ukraine. It doesn't matter, should it be supplemental as a donation for Ukraine, or it's Pearl program when European countries will buy this weapon for Ukraine. We need this weapon here. Long-range missiles can be a factor that can deter Russians, but I cannot say that it will become a game changer. For present days, it's not enough. Just have this Tomahawk. It's also a question how many Tomahawks we will have, if we will have them. And you know, this is a good shift from the perspective of this war in the West, in the US. We have to rely on ourselves, first of all, and we have to rely on our European partners, because we now, without the nations as a military support from the US. And I just came from from the session of Parliamentary Assembly, and we had bilaterals with our European partners, and we asked to finance for the next year program Pearl, to finance our internal production, because we produce a big range of different weapons, from interceptors and drones to artillery systems and artillery shells. And we, for now, use 40% of our own weapon on the battlefield. Our goal for the 2026 is 50% of our weapon that should be used on the battlefield, on the front line. So I think these several phone calls and meetings for the last days, it's a good signal of the shifting of the position of President Trump about the war, and it gives us some hope that peace through strength, as a formula of President Trump, really will work in these circumstances.
But are you optimistic that President Zelensky will return here to Kiev with the Tomahawks?
I hope so. Probably not only with the Tomahawks, because the US has a lot of different weapons that we need. And I'm talking not about air defense systems, but also about different types of long-range missiles that they have. It's not only Tomahawks, but another one that we already discussed with them, and I hope that good news will come soon.
Excellent. I'd like to bring in Vadim Prystaiko, who served as Minister of Foreign Affairs with President Zelensky, and most recently was Ukraine's ambassador to London, to the United Kingdom. Vadim, I mean, you probably better than anyone sort of understand NATO and working how Ukraine is been getting its voice across to NATO. I mean, where do we go from here in terms of the future, Ukraine and NATO, with this new world disorder, with President Trump's view on Ukraine and on NATO? What happens next? Where do we go from here?
Thank you. Now we establish who is responsible of that war is continuing the ISW. We can talk about something, how we finish it up. And the idea of us becoming a member of something bigger than us, the alliance, which has nuclear capabilities, for example, as our umbrella. It's always been, this dream of Ukrainians, but I want us to be realistic. We are not becoming a member of NATO right now, and we won't be able to forge any new alliance in the foreseeable future. So let's focus on what we can do and how we can get closer to the only alliance available, and in this part of the globe, which is NATO. There are different things like, I don't know, the JEF, which I was playing with. It's called Joint Expeditionary Forces. 10 nations, Nordic mostly, who are led by UK now. Used to be 8 NATO members and 2+ Nordics, now all of them in NATO. At one of the conversation, the distinction between big NATO and Jeff, the Minister of Wallace, described me as a beer-drinking nations against wine-drinking nations. Probably what he was trying to tell that North South, but it was much more colorful, the explanation. At least I got it. I understand the list of nations. So this can be done, and as a matter of fact, we even applied for the membership. We sent an official formal letter signed by Minister of Defense and received very polite thank you, but no. I guess that we have to send another one. Maybe they read it wrongly. Because what Ukraine is now showing, that this is a big new power emerging in Europe to reckon with. And that's something we can offer to the alliances. I'm not saying that without the nuclear weapons we are a key member of NATO. No. What I'm saying that there is a place for us in this union, and we proved that our soldiers and our people have courage, resilience to become a fighting part of the NATO, not somebody who is piggybacking. Is that how they called? So to get back, if alliance survives this Washington administrations, fine. If not, so Europeans will have to leave their backside and finally start doing what they have been promising for quite a while, build the European defense structure. And here Ukraine to help. I believe that this thing, and on top of many other smaller alliances like widely advertised but not really been born, Ukraine, Polish, British thing, or Ukraine, Poland, Romania, or other things. All of them quite instrumental, not decisive, but if we don't have one big alliance, why would we try to web, the sort of alliance out of smaller pieces? Something what Australia is doing, trying to build a bigger one with this AUKUS thing, then cooperation with Singapore, cooperation with Japan, and all of it. So I guess that's the scenario for us in the foreseeable future.
Okay, just to add some color to this, I mean, Dr. Friedman has suggested Ukraine should be like Switzerland. Taking a total, I mean, Dr. Freeman will correct me, but if I got this right, I mean, I understand you don't agree with that.
No, I like chocolate and rocklet cheese and all of this stuff and mountains, and everybody has the grenade launcher under the bed. So if all of this comes together and we're in the middle of NATO, being surrounded by NATO nations, which will have to defend themselves and us in the process against the version of Tomahawks, I'm totally fine with that. I'm sorry for this half-joking approach. I don't want to offend anybody. What I believe that in this part of the globe, when we are too close to Russia, we just cannot afford this, privilege to really be civilized and peaceful as Switzerland. Next 100 years, maybe.
Okay, excellent. Dr. Freeman, we'll come back to you in a second, but first I do want to bring in one of Ukraine's most experienced diplomats who served as Minister of Foreign Affairs at some of Ukraine's most critical history, has served in embassies in London and Berlin, including as ambassador to Germany. So Pavlo Klimkin, Pavlo, Ambassador, it's great to have you here with us. So you watch, you see everything that's been going on for this during this full-scale war. The events that are happening tomorrow in Washington, in the White House, at the White House. What should we get ready for? What should we prepare for?
It's good to be part of this crowd so resilient to coffee challenges. As a coffee-addicted person, of course, I don't support coffee deterrence. So let's just be resilient. I mean, I believe that the US administration, at least Donald Trump himself, they still focused on oversimplifying three fundamental priorities. One is to bring an end to the combat activities. The second one, to overload the biggest part of the burden, let me say it very politely, to Europe, both military one and financial one, to Europe, which would, of course, mean changing US military posture in Europe. And the third one is, of course, to sort of normalize, to get relations with Russia normalized. And on the top of that, and it's a point of perception, it's a point of optics, it's all seen through a kind of Chinese optics. Basically, any kind of conversation with people in Washington kind of starts with China and ends up with China. So Ukraine is, unfortunately, whatever you hold about it, is not really important for the whole reality, but our voice is. And we need to use it, not in the sense of just getting the administration on our side. And it's been happening, actually. Not because of us, at least fully, but because of sort of changing strategic understanding. And the second point, what I like, what I feel from my conversation and chats over there, is a kind of better understanding what is at stake and what is driving the Russian leadership. Because, I mean, months ago, it was about a kind of let's get a deal. And if it's a sort of deal which should have got Russia out of this hole, so why not to take it? And now, at least I feel it. It's a slightly better understanding what is at stake in Russia, what is at stake around Russia, especially in South and East Asia. So my point, what to expect, is firstly a kind of strategy which won't be kind of common strategy, but at least coordinated one. Secondly, a kind of simple sequence of steps. What should we do? What should our partners and friends do? And in what sequence? And it's now widely discussed. And third, whether we can get to a sort of de-escalation through escalation, through de-escalation, or through a kind of, let me call it, unconventional way of thinking. Because there is no way how you get to end the Russian aggression on a normal path. What is at stake for the Russian leadership is their place in history, is a kind of understanding how Vladimir Putin gonna be measured towards Peter I or whoever. And the fundamental point that there should be justification for this war after that for the Russian regime inside. And if you see the latest opinion polls with all kind of very cautious stance towards any Russian opinion polls. It's also the sense of changing reality within within the Russian population, I would not say society, but also clear idea in the US administration that Russian economy is not just stumbling. It's something which goes beyond it in a kind of, let's say, 6 to 12 months from now.
Okay. Dr. Friedman, I want to bring you in on this. So President Zelensky at the White House, what should he do? What should he say to President Trump? What should he ask for? And what can he come back to Kyiv with?
Well, he can ask for weapons. The United States tried to negotiate with Russia, which not just think of Trump, but the country did. Trump was the agent, and Putin played him, manipulated him, and embarrassed him and the United States in that course. The United States at this point sees Russia as unable to enter into the kind of entente that the United States offered them. They are obsessed with Ukraine. They can't afford the loss. And therefore, this is a period of time where the United States must show that there are consequences that are potentially devastating to Russia, with the idea of the missiles that we've talked about being one thing that will happen. But still, it comes down to a fundamental question. How does this war end? All wars end. Some will end in victory, some defeat, and those that are stalemates, and I don't say this is a frozen war, but this is not a war where Russia is going to overrun Ukraine. This is not a war in which Ukraine is going to overrun Russia. Therefore, we must be thinking about the fact that given the shift in the American strategy to be more forthcoming on weapons, the question is, how does this war end? What does it look like? It does not look like Russia will occupy Ukraine. It does not look like Ukraine will occupy Russia. There must be an intermediate thing. When I talked about Switzerland, I did not mean to be Switzerland. I meant about what kind of solution will there be that the Russians can live with, and that Ukraine can live with, and that Europe can live with. And this is the question now. We can threaten the Russians and we can frighten them, but there are imperatives that they cannot give up, and we have to deal with that. There are imperatives Ukraine cannot give up, Europe cannot give up, America cannot give up. So it is time to start imagining what is coming, the end of this war. This is not a 100-year war. So therefore, we have to start thinking about various outcomes, because that's what the issue is now.
Thank you. So, Mason, Institute of the Study of War. So this is not a 100-year war. That's, I mean, how does it end?
I think if I had an answer to that, I would be a very rich man. But I don't think there's an easy way of predicting exactly how this is going to end. As I said earlier, I am not sure that this will necessarily end with a fully negotiated ceasefire of any sort. I think we maybe not a 100-year war, but certainly at least into the next several years, maybe up to 5 years, we may see continued combat operations. I think that will depend very much on how the Kremlin revisits its current objectives, which still unfortunately remain very maximalist, which is a continued point of friction in a lot of American and European discussions that constantly throw out options of, oh, well, what should we be offering the Russians? And there is little discussion of what the Kremlin is willing to negotiate about, and it's still very dedicated, despite its cost in blood and treasure, to a very, very protracted war. So certainly, as has been discussed by all the speakers on the panel, one of the most important ways to change how that war is going to end is going to be through continued support to Ukraine. If that doesn't come through the forum of the EU or NATO as large organizations, I very much like the phrase, the beer-drinking states. I'm going to be taking that back with me to Washington. These sort of individual agreements with European states for co-production and allowing Ukraine to take on as much of the industrial base of the war so it can produce these capabilities itself rather than needing to rely on to put it frankly, these repeated journeys to Washington to secure an undefined amount of aid, but rather be able to provide these capabilities for itself over the longer term, will enable Ukraine to approach any sort of war termination by being able to plan its own military operations with much more foresight of what capabilities it will actually have going forwards. The Russians, of course, are trying to dissuade this. We've seen this uptick in Russian violations of European airspace within the last couple of months, which I think are primarily intended to deter European states from continuing to support Ukraine and provide aid, economic and military aid, and unfortunately the Russian narratives still have too much effect in European capitals, where we're seeing many European officials say that shooting down a Russian drone that is violating NATO airspace is somehow a NATO escalation, and that instance of many NATO officials in fact internalizing the Kremlin's narrative is one that unfortunately we've seen throughout this war, and is something that Ukraine's diplomats are doing a heroic job of trying to show both American and European politicians the flaws and the fact that those are Kremlin misperceptions that are part of Russian efforts to prolong the war and convince both the US, Europe, and Ukraine that there is no choice but to respect Russia's quote-unquote inviolable requirements for security and impose a Russia-favorable peace that Russian military capabilities cannot necessarily secure by force.
So just on that note, in terms of you in Washington, I mean, what is the view now of the White House, of the Kremlin, of President Putin? What's changed? I mean, do you feel that President Trump feels that he's been humiliated by President Putin?
I think there's certainly an element of that. I completely agree with the point that often the White House puts the idea of normalizing relations with Russia above many other circumstances, and unfortunately the Kremlin has identified that. And what we are seeing in a lot of the back and forth between Russia and the White House is Russia offering so-called concessions on US-Russian relations in return for asking the US to pressure Ukraine into military concessions or cutting back support. And that's something that we at ISW and many other organizations are trying to push through to the White House and American politicians writ large to disconnect those two ideas and not let the Kremlin sort of dominate the tone of those discussions. I do think there is an element of Trump being frustrated, it may be the best word, though again, I can assure you it is just as difficult at times for us in Washington to understand the White House's policies as it is from here in Kiev, to speak bluntly. But there is, we are seeing Ukraine and European diplomats bring the White House around to the idea that what will bring Russia to the negotiating table is going to be continued support. Particularly, the White House is coming around on this idea of deep strikes on the Russian economy, and hopefully pulling back from discussions of lifting sanctions and that sort of thing.
So, Ambassador Prystaiko, I mean, what more can Ukraine do to get the White House to be on Ukraine's side here?
I believe that what can be done is what we're already doing. We are fighting and showing the resilience and, as I call it, a good return on political and defense investments. So the United States, I served myself in the United States in Washington, D.C. in 2009, 2012. And I many times on many different instances, when I was talking to the locals, especially the military side, they were always warning that be very mindful of what you're actually asking for. If you're asking to help you negotiate, we will help you negotiate. If you ask us to help you win, we can help you win. So this very much depends on what Ukraine. Where is this level of resilience within Ukrainians here and sitting here in this room, where we could allow our own governments, to push more for the resolution where we need weapons, and not in food in the carton packages. That's what we are offering right now. And I have to tell you that, yes, there are painful deviations, but that so far has been working. It is painful, we're losing people, territories, but at least their partners are with us. You see how the investments are growing. The parallel is one thing, but for example, Germany, their last announcement, billions and billions of euros over what is expected within the parallel program, and that's showing that finally, partners understood that there is still a chance to resolve the way which will be considered in Ukraine fair.
Okay, and Yehor, in Parliament, I think we are here mid-October. The temperatures are dropping. We had quite serious hits. Many people in this room were without electricity, without water last Friday. We're getting ready for a harsh winter. I mean, should we be getting more support from America at this stage, or what more can we do? Do you think that message is getting across? And if yes, what more can we do at this stage?
Well, when we have some bilaterals with our partners, European partners, the US partners, we always say that, look, why Russia shifts from the battlefield to air attack? Because they don't have some significant success on the battlefield, because they are offering conditions for the ceasefire or for the peace negotiations that we should just give up the territory of Donetsk region. They couldn't occupy it since 2014. They don't have any success, any big success on the battlefield. So they try to terrorize us in the civilian cities. They try to destroy our electricity facilities, gas supply facilities, critical infrastructure, because they also understand that they have a lack of time. I mean, Russians have a lack of time because the conditions of their economy. And it's true that they have a problem inside, and it's true that sanctions work, but it's not enough. It's not enough to stop Russia. So our request to our partners is the same. First priority is air defense systems. Air defense systems to protect our electricity grids, our electricity infrastructure, gas supply, etc., etc. Yes, we are asking for some components, some spare parts for those that already was damaged, and we are asking, have been asking actually for years, for this integrated common air defense shield on the western part of our country, where we can use our and their NATO capabilities to protect at least some part of Ukraine, to transfer some of our air defense systems to the central or eastern part. This is also one of the issues that under discussion. I cannot say that we are close to the decision because they consider it like entering in the war with Russia. However, we don't want and don't ask boots on the ground. We are asking use their systems and their jets from the territory of NATO and help us to destroy their Russian drones and missiles. So we understand it, but we have to, and our partners understand it, but we have to see on this a little bit wider. So why Russia starts these attacks? Because again, as I said, it has a lack of time. So we have increased the sanctions, and there is so many space for the sanctions in oil, gas, metallurgy, financial sector, nuclear power sector of Russia to, if not destroy or collapse economy, but hurt this economy, their economy, and to stop the capability to wage this war in Ukraine. Another point, it's long-range missiles that can help us to destroy their facilities, which, I mean, military industrial complex or other thing. But if we make step back just for 1 second about the Trump's administration decision for about the long-range missiles for Ukraine, like a Tomahawks, I think it will be step-by-step escalation. It will not be 100 of tomahawks just tomorrow, and with the permission to strike to any target on the territory of Russia, because Trump doesn't want to escalate significantly relations with Russia. He wants to use it as a tool of the pressure to Putin to sit on the table with the negotiation and to start these negotiations. So, but again, it's a good signal for us, despite that Trump still wants to reestablish some connections with Russia. The final point, I think they have already understanding that their policy to cut Russia from China already failed, and they understand it, because all these games with Russia and not to escalate and try to use diplomacy more than the weapon, it was one of the reasons was just to cut Russia from China, because China, this is the main problem for the US these days and in the future.
Excellent, thank you. I think in terms of we more the business community, we've been focused on getting more suits on the grounds than boots on the ground. But I think the support of the military support is so important. And I would bring in Minister Klimkin, Pavlo. In terms of the Europeans, you're one of Ukraine's most experienced diplomats, and the role of US, I mean, is there a role for the Europeans still here? I mean, in terms of, and how does it work, this triangle, Ukraine, United States, and Europe? How does this work in the diplomatic sphere?
If I knew, like my colleague, I would get crazy rich. I mean, there should be a role for the Europeans. Europeans are constantly lost in translation, translating themselves, translating the others, and translating their perceptions. Because if we are talking about tomahawks, coming back for a second, if we get 20 tomahawks, it's a great story. Our militaries, together with Pentagon, will certainly find a way how to use them the most effective way. But the real strength comes actually from this political decision, because it would mean there are no conventional taboos anymore. And for the Europeans, it's now important to understand, firstly, they need conventional deterrence. It's not there. There is a kind of assessment that the Europeans would need around 1 trillion euro in the next 10 years, on the top of what they have now, in the sense of becoming semi-independent. Secondly, the Europeans need to admit in one moment to themselves that a kind of fragmented deterrence with the Brits and with the French does not work. And they're gonna need a real deterrence, conventional one and non-conventional one. But the real European problems is not that they are lacking some kind of sophisticated weapons or something like that. The real European challenge is mentality. I mean, what we learned in this war is about spirit, is about mentality. Whatever weapons you have, it's not what fundamentally decisive. And what the Europeans are lacking is the sense of spirit and mentality. Without this change, and it's gonna bring a kind of different Europe. There is no sense how Europeans would play a different role. But Europeans, at least in all these realities, got the point that now it's not about Ukraine, it's about European security. And they needed almost 3 years of the full-scale war and 10 years of the war from 2014 even to start understanding it, fortunately or unfortunately. But they are there. They are not at the end of the process, but they are already at the beginning of it.
Yeah, I think that's very timely, especially as today the Bundestag is debating whether or not to introduce conscription or what are the options of returning to conscription in Germany. I know we're running, but we have time maybe for one or two very quick questions. So if you have any questions, please do raise your hand, and then we'll have a 30-second wrap-up from each of our speakers. If there are any further questions, I think I see a hand right there at the back. So if we can have a microphone at the back, please. Second row from the back. Якщо можна мікрофон. Дякую. Please just introduce yourself and...
Hello, my name is Cristian Segura. I'm a journalist from the Spanish newspaper El País. I don't know if at the beginning of the panel you talk about this, but these days President Zelensky and his team, they are underscoring that from the peace deal that was signed in Sharm el-Sheikh regarding Israel and Hamas, President Trump and also the international community, they can use this experience, this success to implement some kind of a deal to stop the war in Ukraine. I would like to ask the panelists if they see any signs, positive signs in these agreements in the Middle East that could be applied here or no, that there is nothing in common between the two wars. Thank you very much.
Yes, who would like to take that, about the analogies between... Go for it, Mason.
Yes, I've been volunteered to speak on this. I don't think there are too many commonalities between the two agreements. They certainly, the major one I see is that the peace agreement in the Middle East, which is still very fragile to be clear and is not a done deal in the way that many in DC are talking about it, came about as the end point of a long series of not just negotiations but battlefield changes, and that item is being lost, I think, in a lot of the current discussion in the United States, at least. I don't know how it's being perceived here, as if it was just nothing happened for however many years, 2 years, and then suddenly they signed a peace deal, and the details of what changed, the capabilities of Hamas and Israel, the military operations have been lost. If anything, I see that is the main thing that is going to be transferable to if serious discussions do resume between Ukraine and Russia. That being a major stumbling point for one, if Russia ever is willing to negotiate directly with Ukraine and not attempting to go over its head with the United States. But I don't think there are quite too many direct comparisons between the two peace agreements or a direct transference in the United States' ability to negotiate between one conflict and the other.
Super, thank you. Well, I think a fantastic panel, and I would like to invite every sort of panelist now for a very 30-second wrap-up. So the battle for the future, Ukraine's battle for the future in this new world as disorder. I mean, what does it look like? Minister Klimkin.
If we live in a kind of hybrid world, whether it's multilateral, whether it's multipolar or multi-order, hybrid war is normality and hybrid peace is something like one-off. So we have to get used for it. And I believe we have a number of advantages. And we are needed by key players, at least sort of good guys, to be around and to play around. And in geopolitics, there is no win-win. It's either rational conversation or strengths. We can both talk rationally and we can apply strengths, but only with our friends and partners. So we have a simple choice. And I believe it's a positive one.
Ambassador Pristaiko.
I guess that the end game in our case, what we would love to have is that we are making our own political mistakes on our own will. We call Russia in our schools textbooks aggressor. We speak Ukrainians. We fight with the European standards on milk and poultry and whatever we have to do. But we all cover it by the nuclear umbrella of NATO, something like that.
Mason Clark.
I think one thing that's important to keep in mind is that many of Ukraine and Europe and the US's adversaries, all of China, Russia, North Korea, Iran, are unified, and put unified in air quotes there, by their opposition to things, by opposition to the post-World War II world order, opposition to sovereignty of states, good governance, that sort of thing. It is, I think, an under-recognized strength of Ukraine and all of its partners when they're working together effectively, that we are all striving together for something, for good governance, for the respect of states' borders, for sustainable and equal economic development and integration. And even if Ukraine and its partners are not able to work in these large blocks of the EU, NATO, what have you, there is still a lot of great strength in those aspirations to something, not simply in opposition to something like Russia and its partners.
When I speak with our partners, I said that I always say that, look, you gave us 3 days. We have been fighting for almost 4 years. You said now us know about the tanks, F-16s, missiles, and everything else, and we got it. You said that. We destroyed 30% of Russian fleet. We made some operation like spider web, and we shifted the artillery shells famine by the drones, and this is our development. So we proved several times that we can not only survive, but release our territories. And we will continue to fight, and we will continue to surprise you as a partners. But we need you as a partners, as a friends, with your support and with your weapon and with your financing. So there are no any other chance for us to keep fighting and to win in this war. And for us to win in this war, not the same as for Russia. For Russia, not victory is the defeat. For us to win in this war, it means that to stand as a country, sovereign and independent country. And believe me, these outcomes will destroy Russia inside even more than on the battlefield, because after the end of this war, Russians will ask to Putin and to another authorities, what for was this millions of people who was killed and injured? What for billions of dollars were spent on this money? And the stance of the condition of the economy of Russia will be even worse after the war, and will lead to unemployment, to decrease the wages, and to social problems inside the country. And this will be our chance to get back our territories when Russia will collapse.
Thank you. Dr. Friedman.
Well, we have spoken about all the problems we have. We should speak about Russian problems. Putin has been humiliated by his failure in the war. He has damaged the Russian economy profoundly. He's cost millions of lives. We should be also focusing on Russia not as a monolithic power, but in the processes that are underway in Russia. The polls may not be trustworthy, but certainly there must be deep anger at the cost that Russia has paid, and Putin failed. And we have to remember, Putin is not Stalin, he's not even Brezhnev. He is surrounded by many people who have paid a great deal of price. We are constantly talking about what we must do as if Russia itself is not incredibly vulnerable internally, and how we play that. So we are fighting against each other and what weapons we have, and these are very important fights, and they have to be taking place. But at the same time, we must recognize the weaknesses and the vulnerabilities of the Russians. We must take advantage of them. We do so with weapons, but also with trying to manage potential relationships without Putin. So we have to take a look at Russia to understand how the war will end. And we will have to look at not just fighting the war, but how it ends. And the weakness that we have is far less than the weakness that Putin has. He has gone far, he has failed, he can intimidate as much as he wants, but he has cost Russia a great deal. And we should be utilizing that fact internally and be carrying out a very sophisticated operation, not missiles so much, but making sure that the Russian people who oppose clearly what has happened, to some part, have some sort of sense of opportunity. This is not a question of pacifism or benignness. It is hybrid warfare, and that's what we should be also conducting, as well as all the things that were discussed here today.
Well, thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for you all being here. And let's give a round of applause to our fantastic panel. So George Freeman, Mason Clark, Yehor Chernyev, Vadim Prestaiko, Pavlo Klimkin, thank you. The battle continues, and thank you for everything you do to help Ukraine in this battle, in this historic battle, and together we move towards victory. Thank you. Slava Ukraini!
Доброго дня, шановні пані.
Good afternoon, dear ladies and gentlemen. Please take your seats. If you're interested in our today's discussion, I'm glad to bid you welcome. My name is Alexei Falato. I'm senior partner of the Eco Bar Association, and the topic of today's discussion is the relations between government and businesses. For as long as businesses have existed in Ukraine, we have been trying to find an answer to the question who's to blame in these relations and what to do. And as of now, the relations between government and businesses is a complex of issues on justice, regulation, tax, policies, response to war challenges, and today we'll try to deal with those problems with the esteemed members of the panel discussion. But these people need no introduction, essentially. Let's start with Mr. Ruslan Kravchenko, General Prosecutor of Ukraine. Please give it up for him. Professional lawyer, spent a lifetime in the government, has been head of the KIEF Regional Military Administration, and was appointed on the 21st of June, as you remember. And they say that Mr. Kravchenko is the youngest ever prosecutor general, but hopes for improvement are tied not only to his young age. The legacy that he has is very difficult. Mr. Alexander Tsivinsky, Director of Economic Security Bureau, also a professional lawyer. His entire professional background is also in the government, police, 10 years in Nabu, investigating as a detective a number of high-profile corruption crimes, and is now chairing the ESB since early August. And Ukraine has probably not seen such consolidation of public support from businesses and expert community for his candidacy. So expectations from his leadership and ESB are very high too. Lesa Kornouch is acting head of the State Tax Service of Ukraine, is also a professional lawyer, has worked in a number of government agencies, Court of Auditors and the Kyiv Military District Administration, is representing the new managerial team at the State Tax Service, which is claiming to be ready for a new system and transparent communication with taxpayers. Last year, in the same panel, which was held here, all representatives of the government had a combination of public and private experience. On the contrary, now we have all the panelists who have that public DNA. Katerina Zaguri, on the other hand, is a member of the board of directors of the Darnica pharmaceutical company, one of the leading companies in the area. She is also renowned for her charitable initiatives. She is in the Aspen Institute, Ukrainian Catholic University, Tablatechki, and others, and Alexander Sokolovsky. As a famous businessman and founder of the Textile Contact Group of companies, he is in the Federation of Employers of Ukraine and represents the Association of Light Industry, and is an initiator of Ukrainian Fashion Week. He is known for his political position, is advocating the renewal of Ukrainian production, is one of the authors of Manifest 42 that brought together businesses around the idea of a new social compact. And Ruslan Shostak, a renowned businessman from Ivat and Varis business groups, has an interest in real estate business, trade, is the initiator of a charitable fund, and is working in the Council for the Support of Businesses under the President of Ukraine. So we have this prominent people here. Mr. Ruslan, starting from you, You have been working in the Council under the President since 2021. It was set up to help resolve issues arising between government and businesses. And from your experience in the Council, what is the biggest concern for entrepreneurs? Are these questions of tax or in general justice issues? Thank you for the question and for the invitation. It's really a very ambitious panel, ambitious people, because you never know the way this panel is going to end. The Council was created exactly to ensure that government-to-business relations start to improve and change, because this is a huge problem that has existed for a long time until now. Government officials have always thought that businesses are just stupid people and you can trick them out of their money. But without us businessmen, the ecosystem of the country cannot exist at all. And this is the main problem that we would like to get across to all levels of the government. For me, this is just the most important change of paradigm in communication, in the way we build the country together. And I'm not saying that the businesses are all innocent, but still, this is the matter of paradigm. And the Council is supposed to change that paradigm of communication. Many issues are central, and they are very productive. The first thing the businesses want is to find a system of protection, because often we communicated with the Americans. For American businesses, they have ways of protecting themselves. They have Anchan and other companies, and one way or another they are all protected. In Ukrainian businesses, we do not have such instruments, because if a prosecutor has a grudge against you, that's the end of the world for you. Well, so the problem is to build a system of protection. The second problem is injustice, is bringing the businesses out of the shadow. Many of these businesses are going underground. This problem has not been public for a long while. Changing the system of control is also an issue. The protection of capital is one of the paramount problems. Deregulation is a big problem. Businesses are over-regulated, and this makes it very difficult for a government to work with businesses. But I'm confident that we'll be able to sort these issues out step by step. We can build the system. I'm not seeing any sort of big trust from businesses to the government, despite all the engagement of businesses. But now the times are changing. I have never heard General Prosecutor from the scene telling that businesses pay me my salary. This is a citation, this is a quote. And I believe that these changes will continue to happen. These are very personal issues, and there are many of them. Ruslan, Business Ombudsman every year conducts a study in the area of G2B relations, and it says that every claim from businesses is related to law enforcement pressure. And during the war, the demand for the efficiency of law enforcement is growing. Their powers are expanding in both informal and formal. When you were appointed to the opposition, one of your priorities was restoring the coordinating role of the prosecution in relation to all law enforcement agencies, which is correct from the constitutional standpoint. Can you tell us how obvious is the picture for you that now law enforcement has much more opportunities for abuse of power, for unjustified measures like arrest or bails that are tens of times more than the volume of the crime, which is nonsensical from a legal standpoint. So what is the Office of the Prosecutor General and you personally are doing or planning to do in this respect? Greetings to you all. Thank you for the question. You know, I met a lawyer, Sir Duke, whom I met in the courts, and he says, put more pressure on businesses, please, because we have no work to do. Indeed, there are instances of abuse. Our new partner and friend, comrade, is director of Economic Security Bureau, who is supporting us, and we keep fighting with these abuses. But I can say that when I was appointed, one more priority of mine was not only coordination but protecting businesses and investment. What we started from auditing criminal cases registered in relation to businesses. In May and June, the Office of the Prosecutor General reported on the dashboard to the society that there were as many as 6,000 criminal cases against businesses. And our audit, we identified 23,000 of such cases. After that, we started conducting quality audit in these criminal cases. We had 3 criteria. First, the criminal cases that have been pending for many years. We were looking for elements of the crime and justified information to have this case. If it was not there, we closed those cases. The second criterion was the prospect of investigation, and if businesses said that there was nothing to investigate, we appointed an expertise and examination to establish facts, elements of the crime and damage, and if it was not there, we closed the case. If, in the opinion of law enforcement or the prosecutor, we saw elements of the crime and the legal prospect for investigation, we continued on with the case, notified the suspect of suspicion, and so on. There were also cases, and many people from businesses can confirm it, that an examination from us is one thing, but there is also examination from the defense. So we also appoint the final complex examination that puts a full stop to the whole thing. As of today, we have already closed, over less than 3 months, from the 23,000 cases, 8,000 cases. And that's not it. That's not it. It's fair to say that no one in Ukraine over the entire period of independence has done it. And this is not just an achievement of the Office of the Prosecutor General, it's also the achievement of ESB, State Bureau of Investigation and others, because we are united for the same goal, because that was the task of the President. Speaking as a civilian, there was the task formulated as such as this: just keep your hands away from businesses. And let me say once again that the state, the government, relies on taxpayers who create jobs. And indeed, prosecutors and other law enforcement workers get their salaries from the taxes paid by businesses. And this is not the end of the story. Did you get the video about the launch of the platform? Or perhaps did you organize this? Because you are one of the organizers, not really. Do we have the video? Could you please launch it?
Армію. Завдання правоохоронців – забезпечити умови, у яких бізнес може працювати спокійно та прозоро. Завдання Офісу Генерального прокурора – унеможливити будь-який незаконний тиск. Для цього запущено платформу «Стоп-тиск». Через портал суб'єкт господарювання може повідомити про порушення під час обшуків, безпідставне застосування заходів забезпечення кримінального провадження, безпідставне затягування досудового розслідування, вимагання неправомірної вигоди, протидія законній господарській діяльності, рейдерство, неналежне реагування на правопорушення, неправомірне застосування сили або примусу. Авторизація на ресурсі відбувається через портал «Дія». Звернення автоматично надходить до визначеного підрозділу Офісу Генерального прокурора та відповідної обласної прокуратури. Розгляд і реакція у визначені законом строки під контролем Офісу. За результатами розгляду одразу приймаються управлінські та процесуальні рішення, а бізнес отримує постійний зворотній зв'язок. Окрім індивідуальних звернень, система дозволяє бачити типові проблеми та їхню географію, щоб усувати зловживання вже на рівні політики. Стоп-тиск – це робочий інструмент, який дає бізнесу можливість швидко подати звернення і отримати захист.
Я закінчую вже.
So this is Stop Tisks or Stop Pressure is an application which is simpler than using your phone. Of course, it does not resolve all of business problems, but it simplifies communication with the government and law enforcement. It is already launched, the first claims have been received, and answering your first question about the money that were seized illegally, there were many searches, unjustified searches, and property that was seized despite court orders. Businesses apply in this respect. Law enforcement agencies are resolving those cases, and property was returned. And the most important issues related to criminal investigations have been resolved in many instances. So when I was nominated, I spoke with business representatives. I told them that if there are any issues, we can have an international examination to have an end to this story. In order to not be appointed to our positions for a lifetime and to put an end to all questions from businesses. Thank you, Mr. Kravchenko, for this illustrative and substantive approach. Your work really impresses us, and I hope that practical results will soon be even more visible. Our other colleague has been extensive experience of cooperation with investigative bodies, and one of the most high-profile cases is the case of Igor Mazepa. From your experience, is the state, the government, able to effectively respond to abuse on the part of agencies on which the existence of the country depends? How did you resolve that case? And do you think that the solution that you found was unique? Or do you think that after your case there were some other cases, similar cases? Greetings to you all. Thank you for the invitation to the organizers. I've taken part in many forums and meetings with businesses, but this is the first time that I see this wide representation of high-ranking officials in such important law enforcement agencies. This has never happened before. When my directors of my company found out that I was invited to this panel discussion, they asked me to tread lightly because we have large businesses here, but I'm a middle businessman. So I wish that our business will not have problems after this panel, but I did not promise anything to them explicitly. I can talk at length about the answer, the question that you raised, but we are pressed for time, and I think that this is interesting for businesses to understand how to work with barristers effectively, but it's also important to understand whether you should take the problem to public when someone is attacking you. Starting from 2014, when I started actively writing posts on my Facebook account, there have been dozens of cases when I was discussing public issues with law enforcement, and perhaps hundreds of issues when I talked about tenders, unfair tenders. People tend to overreact when there are cases of unfairness, logically. In my case with prosecution, it's very interesting. I will share it with you, and then you will make your own conclusions where you should take problems to public. Last year, we had a very slow case in regard to one company, which was potentially attractive for investment, but I knew that there was a criminal case against it. I knew who ordered this criminal case. It was a people's deputy who was interested in land plots. But I said no to him, and later I discovered that there was a criminal case in regard to some technical aspects. I did not pay any particular attention to it, but when exactly 1 year ago searches started and suspicions were issued, myself and the governing director had restrictive measures imposed on us, and searches and arrests just for nothing. Earlier we did not have the Stop Disc platform, so we launched a complaint to the Prosecutor General. There was a Department for Protection of Investment. Alexei Banyuk was the entry point for us. He also attended many meetings like this. He saw this complaint and told me, well, it's almost impossible to close the case now. You should have come earlier. And if you have a suspicion and searches and arrests, it's even more impossible. So, okay, you can simply leave your complaint at this. But even this can get much worse, even downhill from this. I told him that I did not commit any crime, and that I do not worry about making my situation worse. The next day, I published a post on my Facebook account. It was a rather long post with names, namely the procedural prosecutor Alexander Shapovalov. I mentioned the person who ordered this criminal case and the proposals that were made to me, and that caused a reverberation, an explosion in the media. Telegram channels and media platforms started reposting this, thousands of reposts, and more than 1 million views on my page on Facebook alone. And in 2.5 weeks, and this is a record, as they say in Ukraine, the criminal case was withdrawn from the Golosiv prosecution. It was given to the other district, and because of the absence of elements of crime, the case was closed. In 2.5 weeks, I published another post on Facebook thanking the General Prosecution, because the system is valuable not because it's committing mistakes or not committing mistakes, but because of the way it reacts to its mistakes. So if a businessman feels that he is right, that some things were just made to spite him, to cause problems for him, you should go to public, talk about it publicly. You do not need to use some Telegram channels of ill reputation to protect yourself. You can see with unarmed eye that this is not effective. You should engage in personal communication in your Facebook, for instance, because you will always find friends. You will always find people who are not acquainted with you, but if you talk confidently, if you're not afraid, if you do not worry that your situation may worsen, it's going to be effective. You should not be afraid because people are dedicating their lives. They're sacrificing themselves on the front line, and we just worry about some people with military ranks in the law enforcement. So this is how the Manifest 42 union emerged, and the Federation of Employers was really helpful, and the Council under the President of Ukraine too, and all the other structures were ready to help. So do not be afraid. Come forward. Although this manual mode of management is of course not workable, we need to discuss level playing field instead. Businesses are more prone to be very isolated and just keep it to themselves instead of engage in a real battle with law enforcement. When these law enforcement agencies just lose any sense of reality and rules. Thank you for this interesting story. Madam Lesia, apart from law enforcement, businesses are worried about taxes. If we take the Ombudsman statistics, he says that complaints about justice account for 15% of all claims, but claims against tax authorities account for 45% of all cases. Economic forecast against that background is very mediocre, I would say. And as Mr. Shostak has said, according to various estimates, some people say that 40 or 50 or even up to 70% of businesses are underground in some areas. So does the state plan to finance the increasing expenditure by imposing more taxes on people who are paying taxes? Or perhaps finally someone will start paying taxes among those who are not paying them now? So what are the practical steps to bring the economy out of the shadow?
Good afternoon. Pleasure to welcome you all. While the previous speakers were talking, I was looking at the audience and I saw many familiar faces, and I was thinking, what should I say more that tax administration had not communicated yet in the recent year? I think we did a lot in the recent year to set that the breach of trust and launch that dialogue, and I probably see each of you weekly, and weekly tax administration tends to communicate regularly what's going on, what was going on, and what we plan for upcoming period. I would disagree with Alexei that taxes are growing constantly. As the representative of tax administration, I'm concerned that new special regimes are introduced offering benefits and exemptions, and because of this enormous aggression, the tax base is decreasing. We offer tax exemptions. We cry, we buy napkins in Yeva, and then we all think, how can we prevent that from happening? But that's a joke. Jokes aside, currently the legislative initiatives on increasing taxes are absent. That's a good news for business. I think so, but the state tax administration definitely had not initiated any increase of taxes recently. We have VAT, we have PDFO and added value tax. It's going to stay. In terms of de-shadowing, that's another concern to us. Just a few days ago, I met with Samcham, and we were getting into details with companies. What is that de-shadowing and what other practical steps could be possible? And we got 2 points. the first, that's de-shadowing the area and setting the equal competitive conditions. That's the tax gap methodology that we are working with the Ministry of Finance, and that's a requirement of our international partners, IMF, and that's where the origins comes from in our previous talks, that 50% sits in shadow. So that's a question that they sit in shadow not because they minimize the taxes, but because these conditions were created, and that's the response of the entire nation, of the entire society. What is that tax gap here? What are the norms that prevents, or what agreements are not working between business and business, business and state, to give origins to these shadow schemes? That's one case. In terms of practical steps that tax administration implements to counter the illegal activities causing the reduction of taxes, that's the regular actions of tax control that everyone is aware. Inspections, factual, cameral, audits, requests. And in that area we are moving as we were advancing in the previous years. The only thing to reflect that what we try to implement with our team, that every our action in terms of cooperation with business would be logical and rational sensed, and that would be aimed at the normal human communication, so the tax official would understand the peculiarities of the businesses, where he or she goes with the inspection, be aware of economic operations, and would be able to provide proper assessment. And when the tax inspector comes, it's not the case that we start pressing. But be aware that the tax control, there's also the element of countering, minimizing taxes, avoiding tax payments, and that's it. Thank you, dear Olesa. I think the entire business is grateful that this year you do not plan to increase taxes, but we do remember that the year is not over yet, but the military tax been increased. Those who are paying white salaries, they felt very much that increase. Dear Catherine, Darnitsa, since the beginning of the war, had paid some 2 billion taxes, if I'm not mistaken, according to publicly released figures. Textile Contact, I guess probably the same amount. Varus, Mr. Shostak, in last year, some 1.5 billion approximately of taxes paid. So, dear Catherine, well, whether business believes an adequate taxes in return of policies and services that states provide in return, what business can expect for the money paid? Thank you. I do hope that was not a deliberate action. That was a poor joke, but dear Lesa, when you have a headache, that exemption comes, Citramon from Darnitsa would be helpful to you. But jokes aside, I would kindly ask, seek Citramon Darnitsa in apothecs. As soon as you will hear that Darnitsa is out of business, talk to prosecutors general, where this pressure stop. Talk to them. Is there any titles other? That's what apothecs says. It's not true. There is something for Darnitsa. I'll talk to them. So pharma is the third area in paying taxes. So that's enormous industry, in fact. But then I'm going to be a bit of capitalist, because I am a supporter and a follower of a big taxes. I'm against exemptions, and I do like when business pays taxes. Those who are in shadow, they are criminals. And if we would ask criminals, dear criminals, would you be so kind to come and pay taxes or stop doing your felonies? That's a strange behavior. We should apply some characters. not pay attention to criminals, not to work with criminals, but to focus to those with whom you interact with, what sort of companies you deal with, and stop interacting with them. Is it worse paying taxes when you may be dissatisfied with all the services provided by the state? Well, taxes, that's the tool. Tool for what? To do what? So in that country, that's the issue of the national security and defense. We pay taxes so we can sit here, so the state would be secured, we would be more or less safe and secure, and glory to the armed forces and defense forces for being able to be here. That's why we pay taxes. First of all, that's the national security, and yes, we have to pay more, and the military tax should be higher, and yes, we have to pay, all of us, at the same time seeking law enforcement engagement to counter felonies. That's what should attention to be paid off, and I would disagree with the Manifest 42. Pay attention to the national manufacturers, because the colleagues from Manifest 42 say, don't help business, we will cope. We will cope, but let's look at the national manufacturer. Currently in medications we see that without Ukrainian medicine we won't be in that more or less stable state, and our area of healthcare would not be the one as it is if we would be dependent on import fully. So we have to look at the national manufacturer. For the national manufacturer's safety and security, that's the clear and transparent rules of the game. If there are unclarities, let's talk, let's write, let's get to Facebook, call, use any possible channels. What is the safety for the state? What could that be? National security. That's first of all the working companies on the ground and people going to work, and also people who will mobilize. So definitely you have to pay taxes. We need more taxes. We need to support the state. Who but us? Who but business? Who else would do that? Whom we should talk? So let's pay more, and let's work to make sure that around us we will have people with whom we can sit on the same table, but not those who have a tax burden 10 times less and people receive not the white salary. That's great. Thank you very much. Dear Alexander Igorovich, question to you. So white business, clear business complains that gray business, black business is working successfully, and in some cases not without the support of law enforcers. So the white business faces over thoroughful attitude from controlling agencies and oversighting agencies, and receive claims in disputable situations which, according to the law, should be resolved towards the taxpayers' advantage. Even in circumstances when state tax service conducted their review and have no issues, at the same time Bureau of Economic Security may launch the criminal case on the same reviewed successfully period of time. Is that going to continue? Or we can expect on implementing the principle consulting goes first between Economic Bureau and industry? Do we expect the dialogue between Economic Security Bureau and business? Thank you for your question. Thank you for the invite and possibility to express myself. Firstly, communication between the Bureau of Economic Security and business is established. We do run the systemic interaction to make sure that this communication would be based on clear and understandable principles. That's the interaction on different forums, and right at the Bureau and other joint activities, including the tax administration and respective areas of business. Few words in terms of decisions of investigative bureau. That document states a given fact of absence of paying taxes. At the same time, if this document is absent or the review took place, it does not guarantee the circumstances reveal that everything was correct and all the taxes being paid. Although now we are fully reorient our activity and we shape our engagement in a way so we would target those who do not pay taxes, who do not pay salaries, who sells products outside of the tax registration. So our key task that we allocated to us to create equal opportunities, first of all, equal opportunities for each businessman to stay in the same conditions, in the same environment, while running their respective economic activities. The fact of tax payment is not a privilege if there are other breaches takes place, but the priority of our attention and focus to be paid to those areas where the most problems sit. So that's the way we try and change the format of our engagement. Besides, as it has been mentioned by the Prosecutor General, as I got my place, we conducted the audit of criminal proceedings. It lasts still now, but there is a number of decisions agreed with prosecutors to close cases and criminal proceedings. These are out-of-date criminal proceedings with the large doubts of the felonies committed and other facts. In terms of communication, in terms of complaints received, we develop a system that every complaint would be considered in details. We have cases when our position is firm, and we will stick to that. We will prove it utilizing expertise, and we will bring it to the court. At the same time, we see that there were some previous cases mistaken. Then we objectively review the situation, and having respective reasons available, detectives make respective decisions. So we have to be guided by a common sense. Any decision should be based on a common sense. If we can see that situation has no perspective, we'd rather focus that resource in the area that has the most problems in it. We know that one of the key messages or wishes or requirements of the white business sits in creating equal opportunities. When there is someone who pays everything and next to there is someone who is not paying taxes or avoid paying taxes or apply different schemes, so our attention first of all and foremost would be paid to the latter one, the one who is not paying taxes. I guess, well, we will advise look at pharma area in closer look if necessary. Well, activity of the Economic Security Bureau is insufficient as of now. There are objective and subjective reasons for that. Objective that in fact we are a young agency, it's still under the creation, and we do a significant stress on prevention, so analytical work is aimed at identifying risks and take actions before the event had happened. But thank you for your hint. In fact, we already started to interact. We have number of hints received. Soon we'll have the competition, and we would like to see the representatives of a private business. They fully aware how to interact with those who breach the rules of the game. Thank you. Thank you very much. Dear Mr. Shostak, to what extent you, as a businessman, is concerned with the competition with those who work in black or in gray, and whether state is doing enough to ensure the equal rules of a game? It's a very strong question. It's not about my businesses that I can underline. I'll get back slightly. Our company is not that big in Ukraine, but in recent 3.5 years, we paid more than 20 billion taxes. 20 billion taxes as of group. And that's the money that we decided that the war is going on to keep in our pockets. We gave this money to the state to buy equipment, to buy ammunition, to our militaries. We were sitting here and diving deep in philosophy, but that's because of our lads in the war. You cannot exist in the conditions when we pay 8 billions of taxes per year, and your competitor, who has the same capacity and the same number of people, pays 100 million. That's impossible to compete within for international investors who come to Ukraine. I cannot explain how come it works. It's absolutely unclear. That's about Ukrainian reputation. It's all about everything. It's not about my pure case that I'm paying taxes and someone is not. You cannot build up a new businesses. I'm surprised why entrepreneurs comes to business not having a deal originally with the state to cover their growth. You can't grow in such an environment when your competitor has that possibility and being exempt from taxes and you're not. I can say the same about the custom. Custom is a protective barrier set to develop the national production, whatever it is. But if you are not paying taxes in customs for imported fabric or medication, that blocks for 100% the development of a national product. And the customer who collects $10,000, that's nothing, that's kopecks in terms of the national development strategy. Nation is not going to be developed having caps in the custom. We cannot compete with Chinese production, with Chinese investments, with Chinese money. We partially can cope by performing a defensive function within. And that's the question to the customs. We don't have customs here, but to those state officials who try to build a qualitative state. We are not going to be a qualitative state while 50% of the state or 40% sits in shadow and we cannot compete and develop. The other thing, investors cannot create new productions where their competitors can bring things without paying taxes, VAT, military tax, paying nothing. So the issue number one, open borders for investors and clear rules of the game for all international and domestic businessmen. Thank you very much. Thank you. Ruslane? Today we hear, not only today, in fact, that business expects fill in the budget because of de-shadowing or redirect into the budget some corruption channeling, which instead of the budget being channeled to someone's pockets. But the business that is diligent in paying taxes expects not to be under the pressure of law enforcers. And you recalled today quite an impressive statistic on how many cases against business were closed as a result of your audit. How do we do that the cases against business would not be launched? Whether anyone bear the responsibility for misusing a taxpayer's money for launching those cases which were closed? Well, as a lawyer, you can understand me that our law enforcer, according to the Article 214, that in Ukraine the registration of criminal case takes place almost automatically. Sticking to these requirements of this article that I've just mentioned, we as the law enforcer, prosecutors, investigators, are committed to register the case. If we see there is nothing in it, no felonies, no breaches, we cancel that. The claimer, whether it's a requested claim or someone dislikes, goes to court and court makes decision to support the claimer. So, to my personal view, this is almost automatical registration of criminal cases. We, prosecutors, National Police, Security Service, Security Bureau, trying to interact with business, and business is very supportive in providing the respective documents to undertake decision or to do the review and then make a decision. But registrations takes place, and in terms of figures, national police, out of 20,000 criminal cases, they registered 15,000 criminal cases. That's small, medium size, and big business whatsoever. So in my view, we have to stop that. I was at NSDC session chaired by the president, and there were issues related to business considered, and I've suggested respective changes to the Article 220(14) of Criminal Procedural Case Code to defend business. And Mr. Alexander Tsavinsky would disagree, but I've explained that I did that before his arrival, and it's based that all the articles regulating business 191, 206, 209, 212, all the criminal proceedings towards the business decisions are to be made by the respective head of the prosecuting agency. So the regional prosecutor, oblast prosecutor and his deputies, and prosecutor general and his deputies. I personally believe I assumed additional responsibility and demonstrated initiative. The workload on prosecutors, on me, on my deputies is enormous, but we are ready to be responsible towards business. I've dismissed the unit chaired by Mr. Banyuk because that department, on my personal reflection, was a layer for every other prosecutor. For Prosecutor General, business come and said, we have a criminal case registered. Let's that department to consider. I've heard that from business and I've dismissed that. So business complains, department takes that 2 weeks after, says we can't do anything. You know why? Because they are not the procedural heads in those procedural criminal proceedings where a business is complaining. So me as a prosecutor general, my deputies are responsible to the business, National Police Security Service, Economic Security, Department of Bureau Investigation. Yes, we have a Department of Organized Crime Counter, and there is a unit that is responsible for investment security, protects from a raider cases. We created the platform that is going to be quicker. Business do not need to print the document, waste resources for paper, can download all the claims in the stop pressure platform. As soon as the prosecutors receive, they can see in which area, which unit is in charge of that case that business is complaining, whether it goes to police or elsewhere. So we communicate quickly. So I've suggested to change that approach because I believe that that should reduce the pressure to a maximum extent. And I've calculated in person. Now we have a figure, 15,000 of criminal proceedings all over Ukraine. We will review, we will analyze, we will apply expertise, something to be closed, something to be sent to court according to the law. But that figure cannot be more than 5,000 criminal proceedings for the entire Ukraine. And I think when I was in charge of Bucha and we were investigating the war crimes quite a lot, every prosecutor had some 10,000 criminal proceedings. Out of 5,000 criminal proceedings all over Ukraine, if they would take place, we, prosecutors and law enforcers, would be quick in communication and considering the case whether the felony been identified or not. Alexander Savinsky would disagree because on one hand we have evidences that he would not have authorities to register criminal proceedings, but as a legislator, and I talked in person, I promised that all his initiatives would be registered by me in person and we will interact in constructive way to ensure the rule of law in the state. If a legislator is not going to support those initiatives, as I've presented them at NSDC session, and NSDC submitted them to Parliament, we'll continue to run our qualitative and quantitative audit, but I will look at business eyes completely in open way, an honest way. And I've tried to do my best for business good, but if legislator is not going to support, business should be aware whose fault is that. Alexander Tsivinsky would like to comment, but I'm afraid that we're going to take a bit more time. I just would like to clarify. Thank you for your profound response. Nevertheless, in terms of Article 214, not all the cases being initiated based on a statement. There are cases initiated by the prosecutors or by investigators. Let me complete my question. And secondly, and the most important, from the strategy and policy of the prosecutors general's standpoint, is there going to be any responsibility for those who launched the case and did nothing, did no investigation, instead of focusing on investigation on some prospective cases, some procedural activities took place, arrest of assets and other proceedings, causing problems for the business, and eventually there was nothing to look for. Is there any responsibility to be applied? Thank you for your question. In terms of registration based on some analytical products or initiated by tax administration, I've also suggested in my initiatives to support the initiative that analytical material of tax administration and Economic Security Bureau would consider it the document by default, so the business would stay protected, so it would not be the evidence and to be reviewed by expertise. But business did not support this proposal at the committee, so legislator at the committee had not endorsed these changes. In terms of your next question, and I'll get back to the first one, I think when those analytical products would automatically be registered and could be seen by the respective officials responsible for oversight and would be considered at the document, so the liability of law enforcers would hire, and everyone who produced analytical material or writes a statement would double check, am I confident in what am I doing, whether my previous suspicious towards business is reasoned well enough. So I would like to protect business even more, but it has not been supported. Goes without question. Definitely we will do. There is a criminal code, illegal proceeding to the criminal liability. I promise as a prosecutor general, if you believe there are no reasons for being liable to criminal prosecution, please talk to me. We will do all the required proceedings, and if you believe that prosecutor official is liable, we will do the investigation. We also have the internal inspectorate. If the normal case is not sufficient, internal security, I've increased the unit responsible for trust detector checks. That's the quick solution. If there is a suspicious towards the prosecutors from business or internal security, we immediately initiate the truth detector test, and we can check whether the individual tells us the truth or not. So I'm going to be hard in my response if the evidence is going to be confirmed for any illegal actions from prosecutors' side or law enforcers. There is a stop pressure from reflecting all our claims and requests towards prosecutors and law enforcers.
Thank you very much for this comprehensive answer. Alexander, obviously you would like to give your comment on the bill 13449. You will have that opportunity, but I have another question to you. How do we ensure that when a detective or an investigative officer launches in any format, irrespective of who's opening the case, opens an investigation, how do we ensure that apart from those investigations, he weighs in the potential damage to businesses? I mean, for taxes to be paid by businesses, which may not be paid because of blockage of operations of a company, and the amount of resources to be used, which are insured by taxpayers, that have to be employed in order to investigate the case. So how does he weigh in those aspects with the potential result of the case, please? Thank you. A few words about the draft bill. With Ruslan, we have the sole difference about the Unified Register court cases. I will say that the NSDC Council has been reviewing this problem before my appointment. The open competition, the problem within it was that the operation of the ESB had to be renewed. This is my priority today. We need to understand that according to various estimates, we have 1 to 1.3 trillion hryvnias in shadow economy, and depriving the ESB of the ability to perform its function is going to reduce the pace of our work. As head of institution, I'm ready to be responsible for the way the ESB operates, and our key task is to be as efficient as possible, employ people, and conduct our functions. We have businesses in the shadow, we have people avoiding the payment of taxes. There are hundreds of claims, there are thousands of claims from people that have to be processed. And we understand that the pace is not going to be as high as expected, as we would like it to be. I was appointed to be responsible for the work, and I need instruments to do that. And this is one of the instruments, the tools that all the law enforcement agencies had. The only question is about the ESB. We are working with businesses, we are trying to build an efficient communication, and our resource is going to be directed to create a level playing field. Because without the appropriate instruments, we are going to have issues and claims against myself. On other issues, me and the Prosecutor General are in perfect agreement. We'll be able to provide clear answers. If there are unjustified criminal cases, it's a very correct thing that was expressed by Ruslan, that before when criminal case was submitted, 10 days were needed to review the case. But given the fact that a lot of criminal offenses were concealed, so to say, hidden, when the new criminal code was adopted in 2012 to resolve this issue, an automatic registration was introduced. And today, practice shows that automatically registering every case is not necessary, it's not efficient. So this is the question of the presence of enough ground. We need to have a compromise here. About resources, 10 months ago I delivered a presentation on one of the conferences when I was not head of the ESB yet, and I saw for myself a very simple thing. I always thought to myself as a law enforcer, and I have always shared this position, that the law enforcement system and the body that I worked in then is working on the money of the taxpayers. And putting myself in the shoes of a taxpayer, I told myself, probably the taxpayer would be interested in knowing how his money are used, how efficiently are they applied. And at that conference I offered an algorithm, the economy of a criminal case, which envisages the usage of a dashboard of how the flow of money is used. For instance, 20 billion is used for investigations, and I think that the taxpayers would like to know how much money of those 20 billion were used for the most painful issues, for the most poignant issues of concern to society and businesses. What are the results? How many cases ended in nothing? And we started developing that system when I was working in Nabu, and now we are planning to introduce the same system in the ESB gradually to ensure that the resources that are used by the ESB in the future can be presented to the public and businesses for you to understand where we are investing the taxpayers' money that we receive. On the other hand, for the general prosecution, it's also important to see how the resources are distributed across the bodies and how those money are used. Do they really reflect the priorities defined by the government? Because it's one thing when we investigate cases by sectors, and another case when we see the general picture of the redistribution of resources. Society has a compact with the government. It has delegated part of its rights to the government. It finances the government, the institutions, and in return it expects certain services on security, on level playing field for businesses. And every person who orders these services expects them to be as efficient as possible and as quality as possible. As for your question, I think that in regard to resources, we need to look for a way out. We need to understand that every case which is when it is being investigated, the investigator already knows none of the cases you know the results. You need to know the elements of the crime. You need to discover whether the crime was committed, the offense was committed, and in many cases it is not clear before you have an algorithm of action. And if we understand that there is nothing to investigate, the decision has to be taken very expeditiously and review the most problematic cases instead. In the ESB we have 32 criminal offenses, and all of them are economic. So we also have to consider, take cognizance of the business position. Because if we prosecute those who pay taxes, then instead of investigating those who avoid paying taxes, then white businesses may soon become gray or even black. That gives a poor signal on the way you can ensure your existence in this environment. Lesya, the question is to you. Mr. Alexander, did you want to give another comment? Okay, I'll give you a floor later. The state always says that it seeks to build a partnership relations with businesses. Businesses complain that these declarations remain on paper, and in reality it is happening differently. Last year the Council of the Ombudsman published statistics on tax revenues, And in their opinion, and according to their analysis, the 99%, and these are data over the last 7 years, 99% of tax revenues are ensured by voluntary payments, and only 1% is added thanks to reviews by tax bodies. So what is the practical conclusion the government would have to make from this analysis to implement its tax policies? And to be more specific, do you think that the state will begin to trust businesses? Thank you for the question. I always start answering this question about partnership between government and businesses by saying that business is the state and the state is business. You cannot divide them. There are state bodies and entrepreneurs. This is a different thing. So I think that, as Catherine has said, businesses and the state have the same goal: to survive in the circumstances of a prosperous and thriving Ukraine. So all the actions taken by conscious citizens of Ukraine, whether they be in businesses or in the state bodies, have to be directed to ensure in legal conditions to ensure their survival. And for this you have to take legal actions, lawful actions. If 99% of taxes are voluntary, I can agree with that, I concur, because we have a large number of claims when taxes are added. But in terms of those 99% amounting to the absolute figure of money that have been received, it raises the question of the effectiveness of relations between the government and businesses to ensure the effective flow of revenues to the budget. And this is the bridge and the road along which we have to move together in order to attain our goal. Let me cite Catherine again. To survive jointly. We, as the State Tax Service, I listened to the previous discussion between the ESB and the Office of the Prosecutor General. I felt myself to be more of a friend to businesses because we do not have investigators in criminal cases. We are very mild in relation to those strict institutions of law enforcement. So, in order to ensure and to confirm our transparency and integrity, last month, on the occasion of the Day of Entrepreneur, at every our office we opened the position of tax consultants, and we urge you to use these services. So we also have a demand for a real simple dialogue. The three words that we rely on our activities is attention, trust, and respect. So the modern tax service, which is going the same way with Ukrainian businesses, has to be guided by these three words in its activities. Thank you. It's very impressive. Catherine, what do you think? Ronald Reagan, by the way, said that the most terrifying words in the US lexicon are, "I'm from the government and I'm here to help you." So, do you think there can be trust between government and businesses? Well, before we are kicked out of the hall, I can say that trust is about money mostly, because if you trust a person, you enter into a financial relationship with the company. And these relations often end up to be pecuniary in nature. So I think there is some trust, because once again, we would not be sitting here and these people would be hiding from them. So there is trust. But what is this trust? We need to stop engaging in the circumlocution, trying to gloss over things. We need to be adults. We need to stop telling lies to each other. We need to start paying taxes. We need to stop working with those operating in Russia. We need to stop working with shadow businesses. if your company is the only one in the market, but it's not really trustworthy, you need to stop operating with this company. This is where trustworthy relationship starts. We need to be adults and be real partners, because not real all partners are ideal, apart from my husband. This is an exemption from the rule. And in this partnership, we need to forgive people. We need to be able to rectify our mistakes, and that is why we are living here, and to just continue living and working and stop glossing over things. We need to unpack the difficulties, the problems, and say things, express them the way they are. So pay attention to the pharmaceutical market, please. Alexander, considering the timetable, be very brief. What can be done in terms of trust? Well, there is no time at all, but still, I do not agree with Catherine in her saying that trust is there. Selectively it can be said so, but in general there is no trust between government and businesses. Why so? First, because there is no respect to businesses, and that line between shadow businesses, corrupt schemes, and the real factories and plants on which this country rests. Without economy, we are not going to have a country, protection. And unfortunately, many law enforcers in their bubble do not realize this. For all of them, we are all just corrupt schemers and criminals, earning some shadow dealings, wheeling and dealing. There are a number of law enforcement agencies that do not attend any forums like this. They just do their thing and make things painful for businesses. So we have to defend ourselves as a result of that. We have to be protective. That's not only because demographic challenges and Russian attacks, and not because of energy issues. These problems also stem from our own government, which is supposed to help us, like it did during the first month of the full-blown invasion. But we had distrust and mutual understanding. And unfortunately, for some reason, it has waned away, because our taxes are not important now, thanks to foreign aid. So now we are simply insignificant for statistics. On the example of my group of companies, Textile Contact, I can say that over the last 3 years we have paid 1,700,000,000 hryvnias of taxes. That may not be too much, but we have 1,000 workers. So that amounts to 300,000 hryvnias for one worker per year. So we would like to be respected instead of having criminal cases. And this is true for many factories where you cooperate with the government in military orders, and now these same factories are experiencing tremendous pressure. I know that we have one criminal case registered, but I'm very calm about it. If someone comes to us and they block our activities and start attacking us, we are not going to engage in any discussion. We are even ready to give those law enforcers the keys to our factory. If you believe that you can organize operation better, do it, please. We have invested $14 million in the light industry, and this is very difficult. It takes time. We are relocating the business from Poland to Ukraine. We are using 65 trucks in order to transform that equipment. So it's very difficult in terms of logistics. We are producing fabric. We have 13 fabric making factories. So we're not businesses, we are makers, producers. And you have to discern between these two categories too. When I talked with one very renowned official in the government, I told them that we are doing everything. What else should we do? Why do we have this tremendous pressure? And he said to me, well, you have your own business and they have their own business too. A different kind of business. You're preventing their business from being prosperous. They are interested in working with someone who is making tax avoidance a competitive advantage. So how do we compete with them? I agree with all the speakers on this panel in this respect, and let me add that we are ready to give you advice. If you reach out to us, we can give you a list of key issues where de-shadowing is taking place. So please take this list and do your work and stop preventing us from doing our own work. Let us sleep in peace without expecting a knock on the door telling us there is a surge. So let us call it a day on this. I thank all the participants of the discussion, and out of respect to the audience, I would like to give us a chance to ask 3 questions. There is no such chance, so I thank you with this, and let us give a round of applause to the speakers. I thank the speakers and the moderator. Please stay here without the pause. We are going to have the final discussion.
Що це таке? Не можете обговорити особисто свої проблеми? Без перерви. Можете самі переглядати без перерви.
Ти тільки знаєш, що зробити? Дівчата з пінячих наушників зробили. Ну, отут вони сидять, видають наушники. Один цілий ящик, який вони вже пораховані, складають і забери його завтра собі залишити. А в тебе є наушники? Один. Ага. Є.
Хотів, щоб Україна замовкла. Хотів зупинити серце нашої держави. Стерти міста. Знищити економіку. Позбавити нас майбутнього. Але Україна б'ється. Бо її пульс – це пульс мільйонів людей, які щодня роблять свою справу. Пульс робітників, які виходять на зміну під час тривог. Вчителів, які проводять уроки в укриттях. Енергетиків, що повертають світло після ворожих обстрілів. Пульс волонтерів, що допомагають армії і громадам. Це пульс підприємців, які не зупиняють виробництво. І, звичайно ж, це пульс наших воїнів, які тримають лінію фронту. Мільйони сердець, мільярди ударів і один ритм. У цьому ритмі Україна працює і розвивається попри все. Наша економіка демонструє зростання ВВП. Наше виробництво продовжує розвиватися. Наша оборонна промисловість створює інновації та тисячі нових робочих місць. Україна сьогодні – це не лише форпост захисту. Це надійний партнер і драйвер змін для всього світу. Сила України в нас, її людях. Ми – пульс нації. Ми б'ємося, щоб жити, і живемо, щоб творити Україну майбутнього. Київський міжнародний економічний форум 2025.
And I would like once again those in the room who survived to the end and bring you to China, because there is an industry where in a second of time, in a complete darkness, no people, no salaries, no leaves, in every second is produced a single smartphone. There are 365 million seconds. Imagine we don't have industrial industry, we don't produce smartphones with such a speed, but Ukraine has a unique capability in a second to lose your life because of Shahid or missile in such environment whom and which we aspire to be highly technological, smart, industrially developed, but I agree, I think you would agree, we would like to be alive, and today our life depends on the militaries and also from the business powers. And today, at the end of this powerful day, rich day of KIEF International Economic Forum, we are going to speak about the power of business. And before I would invite here capable representatives of the business, I would like to bring two examples which already changed the life. Just two accidental eye. Czech eye company became the biggest European stentor. It analyzes and diagnoses the chronic disease based on our eyesight, and Campania Pickover can identify the raw material deposits that human's eye cannot see. We may say we are powerful, but we are different. We are not the one as we were before the large-scale invasion. And we are going to talk what else do we need to be the nation, Ukraine 2.0, to move to a qualitatively new level. These questions and others are going to be responded by Alexander Komarov, Kyivstar CEO, providing communication to 24 million of subscribers and providing digital service to 13 million users. Igor Nikonov, Khan developer, more than 4 million square meters built. Igor is the founder of the net of biggest educational institutions in Ukraine, Artyom Borodatyuk, Fractal company founder. He has number of developments, but among others, I was especially interested by LITI development, whether the individual can fit to Fractal company, but Artem fits this final panel for sure. Konstantin Yefimenko, Biopharma company president. Last year, Konstantin spoke about the importance of education and that we have to set technologies here at the panel. But on the first panel, Konstantin changed his status and said, I'm a complete power-ish because I'm not investing $1 billion. So in the upcoming 7 years, you promised to invest 7 or $500,000. So my first question to all, what are 3 qualitative changes has to take place in this country for you not to change your mind and stay here and also invest in the upcoming 7 years, $500 million, and not to Romania, finally. Good afternoon. I do apologize. I do respect companies Metinvest and Detect for things that they do in world and in Ukraine, rebuild Ukraine after attacks. But SKM company takes 35%, and I would like them growing, but I would like them to have a smaller share in Ukraine because other companies have to grow, not only the SKM. Companies like Biopharma, they have to be thousands of Ukraine. I'm capitalist, I'm entrepreneur. What are the changes required? Not many. I want my parents to stay here, my family, my friends to stay in Ukraine. I got friend of us. That's my top priority. And the second priority, in order to implement these changes and invest $500,000, we need to change the roots of educational system. Start with school. We lost 4 years because of online, 6 years, 2 years of COVID, 4 years of war. And in online, you enter easily and very difficult to step out and exit. So we lost school completely. Today we got kids with zero knowledges. We have to understand that to understand where we are now. We pay to a teacher who comes from the institute 8,000 hryvnia, take 23% of taxes, 6,200. Let him take 9,000. When he moves towards school, we already have to bow to that teacher. And if he or she gets to school, we should put a monument already in a schoolyard. Thank you. So to complete, that's critical, school. The third thing, we have to take away all these happy lessons and bring the school back, increase mathematics, bring chemistry, bring biology back. And about universities, same issue with online. That has to be excluded, and we had to be back to offline. Kids have to walk to education. I draw in KIEF almost all, or maybe each and every university where chemistry and biology is taught. Their laboratories are out of date. 34 years back then. Everything they have in terms of chemistry, physics and biology should be thrown away. All material base of universities is worse as a single lab of Biopharm in which we invested $25 million. Look, it's probably cool to say that Biopharm is the greatest lab in comparison to university, but let's think the reference little company, peripheral company from Bila Tserkva is better than the entire universities of Kiev, including the National University. You should find those millions, allocate them to universities, to Kiev Polytechnical Institute. Metinvest needs 120,000 people to work. We don't need, with our turnover of 200 million, we have 240 workers, but we need a different quality of people, people of differently trained, and we will not educate them at the bus stop. Mathematics, you probably can teach. Give them a blackboard, give them a chalk, but that doesn't work with a chemistry and biology. You need to buy chemical appliances, you need to buy equipment, you need to teach the way to operate. Science cannot be that way. There are Nobel Prizes, no publications of science, no publications in Nature, and our students are in chaos and they do not set companies. I don't need Metinvest and Biofarm. You see the difference between the Soviet Union and capitalism. Soviet Union was fighting not to have rich. Capitalism fights not to have poor. That's what I'm aspiring. Biofarms needs nothing. We created 2 bio schools. We said 2 schools. We understand because the school education is 0. We have 60 kids in Bila Tserkva, 10 hours per week, chemistry, math and biology. 80 students in Kyiv. In 2 years, if we develop that model working, we will build schools over schools in every oblast and region. We introduced our branch at the National University named Shevchenko. We have 15 students now undergoing training. I seek for their students, I pay their salaries more than $1 million. We produce new handbooks because people who have not seen Chromodrakov, they can't write handbooks. They should be excluded from training process. So we invest another $450,000 new handbook with pictures, with all the applications and references. So for me, I need nothing. I have everything. But to make a brighter future for the state and get people back, we have to invest in education. Moreover, only the things in the front line are more important than education. I know all my classmates. Some of them are abroad. If they suddenly would get back home, nothing is going to happen. We'll wait for them. We want our kids stay here. That's our mission. Thank you. Rounds of applause to Konstantin. I would allow myself to conclude that changes in education, that's the system. We constantly talk about that. Pay more to teachers, reduce the number of non-core classes, open labs. Do something with SKM and what qualitative workers. Well, SKM is fine, and I think SKM is also interested to have qualitative personnel. Let them grow 10% more dollar to dollar. I think they got their peak in 2013, but we also have to have our share being identified by Artyom Baradyuk. This is your first time in Kyiv Economical Forum, and while Konstantin stresses that we have to develop technologies, biotechnologies, set up labs, Artem trains his core staff and pupils of the school and students to interact with AI. Free course on AI has been developed, and partially, someone in the room, please find Artem's course. So what are the 3 qualitative changes are needed for you? Or you are fine, you feel normal at this stage, in this state, and you don't want to move. You have several dozens of companies running already. Well, thank you. My response would be similar to what Kostya said. I entirely support him and understand if I'm invited to the panels, and that's my first time here, but I've attended many others, and I was thinking what I can present, speaking about future bright of Ukraine with cool economy and good for business in a planned and calm way. That's most important for the businessman. When I've prepared being a nerd, I've got some points in my Telegram, 10 points, what to do. But we worked with Kostya and we continue working in Entrepreneurs Board under the President. We see the ways of changes may be done. If you take the entire responsibility and you do it yourself, I sort of realized the very basic thing. We have to accept what we cannot influence over, and we have to act in the area when we can have impact. So every entrepreneur, every businessman here in Ukraine has to identify 2 moments and bring it to the attention of every Ukrainian to change the mindset of a Ukrainian. I'm not saying it's a bad or worse than elsewhere, but there are 2 moments. that in every head I would like to change. Every Ukrainian should take a full responsibility for its life, full and complete responsibility. If something goes wrong, probably it's a small salary. Well, in my company, I have the best. If you work better, you'll have a better salary. Thank you. You don't have the light in your corridor. Maybe it's not a president poorly selected. Maybe you just have to buy this bulb and replace it. And if that is going to be a mindset for everyone running their life, that would be easier for my business to run. We have 1,600 people employed in some 25 companies. 90% of these people, Ukrainians, some 80 or 70% stay in Ukraine. With that, the revenue of this 83% is going to be produced not by Ukrainians. We deliberately do not have Ukraine. So I want to develop that mindset. And we may say something. Everything I say to my employees everywhere except that AI course. I have a managerial course that I've developed for my employees, and I've put that to public access free of charge. One point, you have to be a person who needs your life first and foremost. And secondly, in order to assume the complete responsibility and meet objectives, you have to be able to work. That's what I would like to deliver. So what we do, like Kostya, I don't need anything. We are fine. We train people in online. Every month we train some 70 individuals if they want to get a job. So I don't know why our universities do not do such a performance, so the state would pay them not for providing training, because that's a process, but for future employment. In IT, that is called cost per action. If you are paid for employment of someone trained by university, then university gets paid. So universities has to chase business and ask business, what do you need? How do we make that our students join your business? So they would not go to online universities to be trained to get a job later on. What else do we do on specific things? There are great reforms. There is a new Ukrainian school. Each and everyone here can do their formal subject that could be introduced to schools. When I was in school, I was wishing to have an entrepreneurship class. And before I started business, accidentally, I don't know that I'm an entrepreneur. That's something that Alexander Usik had said. I've seen these lessons and classes, something produced by the National Bank. So entrepreneurs class has to be developed by entrepreneurs, people who are master of the subject. Secondly, we submitted our class recently this week. It's been coded, approved by the Ministry of Education. That is going to be called something a startup from 0 to million. How to find ideas, how to product market fit, how to do custom interviews. I think the class on financial awareness is not going to have that. So that class is going to be introduced in the schools. So how to work. I had no clue when I was in school. No one told me that I have to work. So we have to explain that the labor and work is not easy. It's not a TikTok in Instagram. Sometimes these are the gaps, failures, but it's not a problem. So it's a bit of business psychology. We do a lot at front end because we explain this is a normal when you fail. Try once again. If you don't know, learn. Don't wait to be educated, but do it yourself. So we made a class on how to work, how to create business, how to manage, and first we're doing a class on artificial intelligence. But I don't think that is something needed for a businessman, for entrepreneur. If you do concern about Ukraine, there are very high chances to become a big state. These chances are there. It doesn't mean that we will do it, but at least we have to continue our quick digitalization, to change the educational system, to improve it, give everything to business. Let business do the magic and just regulate that with a minimum resource. Every time when business is in charge, we got a branch that is going to be leading in the upcoming 10 years because the market was open and everyone can set business here as elsewhere. No regulation, everything is fine. As soon as regulation comes, complicated regulation, Europe with that regulation is just a museum now. It's great to be there to observe things, but I don't want to run business in Europe. We should not be a museum. We should be deregulated. We should be free for business. So I'm a supporter of changing the Ukrainian mindset. And every business entity just have to tell that. Assume responsibility, keep working. And I have not seen the people who work diligently, trained, and do not meet their goals. So Konstantin is a supporter of number of freedom. Konstantin says we add 4 more classes. So if you're unhappy at the entrepreneur class, then you go to a class of happiness. I think Artyom is looking for a job, and he said he's going to deliver this training. Well, I've already done that, just to be on a safe side. You can Google Artem Baradyuk course for managers. I've done that for my colleagues. Our mission is to create the factory of businesses, and the mission of our company to impact on economy, and we have to digitalize and make a business process transparent, clear. We've done videos, texts, it's all there. You've seen that book. I've read. And you gave a great feedback. I did. And the essence is that it's been digitalized, but we have to say that this is important. Why don't we learn in schools how to do a follow-up, how to speak about productivity, objective setting, reporting, hiring, firing people? You mean the education is already delayed from the current life? And when you speak about classes, you mean the generic education? Yes, I would like to start with the generic in a very simple format. No one is going to tell how to do a one-to-one meeting or fire people, but it could be an optional class. I've named all the classes that we do, and additions, add-ons, but I would introduce that in universities. We have to do the performance, the payment based on the employment rate. I see you're going to be hated by all the universities of this state. You hardly will suffer that. Let's move to Alexander. Thank you, Artyom. So, Alexander, to you now. Thank you for feedback. When we've been shaken by blackouts and power outage, people realize that it's good to have communication. You can survive a few hours having no water. So innovative products, innovational products. Not having communication, not having these products, so you invest in these products. Do you need a state support? What 3 changes? I still would be insistent in sticking to that figure. What are the 3 changes that Kyivstar is seeking? Good evening. Thank you for inviting. I think on the previous speaker's background, I'm going to be boring. Let's not compare. Everyone is unique. For me, in fact, this question has been asked every year, and it's not changing, and that scares me. On the other hand, I recognize that still there is a gradual advancement. Maybe that looks like 1 step forward, 2 steps back, or maybe 1.5 back. When we look at the share of grey manufacturers of tobacco, that's a vicious circle where this country keeps running for more than 30 years. But still, I think there is an advancement forward. And I will say a very simple things. Liberalization. Unfortunately, we're not advancing to that direction. And that's the advancement to European Union. That contradicts. I'm not saying it's right or wrong. From my point of view, the happy future of Ukraine is not a period on the way to EU, but this is EU, where everything is liberalized to a maximum extent, where the system is set like Miltech. You can understand what is their certification and verification of military technologies in European Union. It takes 5-10 years to receive all the necessary papers, permissions, documents, call it. The other case, that's privatization. So the state has to be excluded from all the stages and elements of presence to minimize their national presence, to create the ecosystem for training, for education, for business, for welfare. The state has to be excluded as an inefficient host. State has to create conditions, sometimes to be a positive charge, arbitrary charge, in those areas which are to be seen a locomotive in the nearest 10 years. It's institutional reforms, tax, custom, court, you name what. It has to be done. And when we look at the scale of these changes, and being a manager running different organizations, big organizations, I have no clue how to start dealing that. When you come to a crisis organization, you fire everyone, you redo the rules, you hire professional specialists, they change everyone underneath, and in 6-8 months you have a new team, new vision, and then you start working, having the vertical. Director General has not been elected. He's been appointed, has as a mission, he has agreement with the stakeholders for 2-3 years to do such and such. And there are respective authorities. How to do it in the state, I don't know. In recent year, I do have a hope. That's what our first Prime Minister declares now. I always looked for a possibility to explode the system, but not to ruin the state. And response maybe is in digitalization, well, when all areas of the state excludes people, excludes human impact and subjectivity, and there is a simplification that been provided by digital approach, that partially is the response to that request existing in Ukraine. I think that's a very sort of nice way. Maybe it's even nicer than Saakashvili done in Georgia, because that costs him his job, his post. It costs some development along the European identity to Georgia, because there were hard reforms that broke part of community over the knee. So that could be quite an elegant way to some fundamental changes in the state, when we exclude unnecessary bureaucracy, when we exclude the individual sitting on the channels, on some bottlenecks, and regulates something, when we simplify the translation of any legislation for the advantages of businesses, who actually the only one who creates added value. That's the business. Other than that, these are the mechanisms and the tools that are developing, exist, and to an extent parasitize over business. That's it.
Thank you for your answer. Thank you for the variety of opinions expressed here. And as a moderator of the final discussion, I would avoid things being repeated, but I realized that in business, nothing happens like in a moment when you discuss it and it's immediately resolved. There was a question about the iron porcupine. It was laughable today, but for it to exist, you need to build one. I'm dreaming of the times when the construction industry reaches its upper limit. And we talked about industrial production, about the growth rates, 10-20%, but at least we could have 3. The construction area is adding its contribution. But according to analytics, we have the 10% of contribution of construction. We need to have that steel porcupine. We needed to defend ourselves in the war. So what do we need to do to ensure this 10% of growth? Because construction provides a multiplication effect for the economy, for jobs creation. Good afternoon, thank you for the invitation. We have been discussing this topic for many years now, and the main thing, in my understanding, is populism, after all. Populism is the main brake, the main halting factor in developing construction, because populism is the absence of mortgage. How is this connected? Directly. You cannot take the person out of her apartment for which it's not paying mortgage. That's why the banker is not going to do this, of course, remembering 2008 when court cases were ongoing. Why do not we have the project financing? Because in Ukraine we did not have a single document issued by the government or government agency to the developer, based on which you cannot cancel a certain decision in construction. So when the banker goes to the developer saying that, well, we have the project documentation, we have a down payment, can you start the project? He says no, because tomorrow any activist can come, write a Facebook post and launch a dispute. And based on that, law enforcement agencies will open a case and cancel your project. It's not necessary for anyone. The whole world knows it. There is no such document that cannot be cancelled in a very illegal way. Second point, and the third point, I concur with my colleagues on their points about education, and I cannot help saying that our situation is still much better than Konstantin is saying, because we are investing $130 million in education in our company. We have built 3 schools. One is still in the process of being made. So this level of trust that we are providing is substantial, but unfortunately we face the fact of bringing up the child from 1 year to 19 years old. And this is still not the level we would like to have. This discussion has been ongoing. We have 180, 190 higher educational institutions in Ukraine, and their number has to be reduced. But every rector makes their students to launch a Facebook dispute and prevent this from happening. As a result, we do not have a proper higher education that we deserve. That's a huge issue. At any rate, I think that populism is an issue. As my colleague said, it's important to decrease the share of the government by 3-4 times. We need to give opportunities to the private sector. And as opposed to that, a certain program is established by the state, and the state enterprise is created for this in order to regulate it. So businesses can do everything from paper to defense equipment on themselves. So the most important thing, the cornerstone, is populism. We have to get rid of it. Every circle of this populism drags the country down, and there is no end to it. Igor, what's the synonym to populism? Unprofessionalism in management, perhaps? No, I don't think so. Populism is the intent of the people to say that tomorrow everything is going to be free, that you're going to have everything free of charge without doing anything for it. I think that people have to be told the truth. You have to be very hardworking for our for our posterity to live better. We have all the opportunities for it. I witness people moving to other countries. They launch new businesses in Spain, France. They have no idea, the slightest idea, how to do business there. At such tax rates, 45, 55%, do you imagine the cost efficiency that you have to have? So we need to eliminate this populism. We need to have that social agreement, social compact, and it has to be created by everyone. And we do not have it. Many speakers, bloggers are inflating this animosity. They say that businesses are something separate. And perhaps they are just envy, they're jealous, some people are jealous, and this creates disunity among us. I think this has to be eliminated. Businesses is the foundation. We have to treat them with respect. Law enforcement has to treat them with respect, and everyone else. And of course the government too. And all the people working for the government, they have to understand that they can work only because businesses work. Let's give it up. We have to instill this feeling in people. I communicate with many businessmen, and they feel uncomfortable because they see that inappropriate reaction on social media to businesses. Well, I dare say that you're addressing not only the government to reduce its share in the economy, but you're also need a response from the society. I discussed this phenomenon with a historian, and she said that you have to realize that it's a consequence of Marxism. Wealthy people are believed to have done an evil thing, which has to be dealt with over the next decades, right? Konstantin Yefimenko has said that we need to change the consciousness, the mindset of students and pupils. Recently I met one of the most popular teachers in Ukraine. He's very active on social media. His name is Ruslan Igorovich. He works as a physics teacher, an informatics teacher in Darnita school. He told me that I found myself as a school teacher accidentally, but I'm going to stay here forever. And I'm going to give my love to pupils, to give them technologies. I'm going to explain to them what's happening at the front line. I'm going to acquaint them with servicemen. I'm going to explain to them that we are defending them ourselves. So I think that these teachers are the basis of our society. Let me ask you another question, Igor. I heard an opinion in KIEF here before 2021. The state must not prevent us from doing our thing. The Metinvest company said today, I would like the state to help businesses. I would like businesses to be transparent and open in communication with the government. So what has changed? You're open and transparent. What you have said here, you get the same message across everywhere. You know, the main problem in construction is the relationship with the Ministry of Culture. That was the breaking point for 30 years. They just did nothing. And because of that inactivity, we had many non-governmental organizations generating publicity for them around it. And the first question was the relationship with the Ministry of Culture. I think that everyone knows the number of unfinished, uncompleted buildings that whose construction were seized on the initiative of the Ministry of Culture and the people associated with them, like Flowers of Ukraine, Kvity Ukraine, and the river Vokzal. So I think that Now we have the people who can start resolving these things, because there are no rules, there are no criteria. The monuments are being destroyed. There is no fillip, no incentive to invest money into them. Many old estates in Kyiv are in dilapidated condition, and they will stay in this condition for a long time. There are many issues regarding what the parliament is doing. Their activities can lead to the destruction of the whole sector by a single step. I'm not going to discuss the details here, but the question was whether you are heard. Yes, they hear me. And I see the desire of the office of the president to start resolving this. I can see that they see us, hear us, and want to help us. Mr. Artem, and you still help the government with hiring people, talking about the quality of human, of workers. Does artificial intelligence help you find skilled workforce? Because there is an opinion that only mental people are going to work in the government these days, because there is no prospect there. Can you explain this process? Well, we have a recruitment agency which is working with internal and external clients. Actually, I have set myself a goal of closing 6 vacancies of the level of minister. I keep looking for assistant. So, will that option work? When you take a person out of business, you direct it to the government, but that means that you will not make money in business thanks to that person. So, only suicidal people take this step. Because it's really difficult to work in the government. And you have to respect the people who have taken this step. We have found 4 such persons. These are Deputy Minister of Economy, the CTO, Alexander Tsibort, who is responsible for digitalization. Just the other day we were communicating, and he said that there are too many tasks. Then he wrote me on Instagram that I'm going to repost, share your vacancy. Perhaps you saw news 5 years ago from a company about games in Steam, like Counter-Strike and others. Those companies give you a phone, a computer, and tell you do whatever you want. And here, Alexander Tsibort, as the CTO at the Ministry of Economy, he was given the same task: find the people and do the task. And this is this is an uphill battle. He went to the Ministry of Economy. I tried to talk him out of it. His final conversation before taking the job was with me. 50% of people, after talking to me, give up the intention of working in the government. I keep telling them that they will work for not more than 2 years. But if your intention is to work for less than 2 years, you will not change anything in the government. This is what I say to them. So the government has to be grateful to us for doing this job. I'm not very well versed in politics, but the reformers of the first wave, we have to be grateful to them. But their fate was very poor, very bad. There are criminal cases against them, like people against people and others. So this is a very difficult job to find the right person. It takes 2,000 people to find one good candidate. In a year, we were able to close just 4 vacancies. That's a very low number. Our company would have closed in the market. Because generally we find 70, 80 people every month. So people who express the intention to work in the government are the people of principle, of ideas. The same, we did the same task for the reform of education. The person, Boris Shestopalo, from the university, he represents this reform. So Boris needs people like this spending time, wasting their time on supervisory boards. In your first statement, you emphasized that the state has to enable businesses to do everything they want. So just sit idly by. Did you just say that even if an efficient person is entering the government still stays inefficient? So perhaps if the state is not in this business, it is not interfering with businesses, people like Mr. Nikonov can decide for themselves what to do, and Mr. Komarov will do all the innovations. So is this the right way to proceed? Well, to change the level playing field, you need to start playing by the rules that we have now. And I agree with everything the colleagues have said before me. I do not like those unfinished buildings either, so they have to be privatized. Well, you may be concerned about unfinished buildings, but there are not too many of them. And if we move in the same pace, well, recently I was a participant at the Lviv Construction Forum. We need 40 years to provide housing to people who need this housing right now, to IDPs, educators and others. And in 40 years, those people may not live here anymore. Well, after the beginning of the invasion, we opened the co-working area near Lukyanivka metro station. You understand that was a very successful investment, but we still do not have a postal code. I've invested $3 million into this co-working area, and we still cannot rent it because we do not have a postal address. There are many theories from the developer why it's not working, but we cannot rent it. We cannot earn money using it, so we use it for ourselves. I absolutely agree with what Alexander said regarding digitalization. This is the way to go. We want people that we hire to be suitable for the level of deputy ministers, and all of these positions that we fill vacancies in have to be connected to digitalization. Together with Konstantin, we were responsible for the Pulse project, where businesses can send their complaints to the government. Why don't we have a single system? Well, we have the Pulse. We have the dashboard of the Unified Register of Court decisions, but the government is not really interested in it as opposed to Andrei Kostin. Well, in September at this very hall, he told us about the Stop Russia platform where businesses can launch their complaints. So everyone is doing their own thing. This is the main problem. We need to unite this. Why did you make this Stop Pressure system when we have the Pulse project? In the Ukrainska Pravda newspaper, I published an article on this. I counted as many as 9 bodies where you can launch a complaint. Pulse, Stop Pressure and others. We verified this information to confirm it. Some businesses launched their complaints through Stop Pressure. We can see that the government is trying to listen to those complaints, but their human potential is too low. You need to work more for this. You need to spend time, resources, and money, and the government has limited capacity. The poor people going to the government are dedicating themselves, and this is not enough to ensure the high coefficient of getting things done. So you have to do it yourself. We understand that the government is a very difficult organism, but we also realize that in the times of our survival, we need swift changes. Alexander, the question is to you. Artem, just like me, listened to the presentation of the Prosecutor General, and I paid attention to the fact that we had in September a first forum, United by Mining, the first such forum throughout the independence of Ukraine. And at that forum, Ruslan Kravchenko addressed them with the words, first, he reminded them the prosecution is challenging more than 100 permits for subsoil asset use, and he warned them that if you violate this norm, we will prosecute you. So the participants took that as a threat. There was another reply from him. During blackout, the Vodafone company told that we have to take care about restoring power and connection during blackouts, and still we have those constant checks from law enforcement. So what is your experience of interaction with law enforcement agencies over the past 6 months? Is there anything that has to be changed here? And it can be boring because this is a very difficult thing. Well, I cannot say confidently that we have some fundamental issues, but we are just the top of the iceberg. We are a transparent international business. This is true. We would rather pay more taxes than to accept more risks. We are a public company, and some insignificant issues are less important than reputational risks. Secondly, we are working in a very regulated license industry. We have a dedicated ministry. We have our own analog of the National Bank, the National Commission. So we are working in a highly regulated environment. The war is creating new risks. For instance, in accordance with martial law, we are subordinated to the National Security and Defense Council as critical infrastructure. It has its own checks, its own documents, so our communication is very dense. There are other examples, they are pretty unsound. I can tell you that the 9th of October and 10th of October we had the situation of mass blackouts. And we have an obligation to maintain the system after the first blackout for 8 hours, and then to plug in generators and maintain the system for 20-35 hours, depending on the region. From my point of view, in Shostka, in Chernigiv, and other cities, we did a good job, because in many other cities there is now power for days, and we have checks because of that from law enforcement. During wartime, we maintain communication of 50% of the network. Of course, the communication is not perfect because we are in a war, but still there are complaints. This story reveals a certain panic in society. When a problem arises, the government throws all sorts of checks and orders on it, so I think that we need more systematic approach. So we performed our obligation. I think there's going to be more obligations in the future. But generally speaking, talking about my priorities, the priority to survive is the main one. And it takes a lot of money, it requires a lot of new platforms. 3 2,500 generators connected to the network. So this is a task of enormous scale. The second thing is to connect this need of survival with the need for development. You need to give some hope to people. And I believe that business is the platform for all stakeholders that gives hope. The hope that we'll have jobs, taxes for the government, services for clients, even though not high quality always. Our work with Uklon is that you can build a business and even sell it at a high price. 50% of listings that we did is an example that this is possible. Ukraine, which is at war, it's possible to have a good listing. Even higher, that we had purchase agreement with our rivals. So the main focus is on survival, to develop, and to give hope to the country, the government, the stakeholders. So this is the task of businesses like Kyivstar. Yes, the thing that you did is really enormous. You told me that we need to look for more force, more stamina. We need to survive first and then develop. But all of you are representatives of businesses which is developing too while surviving. We had winners of international competitions on math and physics and education. We have around 7 minutes more and then time for some questions. So let me talk about personal things. You also need power, force. As heads of companies, you have the power to take the microphone and ask the question to participants of the first panel. Where do you take that force? Why are you so enthusiastic in talking about laboratories, $50 million, and all sorts of that kind? Well, I am from Bila Tserkva city, and every Bila Tserkva resident has a nuclear reactor inside him. That's where I source my power. I love my job, I love what I'm doing. Recently I read the book by Mark Aurelius, where he gives a good advice for our everyday life. We do not necessarily have to think about the past. It does not belong to us anymore. There's no going back to it. It's possible only in memories. We do not have to invent the future because we do not how it will look like. We do not know how the war will end. I'd like it to end today, in a year or 3, but we have today's day. And today we need to pursue our goal. I like coming to Europe, and after 5 minutes of questions, well, they keep asking questions like, are you all right? I like seeing the change in their facial expression when I say that we have to pursue our goal here in Ukraine. Our talents may not be necessary in Ukraine, and Europe does not need them too, even more. My task is to turn Bila Tserkva into the capital of Ukrainian biotech. I hope that Fractal, Can and Kyivstar will select their own capitals. I have selected Bila Tserkva. Bila Tserkva is going to be the capital of biotech, and we are going to pursue our goal. And we will surprise Europeans by the structures we are building here. Thank you, Konstantin. Today at the forum, Andriy Zelinsky, head of the Supervised Board of the Veterans Fund of Ukraine, there was an opinion: we have only the consequences of today's decisions, not the past. Andrei, talking about things that motivate you. You need to have power to philosophize on stage. You need to change the approach to creating the mindset of young people. I'm talking about this because Artem is going to publish a book on how to upgrade your skills. So what is the driving force for you to try something new, like driving a motorbike? Well, you did your homework, learning more about me. Well, I'll post less posts on Facebook. Well, exhaustion and burning out is a good reason, is a good excuse for not doing anything. There are people who are burned out. I understand this. There is a medical diagnosis like depression, right? How I dealt with it on the 7th year of Fractal, when I was not interested in working anymore, when I have attained all of my goals. You have that phrase, right? Nothing spoils the goal like attaining it. So what was the way out for me? I never burned out ever since. Although I have many tasks. Possibly the answer is because I am from Bila Cerkva too.
That's the mission, just a pure answer to the question why. And every time I talk to someone, I do quite often in Kino sessions, laboratory online of entrepreneurship. There was 1,300 potential entrepreneurs online, and always there is a question how to make lots of money. And the first answer, not everyone needs that. You have to decide what you need. For me, the driver is the big idea. So we stilled a mission from Lee Kuan Yew, the author of the book Straits of the First, and I have thinking my tattoo 301 to make sure to be all in this subject. And that's about not to join politics. That's a personal choice, but influence economy. So I play the game and try make economy of Ukraine be bigger than economy of any European state. So our GDP per capita would not be the smaller one in Europe, even before the full-scale invasion. We were the poorest state, even Moldova. I do respect Moldova, but I think that Ukraine deserves more in comparison with resources. So we would like to influence economy, and this is my big game that I'm playing. I was playing computer games back then, so that makes me driving. So try to answer the question why. Everyone has its own why. Someone would like to get a car, someone to buy a house, make a family. I would like to influence economy in a positive way, so I do what I do. That's easy. And I'm not burning out now. Question to Alexander Komarov. You said that you are dissatisfied from time to time with the communication, but that's about changing our mindset, not to turn aircon to heat, but get an extra layer of dress. Do not expect Kyivstar to do the miracles, but be grateful to what is offered. So the second question, our panel is about to be completed. The need to speak in the forums like that. Will you join next time? For sure, if you invite me. So where do you get your life powers? Unlike my Canon colleagues, I'm a hired manager. I'm not a CEO, I'm not a founder. And I have two key criteria, two drivers that moves me forward. I want to be interested at scale. That's industry, that's the challenge. That's one driver. And the other one, that's the feeling of responsibility. When I sign contract, I assume responsibility to make things to a best possible extent under different circumstances. Circumstances are changing. I was back to Ukraine, I joined Kyivstar in 2018, then COVID, now the war, and in every circumstances I tend to do my job in the best perfect way. I do ask a question from time to time, am I in the right place? I think I am, because the challenges of the Kiev Star facing now are the best demanding. So this is the best time and the best place to be now. Igor, question to you. I do understand that you've probably been driven by the desire for your kids to live in Ukraine. You run schools, you do constructions, but still that probably is not enough. You see, just now that idea came to my mind that 90% of my projects which I lead on, they were initiated only because I was not sitting still and I was keen to do something new. Even during the war, all these projects, many people believe that this is not the smartest idea, but because I'm bored, I want to do and try something new. So I participate in projecting, conceptology, and when the war started, obviously the projects of millions of meters running, but it's not a driving force, so something of that sort. So I believe every and any entrepreneur running his business and could see and feel the results of the work and results of the efforts. That cool, you see the result, you see the outcome, and probably 90% of the money world runs in that way, and people who are in business, they understand and comprehend that. So let's do it. That's probably the logo of our company. Let's do it together. So how to find a common denominator for those sitting in the pillar? It's difficult to be an entrepreneur here in Ukraine, but that drives them. So we are in time to conclude. Few questions from the floor, please. Once, first come, first served, and let's conclude. We're happy to listen to you. Please be very laconic. I'll do my best. Thank you for interesting discussion. My question about education. Recently, I've read the LinkedIn polling result, and they say they take away the educational barriers. They don't care about diploma or when they got their MBA. And we see that in practice when we got certified psychologist and year after becomes the best business productologist. My question is to you. We see efficient educational institutions, we see businesses, initiatives in education, what the state should do, so our kids would receive not only diplomas or certificates, useless, but the modern competences for today. But you've already got the answer from Barbatyuk. So institutes to be paid upon the employment rate. What other answer you expect? Then probably Artyom Borodatyuk, because he spoke about education. I'm not prejudiced here. It's a very radical idea. I'm sure it would be difficult to do, but all the problems in business being digitalized and then connected to some indicators or parameters. If we want to produce specialists employed, you have to pay universities for the employed individuals, cost per action. We pay for the result, not for the process, because they are motivated to train. They collect the team, turn on advertisement in target income and be trained by us. And on September 1st, they turned off their advertising accounts because the job done. They got students, they were selected. So they have to move up to the very end. Then universities would be forced to ask Kostya whom he needs, whom he wants to be seen. So not businesses to chase universities, but universities to run behind after universities and ask to be trained. So universities, I could say, let's make all universities private ones. That's another way to go, because we see KIEF School of Economy, UGU, they are not state-owned, they are private ones. So the state has to give things to business, if not to manage, but at least to be dependable on business. decisions. Konstantin, how do you select your faculty? Whether their salaries are dependent on any achievements at any competitions? Yes. Thank you for your question. Answering the question from the room, I would not trust LinkedIn. We all have kids. Who would like the kids to graduate university? It's not about education, it's also the matter of socialization and networking. So let me say the following, what we need to change in schools. I'm not saying not enough classes, but who needs the lesson of happiness? Which teacher would assume responsibility and explain how to be a happy person? We cannot poison our kids with these bollocks. We need applicable classes, a very basic receipt. We cannot educate individuals strong in chemistry, in physics, in not having a basics in mathematics. So from 1st to 7th class, that should be total strong mathematics. And then let's decide chemistry, physics, biology, whatever you like. And it's not about MBA. It's about laboratory researches. What do you need for research? You need laboratories. Laboratory needs investments, but also people are needed to make it happen. Today we produce extracellular matrix, 1 milligram, $1,000. What is that? That's a set protein glycan, complicated amino acids, proteins, laminins, elastins, and other things. We produce it by synthesis and hydrolysis. Do many of you understood what I'm talking about? But there are people who do that. And now when we did a polling in UK, 67% of Brits believe that they cannot change their economic status of their family in a single generation. Why? Because the qualitative education is unattainable to them. Igor Nikonov has a great schools. Others may have, but it's about the system. I'm fine. My son in KIEF School of Economy, I pay thousands of dollars, but he has 5 classes with top mathematics, 3 classes of English in week. He's on a 6th grade. He was already doing chemistry with top teachers. We will give the best education to our kids. But my family been socialized in 1933 because they had everything, and maybe the education of my son would be disliked by others, and it may be taken away by others, and I'm fed up of building up everything from scratch. Where do we get teachers? There are not many of those. Only 4 teachers in Bila Tserkva and 5 teachers in Kyiv. We got top. We pay $5,000 per month. And I have no issue with that. They produce handbooks, materials. I've built schools over schools, on top of schools. It's like junior techniques. And if it is a university, I take students to university. They have no clue about some basic things, nothing to talk about the 5th year. Do you know where biologists from graduates goes? To Nova Poshta, to ATB. Look, what are we talking about? What sort of laboratories, articles? I saw these people, they don't fit the purpose. I've got the 1st year, failed again. And then I try to see, we have to get back to the 8th grade of schooling. So we put that top on school, 60 students, 60 pupils in Bila Tserkva and 80 students in Kyiv, millions of dollars. Thank you. But see, as soon that will start working, we make it happen in every oblast city. We need these people for our business. I have 220 people in my company employed, that's it. And we make more than €1 million per person, per individual. We don't need more people. We don't need scale those. And when my granny tells me, she took my oath back in some 1984, that I'm not going to be a hired worker. She disbelieved in a Bolshevik's power. A very basic truth. If we are not going to invest in our kids and other kids and educate them, nothing is going to happen. I want to have rich people to create coolest technologies and coolest companies. And these coolest companies, on that very thin, very complicated, would we like to be rich ones and own the mine? All mines been taken away, so we have to do what is left. Don't we understand that it's cool to own the mine? I'd like to be a mine owner. You know, I'm a mine owner. We dig gold, people dig it, bring it to me. Well, you know, there were no free mines, so I had to make my own. Well, let's conclude on that. Konstantin, you are tremendous, brilliant speaker of our panel. Just to conclude and summarize, we spoke about qualitative changes. I coincide with your thoughts. Qualitative people would be there when they would be responsible for their lives, for businesses, for others, for the state, and lead by example, being responsible. When I meet every other day whom I support as a volunteer and ask why you joined the military, they said, who else but me? I don't want others, my families, my kids, to fight the war. That's my responsibility. I'm a citizen. I thank our militaries. They are here in the room. I do thank the business. So these are two main pillars due to whom we live. See you at the next KIEF Economical Forum.
Панове, стаємо для фото.